What if that nagging feeling in the back of your neck was real? What if those hands reaching out from the dark that you believed were there were there? What if the monster in the basement really existed? And what if there was really something under the bed? Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The Last Normal Day. Part 1. The coffee was still warm in President Thomas Whitmore's mug when the first report came in. He'd been in the Oval Office since dawn, reviewing intelligence briefings and preparing for a meeting with the Joint Chiefs. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the presidential seal woven into the carpet. Mr. President! His chief of staff, Marcus Waters, burst through the door without knocking. Something he hadn't done in 3 years of service. His dark suit was uncharacteristically rumpled, and sweat beaded on his forehead despite the crisp October air. This better be good, Marcus. He sat down the defense spending report he'd been studying. Sir, we're getting reports. Multiple reports of violent incidents across the eastern seaboard. CDC is reporting an unknown pathogen. Hospitals are being overrun. He paused, tablet shaking in his hands. The infected are attacking others, and they're not staying down when neutralized. President Whitmore had weathered international crises, natural disasters, and terrorist threats. But something in Marcus's voice made his blood run cold. Before he could respond, Secret Service agent Diana Wong rushed in. Mr. President, we need to move you to Peoc, immediately. The Presidential Emergency Operations Center. The bunker. This wasn't a drill. Through the windows, he could see Marine One spinning on the south lawn, but something else caught his eye. Smoke rising from multiple points across the DC skyline. His secure phone buzzed. The Vice President's office. No answer. Where's Catherine? He asked, thinking of his wife, who'd gone for her morning run along the National Mall with her usual security detail. The split-second hesitation from both Marcus and Agent Juan told him everything. Sir, Juan said quietly, we lost contact with the First Lady's detail 10 minutes ago. A distant scream echoed from somewhere in the White House complex, followed by the sharp report of gunfire. President Whitmore stood, squaring his shoulders. He was no longer just a husband worried about his wife. He was the commander-in-chief, and his nation was under attack by an enemy unlike anything they'd faced before. Get me the SecDef and the Joint Chiefs on secure video, he ordered, following Juan toward the door. And someone find my wife. The day had started so normally. Now, as he hurried through the corridors of the White House with his diminishing security detail, President Whitmore realized that normal might be a luxury they'd never have again. Part 2. The corridors of the White House had never felt so alien. President Whitmore's footsteps echoed against marble floors as Agent Juan led their group through the ground floor, taking a circuitous route to avoid whatever chaos had erupted near the East Wing. Status report, he demanded, keeping pace with Wong while the two other agents formed a protective rear guard. Sir, we've lost contact with multiple Secret Service across D.C., Wong replied, her hand never leaving her sidearm. Pentagon confirmed similar incidents at military bases along the entire eastern seaboard. Naval Station Norfolk is dark. Andrews Air Force Base reports massive civilian crowds attempting to breach their perimeter. A crash resonated from somewhere above them, followed by the sound of breaking glass. Everyone froze. Through the ceiling came the unmistakable sound of furniture being dragged, then a series of rapid footsteps. Too rapid, too erratic. This way, sir. Wong gestured toward a service corridor. We need to... Her words were cut short by the crackle of her earpiece. She pressed it closer, listening intently. President Whitmore watched as her usual stoic expression cracked. Sir, she said, we have confirmations on the First Lady's location. Her detail managed to get her into the White House through the north portico entrance. They're barricaded in the China Room. Whitmore's heart leapt. That's one floor up. Mr. President, Marcus interjected. The Peoc is 4 floors down. Protocol dictates The hell with protocol! Whitmore was already moving toward the nearest stairwell. My wife is up there. Agent Wong grabbed his arm. Sir, please, let me send a team. The power went out. Emergency lights kicked in, bathing the corridor in an eerie red glow. Somewhere in the darkness, a door slammed, then another, and another, like dominoes falling. The sounds of chaos grew closer. Multiple contacts! One of the rear guards shouted. They're not responding to verbal commands. President Whitmore could see now at the far end of the corridor, White House staff members he'd known for years. But they moved wrong, lurched forward with unnatural speed and purpose. Their faces were contorted, dark fluid dripping from their mouths. Take the president to the China room, Wong ordered the other agents. She drew her weapon and took up a position at the corridor's intersection. I'll hold this point. Go! Diana, Whitmore started. It's been an honor, Mr. President. She clicked off her weapon's safety. Now go get your wife. As they rushed toward the nearest stairwell, the sound of Wong's gunfire echoed through the halls of the White House. President Whitmore realized that every shot represented someone he knew, someone who had served their country in these halls. Now they were the enemy, and his agent was spending her life to give him a chance to save his. The question was, would Catherine still be Catherine when they found her? Part 3. The stairwell was a gauntlet of shadows. Emergency lighting cast crimson patterns across the walls as President Whitmore and his remaining security detail ascended toward the state floor. Each step brought more sounds of the nightmare unfolding throughout the White House. Screams, breaking glass, and that horrible, guttural moaning. Sir, movement above, whispered Agent Reynolds, the younger of his two remaining protectors. They froze. Through the stairwell's open space, they could see dark shapes moving on the landing above. Not the coordinated movement of Secret Service, but the jerky, unnatural motion they'd seen in the corridor below. Agent Martinez, a 20-year veteran of the service, pulled a flashlight from his jacket. He clicked it twice. The standard Secret Service signal. No response from above. Mr. President, Martinez whispered. When we reach the landing, you stay between Reynolds and me. The China room is 30 yards down the cross hall. Whatever happens, don't stop running. Whitmore nodded. After 3 years as commander-in-chief, he knew when to command and when to trust his people. They crept up the final steps. As they reached the landing, Martinez's flashlight beam caught what once had been a White House tour guide. Her blue blazer was soaked in blood. Her name tag, Susan, still perfectly straight on her lapel. Her head snapped toward them with a sound like cracking wood, milky eyes reflecting the light. Go! Martinez shouted, charging forward to create a gap. They burst through the door into the cross hall. The grand corridor, normally a testament to presidential history with its elegant paintings and furnishings, had become a war zone. Furniture was overturned. Portraits hung askew. Blood streaked the yellow walls. Two more infected rounded the corner. A uniformed Marine and someone in chef's whites. Reynolds opened fire. The gunshots deafening in the enclosed space. Sir, run! Whitmore sprinted down the hall, his security detail engaging the threats behind him. The China room's double doors were just ahead, barricaded with what looked like a heavy antique table. Catherine! He shouted. Catherine, it's Tom! Something slammed against the other side of the door. A voice called out, not Catherine's, but one he recognized as Agent Rachel Mitchell, head of the First Lady's detail. Mr. President, stand clear! The table scraped against the floor as it was pulled back. The door opened just enough for Whitmore to slip through before it was slammed shut again. Inside, 3 Secret Service agents helped barricade the entrance once more. The China room was normally a showcase for historic presidential dining services. Had been transformed into a fortress. Display cases had been pushed against windows. Priceless plates and cups lay shattered on the floor. Tom! Catherine emerged from behind an overturned display case where she had been helping tend to a wounded staff member. She ran to him, and for a moment, as they embraced, the horror beyond the walls fell away. But only for a moment. Sir, Agent Mitchell interrupted, her voice urgent. The First Lady's been bitten. Whitmore pulled back to look at his wife. Catherine's face was pale, beaded with sweat. On her forearm, visible through her torn running jacket, was a crescent of bloody teeth marks. "It's okay," Catherine whispered, though they both knew it wasn't. "It happened 20 minutes ago. I can feel it spreading." Before Whitmore could respond, Martinez's voice crackled over the radio. "China room, be advised. East barricade is breached. They're inside the building. Hundreds of them. You need to move. Now." Catherine gripped her husband's arm, her skin burning with fever. "Tom, you know what you have to do." The President of the United States looked at his wife of 30 years, the mother of his children, and realizing that surviving this day would cost him everything he loved. Part 4. President Whitmore had made difficult decisions before. Choices that sent young men and women into harm's way. Calls that affected millions of lives. But nothing had prepared him for this moment. Staring into his wife's fevered eyes as the infection coursed through her veins. "Mr. President," Agent Mitchell said quietly, "we're running out of time." She kept her hand on her sidearm, a gesture that wasn't lost on either Whitmore or Catherine. Catherine's grip on his arm tightened. Her skin felt like fire now, and a fine tremor ran through her body. "Tom, please, while I'm still me." A thunderous crash echoed from somewhere down the hall, followed by the sounds of automatic weapons fire. The radio crackled with desperate voices. "East stairs compromised. Fall back to secondary position. They're everywhere. God, they're everywhere!" Agent Reynolds peered through a gap in the barricade. "Sir, the hallway's filling up. We need to move to the Peoc now." Catherine suddenly doubled over, a cry of pain escaping her lips. When she straightened, blood trickled from her nose. "It's happening faster than the others," she gasped. Must be because of how close the bite is to my heart." Whitmore caught her as she stumbled. Together they sank to the floor, his back against one of the few remaining display cases still standing. Historic presidential china worth millions surrounded them, each piece witnessing this intimate tragedy. "Do you remember?" Catherine whispered, her voice growing hoarse. "Our first date? That horrible Chinese restaurant in Boston?" "The one with the health code violation?" Whitmore managed to smile. "You still order the Kung Pao chicken. And you still kissed me goodnight." Her laugh turned into a cough that broke up dark blood. "I knew then. Knew you were the one." Her body seized. When her eyes opened again, they were different. The warm brown beginning to cloud over with that terrible milky film. "Mr. President!" Mitchell's voice was sharp with urgency. "We have to go, now!" "The children," Catherine gasped, fighting against whatever was trying to take control. "Tell Jamie and Sarah." She convulsed again. "Tell them." "I will," Whitmore promised, tears streaming down his face. "I'll tell them how brave their mother was, how she fought until the end." Catherine's hand found his cheek, her touch still gentle despite the tremors racking her body. "You have to survive," she whispered. "The country. They need..." Her words cut off in a guttural sound that was nothing like his wife's voice. Her hand on his cheek began to claw. "Sir!" Mitchell pulled him back as Catherine's body began to convulse violently. The thing that had been Catherine Whitmore rose, jerky and wrong, milky eyes fixed on the closest prey. Before it could lunge, 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. Agent Mitchell stood with her smoking weapon still raised as the President of the United States cradled his wife's body, his anguished sobs echoing off walls that had witnessed 2 centuries of history, but never a moment quite like this. "Incoming!" Reynolds shouted from the door. "Multiple hostiles!" The sound of splintering wood filled the air as the barricade began to give way. President Whitmore gently laid Catherine's body down, placing a final kiss on her forehead. When he stood, his face had transformed. Grief hardened into resolve. "Get me to the Peoc," he ordered, his voice steel. "We have a country to save." Part 5. The route to the Peoc had never seemed longer. President Whitmore and his remaining detail fought their way through the ground floor of the White House. The ornate halls of American democracy now a gauntlet of death. Reynolds took point while Mitchell covered their rear, the sounds of their gunfire echoing off marble walls. "Communications are back up," Mitchell announced as they descended the stairs toward the bunker. "Peoc reports your children arrived safely 20 minutes ago. Secret Service got them from Sidwell Friends before the school was compromised." A wave of relief washed over Whitmore, the first he'd felt since the nightmare began. Jamie and Sarah were safe. Catherine's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. They reached the basement level where 2 Marines stood guard at a reinforced door, their weapons trained on the stairwell behind the presidential group. Beyond them lay the tunnel to the Peoc. "Watch your 6!" Reynolds shouted as shadows moved in the darkness behind them. The Marines opened fire, providing covering fire as Whitmore's group sprinted for the tunnel entrance. The heavy blast doors of the Peoc lay at the end of the 100-yard corridor lined with fluorescent lights. Behind them, the sounds of combat grew distant, then silent as the first set of security doors sealed shut. "Dad!" The moment the final blast door opened, Sarah and Jamie Whitmore, 16 and 14, rushed forward. He caught them both in his arms, holding them tight as the bitter memory of their mother's loss threatened to overwhelm him. "Where's Mom?" Sarah asked, pulling back to look at his face. "They said she was in the White House with you." Whitmore looked at his children, seeing Catherine's features reflected in their faces. "Your mother," his voice caught. "Your mother saved my life. She fought until the end, thinking of you both." Understanding dawned in their eyes, grief etching itself onto their young faces. They clung to each other as the blast doors sealed behind them with a final, heavy thud. The Peoc was a hive of activity. Joint Chiefs on video screens, NSA and CIA feeds showing the spread of infection across the globe. Military commanders awaiting orders. This was now America's last command center. "Mr. President," General Carleton stepped forward, "we need your authorization for the contingency protocols." Whitmore looked at the screen showing feeds across the nation. Cities in chaos, military positions being overrun. But there were also signs of hope. Pockets of resistance, safe zones being established, civilians fighting back. He thought of Catherine, of her final words, "The country needs you." "Jamie, Sarah," he said to his children, "I need you to be strong now. For your mother. For everyone out there still fighting." They nodded, wiping away tears, standing straight like their mother would have wanted. Whitmore turned to the general. "Get me SecDef. We're implementing the contingency of government protocols." He squared his shoulders, Catherine's final kiss still burning on his lips. "This is no longer about containment. This is about survival. And we're going to show these things that humanity doesn't go down without a fight." As orders went out and the machinery of government ground into action, President Thomas Whitmore looked at his children, all that remained of his family, all that remained of Catherine, and silently promised both of them and his wife that he would rebuild their world from the ashes of this last normal day.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Holding the Line, Part 1. 48 hours after Catherine's death, President Whitmore stood in the Peoc's main command center, watching America burn. The wall of screens showed cities under siege, highways clogged with abandoned vehicles, and the endless hordes of dead that now ruled the surface world. Fort Benning's reports successful evacuation of civilian refugees, General Carleton announced, marking another green dot in their dwindling map of safe zones. They're at about 180 capacity, but still holding the perimeter. "What about the CDC backup facility?" Whitmore asked, thinking of the thousands of scientists working desperately for your cure. "Secure for now," Agent Mitchell replied. The Georgia National Guard managed to establish a 3-mile buffer zone, but Atlanta itself, she didn't need to finish. The thermal imaging showed the city as a mass of cold spots, the ambient temperature of the dead. Sarah and Jamie worked at their stations, coordinating what remained of the civilian response network. In just 2 days, they've aged years, their innocence stripped away by the weight of their duties. Sarah managed a refugee coordination database, trying to reunite separated families. Jamie tracked essential supply lines: food, medicine, ammunition. "Sir," a communications officer called out, "we have Secretary Wilson from the USDA bunker in Nebraska." The video feed showed the Secretary of Agriculture, looking haggard but determined. "Mr. President, we've secured 37% of the nation's grain reserves. Mobile harvesting units are operating under military escort, but fuel has become an issue." "What's your projection for winter?" Whitmore asked, dreading the answer. "If we can hold our current secure zones, maybe we can feed 30 million people. That's assuming we can maintain the supply lines and protected farming operations." 30 million, out of a nation of over 300 million. The numbers hit Whitmore like a physical blow. But he kept his face steady. Leadership, now more than ever, meant carrying the weight without showing the strain. "Dad," Jamie called out, his voice urgent. "The Kansas City Pharmacological Depot is under attack. They're requesting immediate support. They have the last major supply of insulin east of the Rockies." Whitmore turned to Carlton. "What assets do we have in range?" "The 1st Infantry Division has a combat team 20 minutes out, but they're already tasked with protecting the water treatment facility." The impossible choices of this new world: water or medicine, food or fuel. Every decision meant lives, and every delay meant more dead joining the hordes that threatened the living. "Mr. President," Agent Mitchell interrupted softly, "it's time for the daily address." Whitmore nodded. Even in humanity's darkest hour, leadership meant maintaining connection, giving hope. He straightened his tie, still the same one he'd worn when Catherine died, and faced the camera that would broadcast to every surviving radio station, every emergency frequency, every pocket of humanity fighting to hold on. "My fellow Americans, my fellow human beings," he began, his voice steady despite the weight of command. "Another day has passed, and we still stand. In bunkers and fortified farms, in military bases and converted schools, the light of civilization continues to burn." As he spoke, Sarah placed Catherine's photo on his podium, just out of camera view. A reminder of why they fought, why they had to believe that humanity would survive this darkness. The dead might rule the surface, but underground, in hardened bunkers and hidden shelters, the living were learning to fight back, not with advanced technology or miraculous cures, but with the oldest human weapons of all: cooperation, determination, and the unwavering will to survive. "We will endure," Whitmore promised his unseen audience. "We will rebuild, and we will remember." Part 2. "Kansas City Depot Cam 3 is down." Jamie's voice cut through the tension in the PIOC. On the main screen, security footage showed the massive pharmacological warehouse where millions of dollars of vital medication lay protected by an increasingly desperate defensive line. "Get me Colonel Brooks," Whitmore ordered, watching as hundreds of infected pressed against the facility's reinforced gates. The depot's outer fence had already been breached, forcing the defenders back to their secondary positions. The colonel's face appeared on screen, the sound of gunfire echoing behind him. "Mr. President, we've got maybe 30 minutes before they breach the main doors. 2,000 infected, minimum. I've got 120 soldiers, low on ammo, and 5,000 civilians in the safe zone depending on these supplies." Whitmore studied the tactical display. The 1st Infantry Combat Team was still 15 minutes out, tied up clearing a path through gridlocked highways filled with abandoned vehicles. "Dad," Sarah called from her station, "I have the medical inventory. That depot contains enough insulin to keep 10,000 diabetics alive for 6 months, plus antibiotics, heart medication, anti-seizure drugs." She paused, her voice catching. "We lose this. We lose everyone depending on long-term medication in the entire Midwest." Agent Mitchell approached with a tablet showing drone footage. The infected are being drawn by the generator noise. Power's been out in Kansas City for 36 hours. The depot's emergency power makes it a beacon. Another screen showed the civilian safe zone 2 miles from the depot. a converted shopping mall where thousands of survivors had gathered. Many of them were patients evacuated from hospitals, dependent on the very medications stored in that warehouse. "Colonel," Whitmore asked, "what about the contingency plan?" "Rigged and ready, sir. But if we blow the building, we lose everything. All the medicine, the whole stockpile." General Carleton stepped forward. "Sir, 1st Infantry reports they've commandeered civilian buses to break through the highway blockade. New ETA, 8 minutes, but what, General?" "The noise is drawing more infected. By the time they arrive, they could be facing triple the number of hostiles." Whitmore watched another security camera go dark as the infected pressed closer to the building. He thought of Catherine, of her final moments of clarity. The country needs you. Now he had to decide if saving these medicines was worth risking the lives of hundreds of soldiers. "Dad," Jamie said quietly, "Agent Wong's mother is in that safe zone. She needs insulin." Wong, who had died protecting him in the White House, who had given her life so he could lead. How many more would have to make that sacrifice? "Colonel Brooks," Whitmore decided, "fall back to your inner defensive line. Conserve ammo. Help is coming." He turned to Carleton. "Get me the 1st Infantry commander. We're going to coordinate this down to the second." The next 7 minutes were a blur of tactical coordination. The buses would approach from 3 directions, using their mass to clear paths for the infected. The depot's defenders would provide covering fire, while teams of engineers prepared to rapidly load the most critical supplies. "Incoming!" Jamie shouted as new drone footage showed the convoy of commandeered buses plowing through the hordes, modified cowcatchers on their front, clearing paths of dead. "All units, execute!" Carleton ordered. What followed was a symphony of violence and heroism. Buses crashed through barricades of dead flesh. Soldiers laid down interlocking fields of fire. Medical teams rushed into the depot with precise loading plans, knowing exactly which supplies to prioritize. 2 minutes until the inner doors breach," Brooks reported. "First wave of buses loaded," came another report. "Moving to secure zone." Whitmore watched as the operation unfolded. Each second measured in lives saved or lost. In the end, they rescued 60% of the medical supplies. More importantly, they rescued the people who could properly store and administer them. As the last bus cleared the kill zone, Colonel Brooks and his remaining defenders fell back in good order, maintaining fire discipline until the end. They lost 12 soldiers, but they saved thousands. "Dad," Sarah reported quietly. "Safe Zone Medical Chief confirms. They got the insulin. All of it." Somewhere in that safe zone, Agent Wong's mother would live another day. It wasn't a victory. There were no real victories anymore. But it was a reminder of why they fought so hard to hold on to civilization. "Get me Colonel Brooks again," Whitmore ordered. "We need to start planning the next supply run. The dead don't get tired, so neither can we." Part 3. "We can't keep doing one-off missions," General Carleton said, standing over the strategic map in the POC's main chamber. Red dots showed the locations of critical supply depots, while black lines marked the few remaining secure transport routes. Every operation like Kansas City depletes our resources and draws more infected to active zones. President Whitmore studied the map, where Jamie had overlaid civilian population centers with medical supply needs. The success of the Kansas City depot had saved thousands, but it also taught them a harsh lesson about the noise of large-scale operations. "What about red lines?" Whitmore asked, thinking of the quieter alternative to convoy operations. Sarah pulled up a transportation grid on her screen. Union Pacific reports 3 armored trains still operational between Chicago and Kansas City. They've been retrofitting cargo cars with defensive positions, solar panels for silent running. "The trains would work," Carleton nodded. "But we need to secure the rail yards. Every stop becomes a potential choke point." "Sir," Agent Mitchell interrupted, "Colonel Brooks is on the line from the Kansas City safe zone." Brooks appeared on screen, looking exhausted but focused. "Mr. President, we've completed fortification of the shopping mall's parking structure. converting it into a distribution hub, but we need a way to get supplies out of the smaller communities. What about the motorcycle groups? Jamie suggested. The ones that help with reconnaissance during the depot operation. Brooks nodded. The Wind Riders, former motorcycle club, about 60 strong. They've been running quiet bikes, a lot of electrics and dirt bikes. Good people, once you get past the leather. Whitmore remembered how the bikers had provided critical intel during the depot mission, using their mobility to map safe routes. Give me their leader. A few minutes later, a woman in her 50s with gray-streaked hair appeared on screen. Jessica Chen, Wind Riders MC. Mr. President, how can we help? We need a distribution network, Whitmore explained. Small, fast, quiet. Teams that can deliver critical supplies to isolated communities without drawing infected. Like medicine runners in the Old West? Chen smiled grimly. We've been modifying bikes with solar charging, extra cargo capacity, silent running, long range. Give us the supplies and routes. We'll get them where they need to go. General Carleton pulled up the regional map. If we establish forward caches here, here, and here, he marked locations. Motorcycle teams could reach every community within a 100-mile radius. We'll need security at the caches, Mitchell added. National Guard has fortified positions in 3 towns, Sarah pointed out. They're already protecting civilian populations. Add cache protection to their mission. Whitmore watched the plan take shape. Armored trains would move bulk supplies between major hubs. The Wind Riders would handle local distribution. Guard units would protect strategic points. It wasn't just about saving the medicine from Kansas City. It was about building a sustainable network for humanity's survival. One more thing, Chen added. We've been gathering intel on our runs. The infected. They're clustering in cities. But the rural areas, especially north, getting emptier. If you need to move big shipments, the cold slows them down, Jamie realized, pulling up weather data. Winter's coming. If we can establish the network before the first snow. Whitmore thought of the approaching winter with both dread and hope. The cold would make survival harder for the living, but it also might give them advantage against the dead. Colonel Brooks, coordinated with Miss Chen, get these caches set up. General Carleton, I want those trains rolling within 48 hours. He turned to his children. Jamie, map out every cold weather route you can find. Sarah, coordinate with the National Guard units. As the Peoc erupted into activity, Whitmore touched the wedding ring he still wore. Catherine had always said that civilization was built on people working together. Now, in humanity's darkest hour, that cooperation might be the key of survival. Sir, Mitchell said quietly, First Lady's photo album. We found it in the residence during a supply run. She handed him a leather-bound book. Thought you and the kids might want it. Whitmore held the album, feeling its weight. They were fighting for more than just survival. They were fighting to preserve what made them human. Family, memory, compassion. The dead might rule the surface, but as long as the living could work together, share memories, help each other, they had a chance. Part 4. Armored Train Delta 3 departing Chicago Terminal. The radio crackled in the Peoc. Cargo secure, bound for Kansas City Hub. President Whitmore watched multiple feeds tracking the first major supply run of their new network. The retrofitted Union Pacific train looked like something out of a post-apocalyptic movie. Steel plates over windows, gun positions in the cargo cars, solar panels glinting on the roof. Wind Riders report forward teams in position, Sarah announced, marking green dots on the tactical map. They've scouted the rail lines for the first 100 miles. No major blockages. Jamie monitored the weather feeds. Temperature dropping to 40 degrees tonight. Infected activity already showing reduced mobility in the northern sectors. The train moved slowly but steadily through the Illinois countryside. Gun crews stayed alert, but the cold had driven many of the infected toward urban areas seeking the remnants of heat for decaying infrastructure. Sir, General Carleton approached with a tablet, Latest numbers from the community is waiting on supplies. His face was grim. We've lost another 100 people to preventable conditions in the last week. Diabetes, heart problems, infections. Whitmore nodded silently. Every delay meant more deaths. The Kansas City Depot medicines would help, but this run had to succeed for the network to prove viable. Contact front! The train commander's voice cut through the command center. Large horde ahead. Multiple hundreds. Looks like a disabled freight train drew them. The drone feed showed the mass of infected clustered around a derailed train ahead. The tracks were clear, but the horde posed a serious threat. Wind Rider's Charlie team, responding, came Jessica Chen's steady voice. We'll draw them off. Recommend train hold position. Whitmore watched as 6 motorcycles approached from different directions. Their electric engines nearly silent. The rotors used emergency whistles, high-pitched sounds that attracted the dead but were barely audible to human ears. Horde is moving, reported the train commander. They're following the bikes. Now that's some fancy herding, muttered Carlton as the Wind Riders expertly drew the infected away from the tracks in a coordinated pattern. But then another call came in. Multiple contacts at Cache Point 2. National Guard requesting immediate assistance. One of their forward supply caches was under attack. The carefully planned network was already being tested. Dad! Sarah's voice was urgent. The cache has 15 diabetic children depending on the shipment. They're almost out of insulin. Wind Rider's Bravo team, diverting to Cache Point 2, Chen responded before Whitmore could speak. But we're light on ammo. Reroute the Anderson Township security detail, Whitmore ordered. Get them to the cache. But sir, Carlton interjected, Anderson was hit hard last week. They're still rebuilding their defenses. Another impossible choice. Weaken one position to strengthen another. Risk these lives to save those lives. Dad, Jamie called out softly. Mom would say to save the kids. Whitmore thought of the photo album Mitchell had recovered, of Catherine's smile as she worked with refugee children in better days. Do it. Send the Anderson team, and get me Commander Hayes at Cache Point 2. We'll coordinate a defense unit until reinforcements arrive. The next 2 hours were a symphony of crisis management. The train moved steadily onward as Wind Riders cleared its path. The Cache Point held thanks to desperate defense and timely reinforcement. Anderson Township battened down its remaining defenses and prayed the dead wouldn't notice their weakness. Train Delta 3 arriving Kansas City hub, came the report finally. Cargo intact. Beginning distribution. Sarah's hands flew across her keyboard. Wind Riders deploying for local deliveries. First medication should reach outlying communities within 3 hours. It had cost them. Ammunition spent, fuel burned, lives risked. But they had proven the network could work. Humanity's supply lines were slowly rebuilding, one dangerous mile at a time. Sir, Mitchell approached. We found something else in the residence. She handed him Catherine's old medical bag. There's a letter inside. For the kids. Whitmore held the bag, feeling its weight. Even now, Catherine was helping them remember why they fought so hard to maintain civilization. It wasn't just about survival. It was about saving everything that made life worth living. Get me all team leaders, he ordered. We need to start planning tomorrow's runs. Outside the bunker, the first snow of winter began to fall. Part 5. The first real snowstorm of winter raged outside while President Whitmore sat in his private room in the Peoc, Catherine's medical bag in his lap. Sarah and Jamie sat close, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of emergency lighting. After weeks of maintaining strength for others, they could finally be just a family again, if only for a moment. She always carried this bag everywhere, Sarah said softly, running her fingers over the worn leather. Even at state dinners, said a doctor's work never stops. Whitmore pulled out the letter, Catherine's familiar handwriting bringing a fresh wave of grief. Her final words to their children had waited patiently while they helped build humanity's lifelines. Dear Jamie and Sarah, he read, his voice steady despite the emotion. If you're reading this, Something's happened to me. That's okay. What's not okay is letting grief stop you from living, from fighting. Down the hall, the command center tracked supply runs across 12 states. The Wind Riders braving winter roads, armored trains pushing through snowdrifts. But here, for just a moment, the world could wait. I've watched you both grow into such strong, compassionate people. Sarah, your drive to help others. Jamie, your brilliant mind always working to solve problems. You're exactly what the world needs now. An alarm blared, muted by the thick walls. Someone would call if they needed him. Right now, his children needed their mother's words. The world can be cruel, but humanity's strength isn't our ability to be cruel back. It's our ability to stay human despite everything, to help each other, to rebuild. Emergency transmission from Cache Point 4. Agent Mitchell's voice came through the intercom. Supply convoy trapped by the storm. Whitmore looked at his children. They nodded. Duty called. In the command center, controlled chaos reigned. The storm had swept in faster than expected, trapping 3 Wind Rider teams and a National Guard convoy carrying critical supplies. Temperatures dropped to 15 degrees, Jamie reported from his station. The infected are barely moving in this weather. But our people won't survive long in this cold either, Sarah added, coordinating with rescue teams. Whitmore pulled out Catherine's letter again, finding strength in her words. Sometimes survival isn't about being the strongest or the fastest. It's about working together, about remembering our humanity. Sir, General Carleton interrupted his thoughts. The Wind Riders have a suggestion. The infected are slow in this weather. They want to attempt a mass supply run. Every available rider, every community within range. One big push while we have the advantage. Whitmore looked at the weather map. The storm would give them cover. The cold their edge. But the risks. Dad, Sarah called out. Listen to this survival report. The infected are actually freezing solid in the northern zones. They can't handle the extreme cold like living bodies can. Jamie pulled up thermal imaging. She's right. The hordes are immobile. This might be our chance to really stock up the communities, build up reserves. Whitmore touched his wedding ring, then looked at Catherine's letter still in his hand. One last message caught his eye. Don't be afraid to take chances when they matter most. Just make sure they're taking them for the right reasons. Get me Jessica Chen, he ordered. Tell all commands to prepare for Operation Winter Push. We're going to supply every community within reach, all at once. One massive resupply with a dead sleep in the cold. The next 12 hours were a blur of coordination. Wind Riders gathered from every outpost. National Guard units prepped their cold weather gear. Communities prepared to receive supplies. Throughout it all, Catherine's word echoed in Whitmore's mind. Stay human. Work together. Never lose hope. As the storm raged and humanity made its bold push, Whitmore gathered Sarah and Jamie close. Together, they finished reading their mother's letter, finding comfort in her final message. I don't know what challenges you'll face, but I know that together, you can face anything. Your father will keep you strong. You'll keep him human. And somewhere, somehow, I'll be watching over all of you, proud of the family that never stopped fighting, never stopped caring, never stopped believing in the light even in the darkest times. All my love forever, Mom. Outside, the winter wind howled, but inside humanity's shelters, hope burned warm and bright. They had survived the initial fall. They had built new networks, new communities, new ways to stay human in an inhuman world. And as the dead froze in the growing cold, the living gathered their strength, protected their own, and prepared for whatever spring would hold. The world had ended, but humanity had endured. And somewhere, Catherine Whitmore smiled.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
This is Mark Henderson, broadcasting from KVRX Radio Tower in Austin. It's day 47 since the first outbreak. If anyone's still out there listening, I want you to know you're not alone. I've been maintaining this broadcast for nearly 7 weeks now, running on generator power and whatever coffee I can scrounge from the break room. The situation downtown has deteriorated significantly in the last 48 hours. The barricade at Congress Avenue collapsed yesterday afternoon. If anyone's still in that area, stay away from the Capitol building. The whole complex it's overrun. I can see the crowd from here. Hundreds of them just wandering. The military evacuation point at Plumber Events Center has gone dark. No radio contact for 3 days now. But it's not all bad news. I've been in contact with a group of survivors holding out at St. David's Medical Center. They've got power, supplies, and most importantly, they're organizing. Dr. Rachel Meadows is leading a team researching something. She wouldn't say much over the radio, but she sounded hopeful. First time I've heard hope in someone's voice for weeks. If you're trying to reach the medical center, they're accepting survivors between 06 and 0800 hours only. 3 honks of your horn at the north entrance. They've got spotters watching. Do not try to approach on foot. I repeat, do not approach on foot. You will be shot. I'll be back in 3 hours with another update. This is Mark Henderson at KVRX. Stay alive out there. And stay human. KVRX Austin. This is Mark Henderson. It's 2100 hours on day 47. I need to report something disturbing. About an hour ago, I spotted a new behavior in the infected. They're organizing. Not in any intelligent way, but they're moving together now, like schools of fish or flocks of birds. A group of about 30 of them they surrounded a delivery truck trying to reach St. David's. The driver. I'm sorry. I watched it all through my binoculars. I couldn't do anything. Couldn't even warn them without drawing attention to the tower. Dr. Meadows, if you're listening, they're evolving. The patterns you predicted in your last transmission, you were right. The hive behavior is starting. They're not just following sound anymore. They're working together, herding survivors into dead ends. God help us all. That's the 3rd explosion I've heard today. The fires in the warehouse district are spreading faster than expected. The smoke, it's making it hard to see past 6th Street now. If anyone's still in that area, the air is toxic. Get out if you can. Head north toward Round Rock. There's a refugee camp at Dell Diamond Stadium. They've got better air quality up there, away from the fires. Wait, I'm picking up a weak signal from Houston. Let me... Repeat. CDC facility compromised. Evacuation protocols. Airborne vector confirmed. Damn it. Lost it. But if I have heard it right, this changes everything. We've been focused on avoiding bites, but if it's airborne now... I need to verify this information before I cause a panic. I'll try to establish contact with Houston again. Stand by for another update at midnight. This is Mark Henderson at KVRX. Just try to stay safe. KVRX still here. Mark Henderson broadcasting. It's just past midnight now. Technically day 48. The rain, it's helping with the fires at least. But the sound of it hitting the pavement is drawing them out. They're more active in the rain. Always have been. We never really figured out why. I need to share something personal. I've been running a fever for the past hour. No bites, no scratches. Just this fever and this cough. After what I heard from Houston about the airborne vector, well, I'm sealed up in here in the radio booth. If it's airborne, maybe it got through the ventilation before I sealed it off. Dr. Meadows, if you're still monitoring this frequency, I took samples, blood, saliva, Everything you asked for in your protocol. It's all sealed in the biohazard bags you provided. I'll document everything I can, for as long as I can. For science, right? Current symptoms. Temperature, 101.2 and rising. Persistent cough, dry. Slight tremor in left hand. No sign of rage yet. No appetite. But that's not new. Time of first symptoms approximately 2300 hours. The infected. They're still moving in patterns. But there's something else. The groups I saw earlier, they're converging. All of them. Moving west towards Lake Travis. It's like they're being called to something. Or someone. Temperature. Now 101.8. Vision still clear. Mental faculties. Still intact. I can see my reflection in the window. Eyes normal. No signs of bloodshot or... No. Someone's in the building. I can hear them on the stairs. The security door at the bottom. It's supposed to be sealed. How did... I need to check the security feed. Keep broadcasting while I... Oh, God. The door. It's Dr. Meadows, but her eyes. Listen to me. If anyone's still out there, don't trust the evacuation orders. Don't go to St. David's. It's not what we thought. They weren't researching a cure. They were making something else. Something worse. Dr. Meadows, No! Stay back! I'm still broadcasting. People need to know. Is this thing on? Can anyone hear me? My name is Richard Matthews. I'm a janitor at KVRX. I've been hiding in the maintenance closet on the 3rd floor. I don't know how long. Hours, maybe. I heard the commotion upstairs. Heard Mark screaming. I've worked here 15 years. I know every inch of this building. When things went bad, I stayed. Someone had to keep the generators running for Mark's broadcasts. But now... I just watched them drag him out. Dr. Meadows and 2 others in hazmat suits. They're not infected, they're something else. I did find Mark's notes. He was right about St. David's. It wasn't just a safe zone. It was a testing ground. They've been experimenting on survivors, studying how the infection spreads, how it evolves. The rescue protocols, the honking signals, all of it. They were selecting test subjects. There's a military chopper circling the building now. Black, no markings. Like the ones I used to see landing at St. David's. They're looking for something. Maybe Mark's research. Maybe... Wait. Something's coming from another frequency. Phase 3 initiating at 0600 hours. All field agents report to designated convergence points. Project Shepherd has achieved primary objective. Prepare for harvest protocol. Oh, God. The infected moving toward Lake Travis. They're being herded there. But why? What are they? They're coming back. I can hear them on the stairs. I need to warn people. If anyone's listening, stay away from Lake Travis. Whatever's happening there at 6 a.m., it's... No time. Mark's notes. I'm hiding them. In the old vent shaft behind the auxiliary power unit. 3rd floor, maintenance room B. If anyone makes it here alive, you need to find them. You need to expose what they're... No! Please! I don't want to be another test subject! This is Mark Henderson. If anyone can hear this, I'm broadcasting from a civilian radio in a truck headed toward Lake Travis. Time is 05:27 hours. The infection isn't in my bloodstream, but my mind is still my own. The drugs they gave me at St. David's. They're not a cure, but they're keeping me lucid for now. I saw it all. Project Shepherd. It's about finding a cure. It's about control. Dr. Meadows and her team, they found a way to guide the infected, like shepherds leading a flock. The convergence at Lake Travis isn't random. It's a demonstration. I managed to grab some files during the chaos. The infected aren't just test subjects. They're meant to be weapons. Controllable weapons. The airborne strain was phase 1. The hive behavior was phase 2. Now, Project Shepherd is phase 3. Full convergence control over the infected population. They're going to showcase their success to potential buyers, military contractors, foreign agents, anyone who wants to have their own controlled army of the dead. But something's wrong. The infected aren't just following commands anymore. They're changing beyond the programming. I can feel it in my blood, in my mind. We're all connected now, but not how they planned. Oh God, the lake. I can see it now. Thousands of them, all standing still, waiting. But not for Meadows. Not for Project Shepherd. For something else. Listen, if anyone survives this, Richard was right. My research notes are in the vent shaft, 3rd floor, maintenance room B. The truth about everything. About what they did to us. About what we're becoming. They're beautiful from up here. All of them. Moving as one. I can hear them in my mind now. Not mindless. Not monsters. Just changed. Evolving. And now I understand what we're evolving into. This is Mark Henderson, KVRX Austin, signing off for the last time. Dawn is breaking over Lake Travis, and we are about to become something new.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Breaking news. The last broadcast. Part 1. On air. Tom Barrett adjusted his tie one final time. Muscle memory from thousands of broadcasts. The red on-air light blinked on. But something was different tonight. The usual bustle of the Channel 7 newsroom had been replaced by distant screams and the occasional sound of breaking glass. Good evening. I'm Tom Barrett with Channel 7 News, he began, his voice steady despite the chaos. At 6:42 p.m. Eastern Time, the CDC confirmed reports of a highly aggressive pathogen spreading through major metropolitan areas. Initial symptoms include a crash from the control room made him flinch. Through the glass, he could see Sarah, his producer of 8 years, barricading the door of the chair. Her hands were shaking. Symptoms include extreme aggression, fever, and an insatiable hunger for human flesh. Tom swallowed hard, abandoning his teleprompter. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been your anchor for 15 years. In that time, I've reported on wars, natural disasters, and political upheavals. But nothing. He paused as gunshots echoed from the streets below. Nothing could have prepared us for this. The studio lights flickered. On his desk, his phone lit up with a message from his wife. Kid safe. At Mom's farm. Please come. We've received reports that major cities across the eastern seaboard are implementing mandatory evacuation protocols. Military checkpoints have been established on all major highways. If you're still watching, I urge you to. The power died for a moment before the emergency generators kicked on. When the cameras came back online, Tom's face was illuminated by the sickly glow of emergency lighting. Stay in your homes. Barricade your doors. Do not, I repeat, do not attempt to help anyone displaying symptoms, even family members. Our field reporter Jessica Chen sent footage from downtown before we lost contact. Station management has advised against showing it, but I believe you deserve to know. Tom's hand hovered over the button that would play the footage. Through his earpiece, he could hear only static. Sarah was no longer visible in the control room. The footage will play after this break. If there are children watching, now would be the time to send them to another room. This is Tom Barrett, and we'll be right. A bloodied hand slapped against the studio window. Back. Part 2. The footage. The commercial break timer counted down on the wall. 3, 2, 1. Tom's fingers trembled over the playback button. The bloody handprint on the window was now joined by another, and another. He could hear them scratching at the glass. Welcome back. His voice cracked. He cleared his throat. Before we play Jessica Chen's footage, I need to share something personal. Jessica has been with Channel 7 for 3 years. She was supposed to get married next month. Was. He looked directly into the camera. If anyone from her family is watching, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He pressed play. The footage was shaky, shot on Jessica's phone. Her breathing was heavy as she narrated. I'm at the intersection of 5th and Main. As you can see behind me. The camera panned to show the hospital. Hundreds of people were trying to force their way inside. Some were clearly sick, moving with jerky, unnatural motions. They're not letting anyone else in, Jessica's voice continued. The hospital reached capacity 20 minutes ago. I've counted at least 30 ambulances turned away and... Oh, God. The camera swung wildly as screams erupted. A woman in a blood-stained hospital gown had tackled an elderly woman to the ground. Her movements were feral, animalistic. Before anyone could react, she had torn into his throat. The footage cut to black. Tom sat in silence for several seconds. That was filmed 45 minutes ago. Since then, we've lost contact with every major news station on the East Coast. Social media was flooded with similar reports before the networks began to fail. The scratching at the window was getting louder. The glass had started to crack. I need to address something. Tom loosened his tie. Sarah, my producer, if you can still hear me, run. Get out through the loading dock. And to my family. His voice broke. Helen, I got your message. Keep the kids safe. I'll try to make it to the farm. But if I don't... A crash from somewhere in the building interrupted him. The emergency lights cast long shadows in the hallway outside the studio. Something was moving in them. This may be my last broadcast, Tom continued, forcing himself to maintain eye contact with the camera. But before I go, I need to tell you what we know about stopping these things. According to the CDC's last update, the infected can only be stopped by severe trauma to the brain. They don't feel pain. They don't respond to reason. They just hunt. The studio door burst open. Sarah stumbled in, clutching her bleeding arm. Tom, she gasped. They're inside. The camera was still rolling. Part 3. The Sacrifice. Sarah! Tom started to rise from his desk, but she waved him back. Stay there! Keep broadcasting! She slumped against the wall, leaving a crimson smear. People need to know. Need to see. Tom's professional mask cracked completely. You need medical attention. We both know what this bite means. Sarah managed a weak smile, then turned toward the camera. Dave, if you're watching, I'm sorry I stood you up for dinner. Turns out I had a good reason. The scratching at the windows had become a chorus, punctuated by the dull thuds of bodies throwing themselves against the glass. Through the growing spiderweb of cracks, Tom could see faces, or what used to be faces, pressed against the panes. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom forced himself to focus on the camera. I'm being told... He stopped, correcting himself. Old habits died hard. I can see firsthand that the infection spreads through bites. The transition appears to be... He looked at Sarah questioningly. Fast, she whispered, her skin already taking on a grayish tinge. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Maybe 15 minutes from bite to... Sarah, I just can't. Yes, you can. Her voice was firm despite her deteriorating condition. You're going to stay on air as long as possible. People need to see what happens. Need to understand. She pulled herself to her feet, legs shaking. I'm going to buy you some time. What? No! Sarah was already moving toward the door, each step seemingly more stable than the last. But it wasn't recovery. It was something else taking control of her muscles. The equipment cabinet, she said, her words starting to slur. In the hall. I'll block it with... Her next words dissolved into a guttural moan. She turned back to face Tom one last time, and her eyes were no longer her own. Sarah Montgomery, Tom said to the camera, his voice thick with emotion, has been the producer of Channel 7 News for 8 years. He had to stop as Sarah lurched toward the hallway, her movements becoming more erratic. She just gave her life to keep broadcasting. The sound of furniture being dragged across carpet came from the hallway, followed by the wet sounds of combat. Sarah, or what used to be Sarah, was buying him time with her own transformation. Tom turned back to the camera. His tie was gone now, shirt collar dark with sweat. We're staying on air. We're going to show you everything. Because that's what Sarah wanted. And because you deserve to know. He glanced at his phone. No new messages from Helen. And because someone needs to document how it ends. A new sound rose above the chorus. Helicopter rotors growing closer. Through the cracking windows, searchlights swept across the darkening sky. Part 4. The Choice. The helicopter searchlight blazed through the windows, momentarily blinding Tom. In that stark light, the silhouettes of the infected pressed against the glass looked almost like dark paper cutouts, until they moved. Military presence confirmed in the downtown area, Tom reported automatically, shielding his eyes. Black Hawk helicopter, heavily armed. Whether this represents a rescue operation or containment protocol remains. The studio phone lit up. After 15 years, Tom knew the pattern. 3 short rings meant a direct line to emergency services. He hit the speaker button. This is Captain Reynolds, U.S. Army. A voice crackled through. Channel 7, if you can hear this, we're offering immediate evacuation. You have 3 minutes to get to the roof. After that, we're implementing Protocol Omega. Tom leaned toward the phone. Captain, you're on live air. Can you clarify Protocol Omega for our viewers? A pause. Christ, you're still broadcasting? Another pause. Protocol Omega is complete sanitation of the infected zone. In 10 minutes, downtown becomes a quarantine area. In 20 minutes, the captain's voice hardened. There won't be anything left to quarantine. Get to the roof, Barrett. Now. The line went dead. Tom sat back, his hand reaching instinctively to straighten a tie that was no longer there. Through the windows, he could see fires spreading across the city. The dead, or undead, were everywhere now, flowing through the streets like a dark tide. Ladies and gentlemen, he started, then stopped. Started again. To anyone still watching, I've just been offered a choice. The kind of choice that... He swallowed hard. The kind of choice that defines who you are. The window crack widened. Sarah's barricade in the hallway was holding. The sound suggested it wouldn't last much longer. I could run to the roof right now. Try to survive. Call it self-preservation. Tom's hands were steady as he adjusted the camera. Or I could stay. Keep broadcasting until the end. Show you everything, so those who survive might learn from it. He took out his phone. One last message to Helen. I love you. I'm doing what's right. Tell the kids their dad. The studio lights flickered and died. Only the red on-air light remained, pulsing like a heartbeat in the darkness. The emergency generator was failing. Through the phone's glow, Tom looked directly into the camera lens. The choice isn't about living or dying. It's about who we are in our final moments. Sarah knew that. Jessica knew that. The window finally shattered. This is Tom Barrett, Channel 7 News, staying on air until... Part 5. Sign off. Glass rained across the studio floor as the infected poured through the broken window. In the darkness, their shadows danced in the helicopter's searchlight as it made one final pass. The rhythmic thrum of its rotors faded into the distance. Evacuation operations clearly complete. The station's emergency generator sputtered, sending the studio lights into an erratic strobe. In that stuttering illumination, Tom remained seated, his posture straight, his eyes locked on the camera. For those still with us, he said, his voice unwavering, what you're about to witness is the fall of Channel 7 News. But more importantly, you're about to see what happens when the infected... He paused as a snarling figure lunged at him, only to be stopped by the heavy news desk. When the infected reached critical mass in an urban area. The barricade in the hallway finally gave way. What remained of Sarah stumbled into view, followed by a wave of others. In the strobe effect of the failing lights, they moved like a nightmarish stop-motion film. Time check. 7:23 p.m. Eastern Time. Protocol Omega begins in approximately 6 minutes. Tom's hand moved to his ear, removing his earpiece. His last connection to the outside world. To my fellow journalists out there, keep broadcasting. Keep documenting. The truth matters, especially now. The infected were closing in from all sides. The camera's autofocus struggled to keep up with their jerky movements. Helen. Tom's professional demeanor cracked just slightly. I hope you and the kids aren't watching anymore. But if you are, this was worth it. Someone had to show the truth. Someone had to. He flinched, his hands grabbed at his suit jacket, but he kept his eyes on the camera. Someone had to stay on air. The generator gave one final whine. The studio lights died completely, leaving only the red on-air light and the distant fires of the city casting shadows through the broken window. This is Tom Barrett with Channel 7 News, signing off for the last... The camera feed cut to static. 3 minutes later, military jets streaked across the sky above the city. Protocol Omega began. In the following weeks, survivors would talk about the news anchor who stayed at his desk until the end. Some said it was foolish. Others called it brave. But everyone who saw the broadcast remembered his final words, and the way he kept broadcasting even as the darkness closed in, keeping humanity informed until his final moments, giving them the truth they needed to survive what was coming. In the end, that was all Tom Barrett had ever wanted to do.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Tonight's story is called Santa's Last Christmas Eve. Part 1. The workshop bells had struck midnight when Santa heard the first scream. He paused in his final preparations, a half-packed toy sack dangling from his weathered hands. The sound had come from the eastern wing, where the elves handled quality control. In his centuries of toy-making, he'd heard many sounds from that direction. The whirring of machines, the cheerful singing of elves, even the occasional crash of a mishap. But never a scream like that. Mrs. Claus? He called out, but received no answer. She had gone to check on the reindeer 10 minutes ago and hadn't returned. Another scream pierced the night, closer this time, followed by the distinct sound of breaking glass and toppling shelves. Santa's centuries-old instincts told him something was terribly wrong. He dropped the toy sack and moved swiftly to the workshop's security panel, a recent addition insisted upon by the younger elves. The monitor flickered to life, showing feeds from around the compound. What he saw made his blood run cold. In the eastern wing, elves were running in panic. But they weren't running from something. They were running from each other. He watched in horror as Jingle Bell, one of his oldest toy makers, lurched at Twinkle Toes with an unnatural gait. When Jingle Bell caught up, Santa quickly looked away, his hands trembling as he switched cameras. The reindeer stables was in chaos. Mrs. Claus was there, backing away from what had once been Buddy, the head stable elf. His skin had taken on a sickly gray hue, and his movements were jerky and wrong. As Santa watched, Mrs. Claus grabbed a pitchfork and held it out defensively. Hold on, Santa muttered, grabbing his emergency pack from behind his desk. The modern world had taught him to be prepared, but he'd always imagined threats like power outages or climate change. Not this, whatever this was. The pack contained basic survival gear: a satellite phone, emergency rations, first aid supplies, and a heavy flashlight that could double as a weapon. He'd just slung it over his shoulder when the workshop's main door burst open. Standing there was Sparkles, the elf in charge of the paint department, or rather, what remained of Sparkles. His usual rosy cheeks were ash gray, his eyes clouded over like frosted windows. Red paint and something darker stained his once pristine green uniform. Santa backed away, his mind racing. He needed to reach Mrs. Claus, get to the sleigh, and figure out what happened to his beloved North Pole. But first, he had to deal with the creature that had once been one of his most trusted helpers. As Sparkles shambled forward, Santa gripped the flashlight tightly and whispered a quiet apology to the elf he'd known for over 2 centuries. I don't know what's happened to you, my old friend, but you've been very, very naughty this year. The night was young, and Christmas Eve had only just begun. Part 2. The Workshop Falls. Sparkles lunged forward with surprising speed, paint-stained fingers grasping at Santa's red coat. The old toy maker might have looked jolly and slow to the outside world, but centuries of climbing down chimneys had kept him spry. Santa sidestepped the attack, bringing his flashlight down hard on Sparkles' shoulder. The elf barely seemed to notice. Sugar plumps, Santa muttered, backing away. He'd hoped to avoid violence, but Sparkles kept coming, joined now by 2 more infected elves who had stumbled through the doorway. Their name tags identified them as Tinker and Belle, once inseparable twins who worked in electronics assembly. A crackle of static burst from the security panel. Santa! Mrs. Claus's voice came through broken and desperate. The reindeer! They're infected too! Dasher and Blitzen, they're turning! I barricaded myself in the feed room, but... The transmission cut off with an ominous burst of static. Santa's heart sank. If the reindeer were infected, their traditional escape route was gone. He needed a new plan, and fast. The workshop's layout flashed through his mind. Centuries of memorized corridors and secret passages. There was an old maintenance tunnel that connected the main workshop to the stables, built during the Cold War when he briefly worried about Soviet interference, if he could reach it. But first, he had to deal with his former helpers. They were blocking the path to his office, where the tunnel entrance lay hidden behind a painting of the summer of 1823. I'm sorry, old friends, Santa said, reaching into his pack. He pulled out a snow globe, not the ordinary kind, but one of the experimental ones from research and development. The elves had been working on a new delivery method for Christmas magic. He only hoped it would work on whatever these creatures had become. Santa shook the globe hard and threw it at their feet. It shattered into a burst of silvery light, releasing a swirling cloud of magical enhanced peppermint oil. The infected elves staggered, momentarily confused by the overwhelming scent. It was all the opening he needed. Santa dashed past them, his boots crunching on broken glass and scattered toys. Behind him, he could hear more infected elves joining the pursuit, their bells jingling discordantly as they shambled after him. He reached his office and slammed the door, quickly barricading it with his heavy oak desk. The painting swung aside easily, revealing the dark tunnel beyond. As Santa pulled out his flashlight, a new sound rose above the moans and scratches at his door. sleigh bells. But not the cheerful kind that usually filled Christmas Eve. These were wrong, broken and desperate, like warning bells. Santa pointed his flashlight down the tunnel, took a deep breath, and stepped into the darkness. He had a wife to save, a workshop to secure, and somehow, he still had presents to deliver. After all, it was still Christmas Eve, and Santa had never missed a delivery, not even for the apocalypse. Part 3. Beneath the Workshop. The maintenance tunnel hadn't been used in decades. Cobwebs brushed Santa's face as he hurried through the narrow passage, his flashlight beam revealing walls lined with old Cold War propaganda posters and faded maps of chimney layouts across the Soviet Union. The screams above were muffled now, but a new sound reached his ears. A rhythmic thumping coming from somewhere ahead, accompanied by the distant sounds of hooves on concrete. "Cookie crumbs," Santa muttered, slowing his pace. The tunnel ran directly beneath the reindeer stables, and if what Mrs. Claus had said was true about Dasher and Blitzen, a crash echoed through the tunnel, followed by the sound of breaking wood. Santa froze. Something had fallen through the tunnel's ceiling up ahead, bringing a shower of splintered floorboards and hay from the stables above. In the beam of his flashlight, he could make out the twisted form of what had once been Prancer, the reindeer's normally sleek coat now matted and gray, its eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. The infected reindeer's head snapped toward him, nostrils flaring. A portion of his antlers had broken off, leaving jagged points that looked far more threatening than festive. Santa backed away slowly, his mind racing. The tunnel was too narrow to slip past the reindeer, and behind him, he could hear the infected elves finally breaking through his office door. Their jingling bells echoed through the passage, growing closer. He was trapped. Reaching into his pack again, Santa pulled out his last resort, an experimental toy ray gun that the research and development elves had been working on. It was supposed to be a prototype for next year's hottest Christmas gift, but they hadn't quite worked out all the bugs yet. "Well," Santa said, checking the gun settings. "No time like the present." The gun had 3 buttons: stun, fun, and done. He'd never approved the done setting for production, considering it was too intense for children. Now, as Prancer lowered his head to charge, Santa switched to done and hoped the R&D elves had maintained their usual high standards. Prancer lunged forward just as the infected elves rounded the corner behind Santa. He pulled the trigger, and a burst of multicolored lights filled the tunnel. The ray gun vibrated violently in his hands, shooting out streams of what appeared to be weaponized Christmas spirit, a swirling mixture of candy cane plasma and gingerbread electrons. The blast hit Prancer head-on, surrounding the reindeer in a sparkling force field. For a moment, the infected creature thrashed against the containment field before freezing in place, perfectly preserved in a crystalline shell of holiday magic. Santa didn't wait to see if it would hold. He squeezed past the frozen reindeer, the infected elves' bells growing louder behind him. The feed room where Mrs. Claus was trapped lay just ahead, but as he rounded the final bend in the tunnel, his heart sank. The passage had collapsed. Above the pile of rubble, through a gap just large enough to see through, he could make out a portion of the feed room. Mrs. Claus' voice drifted along with another voice, one that made Santa's blood run cold. "I must say," the unfamiliar voice sneered, "your workshop's infection rate is impressive, much faster than our other test sites. Something about the elevated Christmas spirit levels seemed to accelerate the process magnificently." Santa's fists clenched. Someone had done this deliberately. To his home? On Christmas Eve? Now he had 2 missions. Save Mrs. Claus, and find out whoever was responsible for this outbreak. And he was running out of both time and options. Behind him, the crystalline shell around Prancer began to crack. Part 4. The Mastermind. The crystalline shell shattered behind Santa, sending shards of magical ice skittering across the tunnel floor. He could hear Prancer's infected growl, closer now, but he kept his attention on the conversation above. "Think of it as a gift, Mrs. Claus," the mysterious voice continued. The world's become too orderly, too predictable. Every Christmas, the same thing. But chaos? That's the ultimate present. Jack Frost! Mrs. Claus spat the name. We should have known when the first infection showed up in the snow cone machine. Santa's eyes widened. Jack Frost. The winter sprite they'd banned from the North Pole 3 years ago after catching him trying to freeze-dry the naughty and nice list. But he'd changed since then. The voice was colder, crueler. I prefer the Frost King now, Jack replied. And soon, I'll have a kingdom worthy of the name. Imagine it, every child opening their presents tomorrow to find my special surprise inside. The zombie outbreak will spread worldwide in a single night. Even your husband's magic can't stop it once it begins. Santa looked at his pack, then at the rubble blocking his path. The infected elves were getting closer, and Prancer was breaking free. He had one chance to get this right. He grabbed his satellite phone and quickly typed out a message to the emergency workshop group chat. To all uninfected elves, initiate protocol Tinsel. Jack Frost behind outbreak. Compromised presence in main warehouse. Stop shipment. Repeat, stop shipment. He hit send just as Prancer broke free completely. The reindeer charged, but this time Santa was ready. He swung his pack in a wide arc, scattering its remaining contents across the tunnel floor. Emergency flares rolled everywhere, their caps breaking and igniting on impact. The tunnel filled with red light and smoke. Prancer reared back, momentarily confused by the sudden illumination. The infected elves behind him stumbled, their bell-covered uniforms jingling chaotically. Santa used the distraction to attack the rubble pile. He might not have his magical sleigh tonight, but he still had centuries of chimney climbing experience, finding handholds in the broken concrete and wooden beams. He began to climb. Above, he could hear Jack Frost continuing his monologue. It's almost midnight in the first time zone. Soon my plan will... The sprite's voice cut off as a familiar battle cry echoed through the feed room. Nobody ruins Christmas on my watch! Mrs. Claus shouted, followed by the distinct sound of a candy cane staff making contact with a frozen head. Santa climbed faster. His wife was fighting back, but she needed help. And somewhere in the compound, he hoped the uninfected elves were receiving his message and implementing Protocol Tinsel, the workshop's last resort defense system. He was also at the gap when a cold hand grabbed his boot. Looking down, he saw Twinkletoes, now fully infected, trying to pull him back into the chaos below. And above, the temperature was dropping rapidly as Jack Frost prepared to unleash his full power. Santa Claus, who had delivered presents through world wars, natural disasters, and the invention of home security systems, took a deep breath. This would definitely be a Christmas to remember, if they survived. Part 5. The Final Gift. Santa kicked free of Twinkletoes' grasp and pulled himself through the gap just as the feed room's temperature plunged below zero. Ice crystals formed on his beard as he took in the scene before him. Mrs. Claus stood in a fighting stance, wielding her candy cane staff like a martial arts master. Her hair had come partly undone from its usual bun, and her apron was torn, but her eyes blazed with determination. Across from her, Jack Frost hovered a few feet off the ground, his body now a swirling vortex of ice and malice. Ah, Santa, Jack sneered. Just in time to watch everything you built turn into a frozen zombie wasteland. Not today, Jack, Santa said, brushing frost from his sleeves. Though I must say, you're definitely on the naughty list this year. A distant explosion rocked the compound, followed by the sound of sleigh bells, lots of them. Through the feed room window, Santa caught glimpses of the remaining uninfected elves implementing Protocol Tinsel. They were using the backup sleighs, dropping nets made of tinsel that sparkled with concentrated Christmas magic, designed to contain any threat to the workshop. Jack Frost laughed. Your little defense system can't stop what's already in motion. The infected presents are already wrapped and ready. Even if you stop me, you'll never find them in time. Perhaps, Mrs. Claus said, moving to stand beside her husband. But did you check the presents twice? Santa smiled, reaching into his boot to pull out a small snow globe, the last one from R&D, which he'd palmed earlier. It's a funny thing about Christmas magic, Jack. It always knows whether someone's been naughty or nice, and putting zombie viruses in presents? That's very naughty indeed. He threw the snow globe at the ceiling sprinkler system. It shattered, releasing its magic into the water pipes. Throughout the compound, the sprinklers activated, spraying not water, but liquid Christmas spirit, wherever it fell. Infected elves and reindeers began to change back. The naughty magic of Jack's virus overwhelmed by the pure Christmas magic in the emergency system. No! Jack screamed, his icy form beginning to crack. You can't! I've planned everything perfectly. You forgot one thing, Santa said, as Mrs. Claus raised her candy cane staff. Christmas isn't about perfect plans. It's about hope, joy, and family. And most importantly, he pulled out the toy ray gun, still set to done. It's about believing in magic. Mrs. Claus swung her staff just as Santa fired. The candy cane's peppermint magic combined with the ray gun's energy, creating a swirling vortex of red, white, and Christmas spirit. It struck Jack Frost dead center, and with a final scream, he shattered into 1,000 harmless snowflakes. Throughout the workshop, the sound of jingling bells returned to their normal, cheerful tones. The infected elves and reindeer, now cured, looked around in confusion. Through the window, Santa could see the workshop's lights coming back on, one section at a time. We still have a problem, Mrs. Claus said, checking her watch. It's almost midnight in the first time zone, and we haven't finished packing the sleigh. Santa's eyes twinkled. My dear, after tonight, I think we could use a reminder of what Christmas is really about. He pulled out his satellite phone and sent a mass text to every elf in the workshop. All hands on deck. We have presents to deliver, and this time, we're all going together. That night, children around the world received their gifts not from a single sleigh, but from an entire fleet of them. Every cured elf and reindeer joined in the delivery, creating the most spectacular Christmas Eve display ever seen. And if some of the presents were delivered a few minutes late, well, Santa made sure they were worth the wait. As for Jack Frost's infected presents, they were found and destroyed, transformed by the Christmas magic into snow globes containing their tiny scenes of the night Santa and his family saved Christmas from the zombie apocalypse. Some say that on very cold nights, you could still hear Jack Frost's frustrated screams in the winter wind. But at the North Pole, they just smile and add a little extra Christmas magic to their security systems, just in case.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Last Call, Part 1, Bottom of the Bottle. The world was ending outside O'Malley's Bar and Grill, but Danny Walsh couldn't bring himself to care. He was 3 whiskeys deep into forgetting his ex-wife's latest voicemail, and the screams from the street were just white noise compared to the demons in his head. Turn that shit up, he slurred, gesturing at the TV with his glass. The bartender, Mike, was frozen in place, remote in hand, staring at the emergency broadcast. The words, "Civil Emergency," flashed across the screen in bold red letters. Danny, I think we need to... Mike started, but Danny cut him off with a wave. What I need is another drink. He pushed his empty glass forward, the bottom scraping against the weathered wood. Outside, a car alarm started wailing, followed by the distinct sound of shattering glass. Mike didn't move. His weathered face had gone pale, eyes fixed on something through the front window. Danny turned, annoyed at whatever was stealing attention from his next pour. A woman in a torn business suit was pressing herself against the glass, her face a mess of blood and something darker. Her movements were wrong, jerky, like a puppet, with tangled strings. Behind her, more shapes stumbled through the growing dusk. Lock the door, Mike whispered, finally moving. But before he could reach it, the woman's fist punched through the glass. Her arm shouldn't have been strong enough to break the pane, and Danny noticed with dawning horror that there was bone showing through her torn flesh. The whiskey in Danny's stomach turned sour. He gripped the bar to steady himself, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing through the alcoholic haze. Part of him wondered if he'd finally drunk himself into delirium. More glass broke. The woman was crawling through now, her movements accompanied by a guttural sound no human throat should make. Behind her, other figures pressed forward, drawn by the movement and light inside the bar. "Back door!" Mike said, grabbing a baseball bat from under the counter. "Through the kitchen, now!" Danny stood up too fast, his stool clattering to the floor. The sound drew the woman's milky eyes directly to him. She lunged forward with unnatural speed, jaw unhinging like a snake about to strike. For the first time in years, Danny wished he was sober. Part 2. Hair of the Dog. The baseball bat connected with the woman's head with a sound like a watermelon splitting. Danny stumbled backward as gore splattered across his faded Metallica t-shirt. Mike stood between him and the broken window, bat raised for another swing. "I said move!" Mike roared, shoving Danny toward the kitchen. More infected were climbing through the window now, their movements a horrific parody of human motion. The jukebox was still playing in the corner. Leonard Skinner's Tuesday's Gone, providing a surreal soundtrack to their retreat. Danny's drunk legs betrayed him. He crashed into a table, sending empty glasses shattering across the floor. His vision swam, the room spinning worse than any normal drunk. This couldn't be real. He'd had blackouts before, but nothing like this. "Get up!" Mike grabbed Danny's collar and hauled him to his feet. The older bartender was stronger than he looked. "I'm too old for this shit and you're too drunk." They stumbled through the kitchen's swinging doors. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, harsh and sobering. The cook, Jimmy, was nowhere to be seen, but there were dark smears across the stainless steel prep table. "Jimmy!" Mike called out, his voice cracking. A wet, gurgling sound answered from behind the industrial freezer. "Don't," Danny managed, grabbing Mike's arm. For once in his life, he was thinking clearer than someone else. "We gotta go." The back door was just ahead, its red exit sign a beacon of hope. But as Mike reached for the handle, something slammed against it from the outside. The metal door buckled inward, hinges screaming. "Shit!" Mike spun around, searching for options. "The walk-in cooler, now!" They sealed themselves inside the cooler just as the kitchen doors burst open. Through the cooler's foggy window, Danny could see shapes shambling past. His breath came out in visible puffs, and for the first time, he felt the early tremors starting in his hands. He hadn't gone more than a few hours without a drink in years. Mike pressed his back against the shelving, sliding down to sit on the floor. "We'll wait them out," he whispered. "Someone will come. The police, the military. Someone has to come." Danny stared at the bottles of beer surrounding them. "Yeah," he muttered, reaching for one. "Someone will come." The cooler hummed. Outside, the dead walked past. And somewhere in the back of Danny's mind, a voice whispered that maybe the apocalypse wasn't so different than any other Tuesday night. Just him, hiding from the world, one bottle at a time. Part 3. Cold Turkey. 3 hours in the walk-in cooler, and Danny's hands wouldn't stop shaking. He'd gone through 4 beers, but it wasn't enough. Not for this. The tremors were getting worse, and the cold wasn't helping. Neither was the sound of Jimmy, or whatever used to be Jimmy, scratching at the cooler door. "You need to slow down," Mike said, watching Danny reach for another beer. "We might be here a while." Danny laughed, a harsh sound that echoed off the metal walls. "You don't understand. I can't stop. Not cold turkey. Not now." He tried to twist off the cap, but his hands betrayed him. "The DTs. They'll kill me faster than those things out there." Mike was quiet for a moment, processing. How bad? Bad enough. Danny slid down the wall, hugging himself. "Last time I tried to quit, I had seizures. Ended up in the hospital. Doctor said next time could be worse. Hallucinations, heart failure." He finally got the bottle open, took a long pull. "Guess that's what Karen meant when she said I was killing myself slowly." "Your ex?" Mike asked, trying to keep Danny talking, keep him present. "Yeah. Last time I saw her, she said..." Danny trailed off, staring at something behind Mike. His face went chalk white. Oh, God. Mike spun around, bat ready, but there was nothing there. Danny scrambled backward, knocking over bottles that shattered on the floor. "Snakes," Danny whispered. "They're coming through the walls." Mike grabbed Danny's shoulder. "There's nothing there. Look at me. Focus." But Danny's eyes were wild now, darting around the cooler. The withdrawal was hitting hard, reality bending in his mind. He couldn't tell what was worse, the monsters outside or the ones crawling out of his own brain. A new sound cut through his panic, breaking glass from above the bar. Multiple footsteps, then voices. Human voices. "Hello?" Mike shouted. "We're down here, in the kitchen!" "Mike, don't!" Danny started, but it was too late. "In here!" A woman's voice responded. "We've got survivors!" Flashlight beams swept through the kitchen. Danny pressed himself into the corner, unsure if the approaching figure were real or just more hallucinations. The cooler door opened, letting in a blast of warmer air. Two people stood in the doorway, a woman in police tactical gear and a man in a paramedic's blues. Both were splattered with blood, but their eyes were clear, human. "I'm Officer Sarah Walters," the woman said. "We're evacuating survivors to Memorial Hospital. They've set up a secure zone." She looked at Danny, noting his condition. "Sir, are you injured?" Danny tried to speak, but couldn't form the words. The snakes were gone, but now the walls were breathing, like a giant heart. "He needs medical attention," Mike explained. "Alcohol withdrawal." The paramedic nodded grimly. "We'll need to stabilize him. Hospital's got supplies, proper treatment, but we need to move fast. The horde we've been tracking is heading this way." Danny felt hands helping him up, heard voices discussing routes and protocols, but it all seemed distant, dreamlike. As they guided him out of the cooler, he couldn't tell what was real anymore. The zombies or the withdrawal. The end of the world or just the end of his world. Either way, he was pretty sure this was his last drink. Part 4. The Shakes. The city was burning. Through the windows of the police SUV, Danny watched orange flames lick the night sky. His stomach lurched with every turn, and not just from the erratic driving. The withdrawal symptoms were getting worse. Much worse. 2 minutes to Memorial, Officer Walters called from the driver's seat, swerving around in an overturned bus. "How's he doing back there?" The paramedic, who'd introduced himself as Rodriguez, kept 2 fingers on Danny's wrist. "Heart rate's through the roof. We need to get him on benzo soon or—" He was cut off as Walters yanked the wheel hard right. A crowd of infected stumbled into their headlights. The SUV plowed through them, the impact sending shockwaves through the vehicle. Danny's head smacked against the window, and suddenly, Karen was sitting next to him, looking exactly as she had the day she left. "You finally did it," she said, her voice dripping with familiar disappointment. "You finally drank yourself to death." "Not dead yet," Danny mumbled. Rodriguez shot him a concerned look. "Who are you talking to?" Mike asked from the other side of the back seat, his baseball bat still clutching tight. Karen smiled, her teeth turning black and rotten. "Not dead yet? Look outside, Danny. Everyone's dead. The whole world's dead. And you're still hanging on to that bottle." Danny squeezed his eyes shut, but it didn't help. Behind his eyelids, he saw worse things. Writhing shadows, crawling corpses. All his fears given form by the misfiring neurons. The SUV screeched to a halt. Danny opened his eyes to see the hospital's emergency entrance blocked by military vehicles. Armed soldiers directed a stream of civilians through makeshift barricades. "This is Officer Walters," Sarah shouted out her window. "I've got survivors, 1 critical." "Critical?" Danny slurred. "I just need a drink." Rodriguez shook his head. "Sir, you're in severe withdrawal. Without proper medical treatment, you could—" A massive explosion rocked the night. Danny watched a gas station 3 blocks away erupt into a fireball. The blast was shattered windows and set off dozens of car alarms. The infected came in with the noise. They poured out of buildings and alleyways, a tide of twisted bodies drawn to the chaos. The soldiers opened fire, their bullets tearing through rotting flesh. Move, move, move! Walters threw the SUV into gear again, powering through the temporary barricade as the soldiers waved them through. They fishtailed on wet pavement. Wet with what? Danny didn't want to know. Before straightening out into the hospital's ambulance bay. More hands reached out for Danny as the car doors opened. He tried to fight them off, but his muscles weren't working right. The tremors had turned into full body shakes. Priority case! Rodriguez shouted to someone Danny couldn't see. Severe AWS. We need... The rest was lost as Danny's world twisted sideways. The hospital's fluorescent lights streaked across his vision like comets. Karen was there again, but now her face was falling off, revealing the skull beneath. You did this, she accused. You brought this on everyone. I'm sorry, Danny whispered, to Karen or to the world. He wasn't sure anymore. I'm so sorry. The last thing he saw before the seizure took him was Mike's concerned face watching as they wheeled him away. And behind Mike, through the hospital's glass doors, the city he'd spent his life drinking to forget was disappearing into flames. Part 5. Rock Bottom. Danny woke to the steady beep of a heart monitor and the distant sound of gunfire. An IV dripped clear fluid into his arm, and padded restraints kept him secure to the hospital bed. His body ached, but his mind was clearer than it had been in years. Welcome back, Mike said from a chair by the window. The baseball bat was still with him, now stained dark with dried blood. You've been out for 16 hours. Danny tried to speak, found his throat raw. Mike helped him sip water through a straw. The doctor said you almost died, Mike continued. The withdrawal, combined with the stress. Your heart stopped twice. Through the window, Danny could see military helicopters circling the city. Smoke rose from dozens of buildings, black columns reaching into a red dawn sky. The hospital's 7th floor offered a perfect view of the end of the world. Karen? Danny asked, his voice rough. Was she really? Mike shook his head. You were hallucinating. Officer Walters checked the evacuation lists. Karen and your kids made it out. They're safe in the quarantine zone up north. Danny closed his eyes, relief washing over him. When he opened them again, the room had gained another occupant. Rodriguez sat slumped in the corner, his paramedic uniform covered in fresh blood. They're coming, Rodriguez said quietly. The barricades on the lower floors, they didn't hold. As if to emphasize his point, screams echoed up the stairwell. Automatic weapons fire followed. Then more screams. Mike started undoing Danny's restraints. Can you walk? Think so. Danny's legs felt weak, but they held him. He pulled the IV from his arm with shaking hands. How bad? Bad, Rodriguez answered, checking his pistol's magazine. They've got helicopters evacuating from the roof, but... The hospital's room's door burst open. Officer Walters backed in, her rifle at her shoulder. We've got 5 minutes, maybe less. They're up to the 6th floor. Danny steadied himself against the bed. Leave me. I'll only slow you down. Shut up, Mike said, helping him toward the door. I didn't spend all night watching your drunk ass leave you now. They moved into the hallway as a group. Other survivors were heading for the roof. Doctors still in bloody scrubs, patients who could walk, soldiers who'd fallen back to their last position. The elevator doors were welded shut, marking them as metal tombs for the infected trapped inside. The stairwell was a nightmare of sounds, moans and gunshots echoing up and down. Impossible to tell how close. They climbed slowly, Danny's legs threatening to give up at each step. The withdrawal still clawed at him, but the fear was stronger now. Fear. And something else. A desire to live he hadn't felt in years. There were 2 floors from the roof when the infected reached them. The narrow stairwell became a killing ground. Walters and Rodriguez fired down to the massive bodies while Mike swung his bat, holding them back just long enough for Danny to keep climbing. Go! Walters shouted, dropping an empty magazine. We'll hold them! Danny wanted to argue, but Mike was already pushing him upward. Behind them, Rodriguez screamed, a sound cut terribly short. The roof access door opened to chaos. A Chinook helicopter was touching down, its rotors whipping debris through the air. Soldiers created a perimeter, grabbing survivors and hauling them on board. Mike and Danny were 20 feet from the helicopter when Danny's legs finally gave out. He collapsed, retching bile onto the concrete. "Get up!" Mike screamed over the rotor wash. "Get up, damn it!" Danny looked back at the roof access. Walters burst through, firing her last rounds, before the dead took her down. They were coming now, pouring onto the roof like a flood of rotting flesh. Something changed in Danny then. All the years of drinking, of running away, of letting others save him. It crystallized into a moment of pure clarity. "Go," he told Mike, forcing himself to his feet. "Get to the chopper. I'll buy you time." "Like hell. I've spent my whole life being weak," Danny said, picking up Walter's drop rifle. "Let me be strong, just once." Mike hesitated, then grabbed Danny in a fierce hug. "You already are." Danny watched his friend run for the helicopter, then turned to face the horde. His hands were steady now, maybe the first time in decades. The rifle felt right in his grip. The helicopter lifted up as Danny opened fire, each shot finding its mark. He had no more hallucinations, no more shakes. There was only the next target, the next breath, the next moment of clarity. And as the sun rose over what remained of his city, Danny Walsh, drunk, divorcee, and general disappointment, smiled. He was finally, truly sober. Just in time for the end of the world.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Part 1. An Ordinary Day. Laura Mitchell was elbow deep in dishwater when her phone buzzed against the kitchen counter. Probably another message from the neighborhood mom group chat. They'd been particularly active today, sharing links about some new flu strain making the rounds. She ignored it, focusing instead on scrubbing dried cereal from her youngest's favorite bowl. The morning had started like any other Tuesday. She dropped Zach, her second grader, at Franklin Elementary at 8:15, then Emily at Roosevelt Middle School by 8:30. Now, at 10:47 a.m., she was finally tackling the breakfast dishes and planning to fold that endless mountain of laundry before pickup time. The TV hummed in the background. Some breaking news about hospital overcrowding. Laura reached to turn up the volume, just as another text came through. Then another, and another. Drying her hands on her jeans, she picked up her phone. 23 unread messages. The first was from Emily's school. Emergency alert. Due to citywide health concerns, Roosevelt Middle School will be closing immediately. Please pick up your children as soon as possible. This is not a drill. Laura's heart skipped a beat. A similar message from Franklin Elementary followed. She was about to grab her keys when she glimpsed the TV. The news anchor looked pale, unusually disheveled. Behind him, footage showed what appeared to be riots outside Metro General Hospital. The caption read, "Breaking news. Violent incidents reported at multiple hospitals. Citizens advised to stay indoors." Through her kitchen window, Laura heard a car alarm blaring in the distance. Then another. Was that a scream? Her hands trembled as she pulled on her shoes. The kids were only 4 miles away. She could get there in 10 minutes if the traffic was good. Just a normal school pickup, she told herself, trying to steady her breathing. But as she peered out her front window, she saw Mrs. Henderson from across the street stumbling oddly down the sidewalk, her movements jerky and unnatural. Laura's phone buzzed again. This time it was her husband, Mark. "Don't leave the house. Something's very wrong. I'm trying to get home." She typed back quickly. "Can't wait. Schools are closing. Getting the kids." She grabbed her purse, her keys, and after a moment's hesitation, the Louisville Slugger that Mark kept by the coat rack. Better safe than sorry. The moment she opened her front door, another scream pierced the air, much closer this time. and Mrs. Henderson was now standing in the middle of the street, her head twisted at an impossible angle, facing Laura's house. Laura gripped the baseball bat tighter. Getting her kids just got a lot more complicated. Part 2. The Drive. Laura's hand shook as she locked the front door behind her. Mrs. Henderson had been her neighbor for 12 years. They shared coffee every Thursday morning. Now the woman's floral housecoat was stained dark red, and she moved like a broken marionette. "Sharon?" Laura called softly, instantly regretting it as Mrs. Henderson's head snapped toward the sound. The older woman's eyes were clouded over, milky white, and her jaw worked soundlessly, displaying teeth stained crimson. Laura ran. She made it to her minivan, fumbling with the key fob as Mrs. Henderson lurched toward her with a surprising speed. The van's lights flashed, doors unlocking just as her neighbor's fingers scraped against the driver's side window. Laura slammed the door shut and jammed the key into the ignition. As she reversed out the driveway, she caught glimpses of chaos up and down her once peaceful street. The baker's front door hung open, swaying in the breeze. Someone had crashed their car into the Williams' mailbox, and everywhere, people were either running or moving with that same terrible jerky gait. She pulled out her phone at the first stop sign, trying Mark again. Straight to voicemail. His office downtown was at least 30 minutes away, assuming he could even get out. The streets here were relatively clear, but she could see smoke rising from the city center. The radio offered no comfort. Advised: avoid all major hospitals and shopping centers. Military personnel have been deployed to contain the situation. If encountered, do not approach infected individuals. Repeat, do not approach. Laura turned it off. The children. Focus on the children. Roosevelt Middle School was closer, but Emily was 13, old enough to understand what was happening and follow instructions. 8-year-old Zach would be terrified. She turned left, heading for Franklin Elementary School. A police cruiser screamed past her, sirens blaring. 2 blocks later, she saw why. Outside the local urgent care clinic, a crowd of people pressed against the glass windows. Even from her car, she could tell they weren't trying to get help. They were hunting. She gripped the steering wheel tighter, swerving to avoid an abandoned bicycle in the middle of the road. The baseball bat slid across the passenger seat, and she grabbed it, pulling it closer. The elementary school was just ahead. Under normal circumstances, there'd be a line of minivans and SUVs waiting for afternoon pickup. Today, cars were scattered haphazardly across the parking lot. Some with doors left open. Parents rushed in and out of the building, clutching their children. As Laura pulled in, she spotted Vice Principal Chen trying to maintain order at the front entrance. He held a clipboard in one hand and a golf club in the other. Behind him, through the glass doors, she could see children being hurried through the halls by grim-faced teachers. She parked as close to the entrance as she could, grabbing the bat before stepping out. The air was filled with the sound of crying children and shouting adults. Somewhere in that building was her little boy, probably wondering why everyone was so scared. A woman passed her, bleeding from a bite on her arm, dragging a screaming kindergartner. Laura broke into a run, bat ready. She had to get Zach before. A piercing scream erupted from inside the school. Then another, and another. They were coming from the cafeteria. Part 3. Franklin Elementary. Laura sprinted through the front doors, nearly colliding with Vice Principal Chen. His shirt was spattered with fresh blood. "Mrs. Mitchell!" He grabbed her arm, voice hoarse. "Second graders in the library, upper level. They're barricaded in. Rush is with them." He shoved his key card into her hand. "Backstairs by the art room. Don't." A crash from the cafeteria cut him off. "Don't use the main stairwell." She nodded, clutching the key card. "The cafeteria." "Lunch Lady Morris," he said grimly, adjusting his grip on the golf club. "She turned during first lunch period. We lost a few. Go. I'll hold here as long as I can." Laura ran down the familiar hallway, past cheerful artwork and vocabulary posters. A paper chain of letters spelled out, "Welcome to Fall." Though several letters had been torn down in the chaos, she could hear shuffling and moaning from the cafeteria growing louder. The back stairs were through the art room. She swiped the keycard with trembling hands, slipping inside. The room was a mess. Chairs overturned, paint spilled across the tables. A half-finished mural of a rainbow stretched across one wall, handprints and red paint scattered beneath it. Not paint, she realized. Not paint at all. Something moved behind the supply cabinet. "Hello?" a small voice whispered. "Mrs. Mitchell?" Katie Zhang, one of Zach's classmates, crawled out from her hiding spot. Her pink unicorn shirt was torn, and tears streaked her face. "My mom didn't come," Katie sobbed. "Everyone was running, and I got scared and..." "Shh." Laura pulled the girl close. "Stay with me. We're going to find Zach and the others, okay?" Katie nodded, gripping Laura's free hand. Together they crept toward the back stairs. The stairwell was dark. Emergency lights cast everything in an eerie red glow. Their footsteps echoed as they climbed. Halfway up, Katie froze. "Listen." From above came the sound of children singing. Miss Rush, trying to keep her students calm. Laura recognized, "You Are My Sunshine," the same song she sang to Zach when he had nightmares. They reached the library doors. Inside, the singing continued, punctuated by occasional sniffles. Laura swiped the keycard. Nothing happened. She tried again. The light stayed red. "Power's out upstairs," Katie whispered. "They locked it manually." Laura knocked softly. "Miss Rush, it's Laura Mitchell, Zach's mom." The singing stopped. Footsteps approached. "How do we know it's really you?" Mrs. Rush was barely audible through the door. "You have a tattoo of a cat's paw print on your wrist," Laura said. "Zach told me about it at a parent-teacher night. Said it was the coolest thing he'd ever seen." A pause. Then the sound of furniture being moved. The door opened just enough for them to squeeze through before Miss Rush and another parent quickly barricaded again. 20 children sat in a circle in the storytime rug, holding hands. Some were crying quietly. Others stared blankly ahead, too shocked to process what was happening. Zach wasn't among them. "Where?" Laura's voice cracked. "Where's my son?" Miss Rush's face crumpled. "He went to the bathroom, just before everything, Mr. Chen went to find him, but..." She gestured helplessly at the keycard in Laura's hand. "That's his card." The singing from downstairs had stopped. In its place came screams, followed by the distinctive sound of a golf club hitting something soft, again and again. Then silence. Laura handed Katie to Miss Rush. "Keep her safe." "You can't go out there," Miss Rush pleaded. "The cafeteria staff. They're in the halls now." Laura gripped the baseball bat tighter. "Watch me." Part 4. The Halls. The library door closed behind Laura with a soft click. In the red emergency lighting, every shadow seemed to move. She forced herself to breathe slowly, listening. The upper floor was quiet. Too quiet. Somewhere below, something scraped against linoleum. She checked her phone. No service. No way to call for help. No way to warn Emily she might be late. The thought of her daughter waiting at Roosevelt Middle School made her stomach clench. Focus. One child at a time. The boys' bathroom was past the science lab, around the corner. Laura moved carefully, keeping her back to the wall. A paper airplane lay abandoned in her path. She stepped over it, remembering how many times she scolded Zach for making them in class. The science lab door was ajar. Inside, chairs were scattered, and a model of the solar system hung crookedly, Neptune dangling by a thread. A half-eaten sandwich sat on a desk, next to a worksheet about photosynthesis. The normalcy of it made her want to scream. Movement. Laura froze. Something was shuffling in the classroom. She heard wet, slapping footsteps and a low moan. Holding her breath, she peered through the gap in the door. Mr. Chen stood with his back to her, swaying slightly. His golf club was gone, and his neat button-down shirt was shredded, dark liquid dripping from his fingertips. Laura's hand tightened on the bat. She'd have to get past him to reach the bathroom. As if sensing her presence, Mr. Chen's head began to turn, neck crackling unnaturally. A small whisper from somewhere ahead. "Mom?" "Zach." Mr. Chen's milky eyes snapped toward the sound. He lurched forward, faster than Laura thought possible. She didn't hesitate. "Hey!" she shouted, stepping into view. The thing that had been Mr. Chen spun around her. His face was gray, mouth hanging open to reveal bloodied teeth. "Remember me? Parent-teacher conference? You said my son talks too much in class?" The creature lunged. Laura swung the bat with every ounce of strength she had, connecting with its shoulder. The impact sent shockwaves up her arms, but Mr. Chen barely stumbled. She swung again, aiming higher. This time, she didn't miss. Mr. Chen dropped. Laura stepped over him, trying not to look at his face. "Zach," she called softly. "Baby, where are you?" "Mom!" The supply closet at the end of the hall rattled. "I'm here, but don't come closer." Laura's heart stopped. "Are you hurt?" A pause. "No, but Mrs. Morris is out here. She's not right, Mom. She's just standing there, by the water fountain." Laura edged forward until she could see around the corner. The lunch lady stood perfectly still, facing the supply closet. Water from the drinking fountain dripping steadily behind her, the sound echoing through the hall. "Okay," Laura whispered. "Okay, Zach, listen carefully. When I say run, you're going to open that door and sprint to the library. Don't look back. Don't stop. Miss Rush will let you in. Do you understand?" "But what about do you understand?" "Yes," he whimpered. Laura took a deep breath, adjusting her grip on the now dented bat. "I love you, baby." Then louder. "Hey, lunch lady! I heard today's mystery meat was expired." Mrs. Morris turned, revealing a face that barely looked human anymore. Her hairnet was still perfectly in place, a detail so absurd that Laura almost laughed. Instead, she screamed, "Run!" The supply closet burst open. Zach bolted as Mrs. Morris lunged for him, bony fingers grasping at air. Laura swung her bat, catching the lunch lady in the back. Unlike Mr. Chen, Mrs. Morris went down hard. "Mom!" Zach screamed. Laura turned to see Mr. Chen, somehow up again, staggering toward her son. She had a split-second choice. Finish Mrs. Morris or save Zach. It wasn't really a choice after all. Part 5. The Escape. Laura sprinted forward, swinging the bat in a wide arc that caught Mr. Chen on the knees. He crumpled, giving Zach enough time to dart past. Behind her, Mrs. Morris was already starting to rise, her joints crackling like kindling. "Library!" Laura shouted. But Zach had frozen at the end of the hall, eyes wide with terror. She turned to see what he was staring at. The main stairwell door burst open. 3 cafeteria workers spilled through, their white uniforms now crimson. Behind them came a janitor, pushing his mop bucket, his neck bent at an impossible angle. They were trapped between 2 groups of infected. "Mom?" Zach's voice quivered. "What do we do?" Laura backed toward her son, keeping the bat raised. Her arms ached, and she could feel sweat soaking through her shirt. Think. The science lab. She grabbed Zach's hand and pulled him inside, slamming the door. They shoved the teacher's desk against it just as the first bodies hit from the other side. "The emergency exit!" Zach pointed to the window where a metal fire escape clung to the building's exterior. They'd practiced fire drills here, back when the worst things they had to fear was smoke inhalation. Laura pushed Zach back toward it as hands began breaking through the glass panels in the door. The window stuck when she tried to open it. Come on, she muttered, ramming her shoulder against the frame. It gave way with a screech of rusty metal. Cool autumn air rushed in. The desk wasn't going to hold much longer. Through the broken glass, she could see Mr. Chen's bloody face, his jaw working mechanically. Mrs. Morris had joined him, pressing against the door with inhuman strength. "You first." Laura lifted Zach onto the windowsill. "Straight down to the parking lot. Don't wait for me." "But now!" He scrambled onto the fire escape just as the desk gave way. The door exploded inward, and the infected poured through like a wave of twisted limbs and snapping teeth. Laura swung the bat one last time, catching Mrs. Morris in the face. The Louisville slugger finally cracked, splintering at the handle. She threw the broken piece at Mr. Chen and dove through the window. The fire escape rattled under her weight. Below, Zach was already halfway down, moving faster than she'd ever seen him move. She followed, trying not to look at the drop beneath her feet. A hand grabbed her ankle. Laura kicked backward, feeling fingers snap under her shoe. She looked up to see the janitor leaning out the window, his clouded eyes fixed on her. Another kick broke his grip, and she practically slid down the remaining stairs. Zach waited by the minivan, dancing from foot to foot. "Mom, hurry!" She fumbled with the key fob, unlocking the doors. "Get in!" They peeled out of the parking lot just as the infected began stumbling out the front doors. In the rearview mirror, Laura saw Miss Rush appear at the library window, waving. At least the others were still safe. Zach huddled in the passenger seat, hugging his knees. Is Emily okay?" Laura checked her phone again. Still no service. The streets ahead were clearer now. Everyone was either inside or not themselves anymore. Smoke rose from downtown, and she could hear distant sirens. "We're going to get her right now," Laura promised, turning toward Roosevelt Middle School. She tried not to think about the broken baseball bat, or how she had no weapon now. "She's smart. She'll be okay." "Mom?" Zach's voice was small. "I saw Tommy get bit in the cafeteria before Mr. Chen found me. He changed so fast." Laura reached over and squeezed his hand. "Don't think about that now." "But what if Emily—" "She's fine." Laura cut him off, pressing harder on the accelerator. The engine roared as they sped past abandoned cars and stumbling figures. She has to be. 3 miles to Roosevelt Middle School. The sun was directly overhead now, casting harsh shadows that made it hard to tell which moving shapes were human and which weren't. Laura gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Just hold on, Emily. Mom's coming." Part 6. Roosevelt Middle School. The entrance to Roosevelt Middle School was blocked by a city bus. It had crashed through the front gates, coming to rest at an angle that sealed off the main parking lot. Bodies. Laura refused to check if they were moving, lay scattered around it. "Stay in the car," she told Zach, pulling up to the bus. "Lock the door. If anything happens, don't leave me." He grabbed her arm, eyes wide. "Please, Mom, don't go." Laura's heart cracked. Her 8-year-old suddenly looked so much younger, dried tears tracking down his dirty cheeks. But Emily was somewhere inside that building. "Okay," she said finally. "Okay, but you stay right behind me. And if I tell you to run, I run." He nodded. "No looking back, like before." They got out of the minivan. Laura grabbed the ice scraper from under her seat. A poor replacement for the bat, but better than nothing. The school grounds were eerily silent. Paper and debris skittered across the courtyard in the autumn breeze. They found a gap between the bus and the fence, barely wide enough to squeeze through. On the other side, the school's front doors hung open. A trail of blood led inside. Laura's phone buzzed. The first signal she'd had in an hour. A text from Mark. "Downtown overrun. National Guard moving in. Get somewhere safe. Love you." She typed back quickly. "At Roosevelt. Getting Emily. Love you too." The main hallway was darker than Franklin had been, and colder. Their footsteps echoed on the tile floor despite their attempts to move quietly. A lone shoe lay in their path. A pink Converse sneaker. Emily had the same pair. Where would she be? Zach whispered. Laura checked her watch. 12:45. Lunch period, cafeteria, or library. She tried to remember Emily's schedule, unless her class locked down somewhere else. A crash echoed from somewhere above, followed by screaming. Laura pulled Zach behind a row of lockers just as a group of students ran past, followed by something that might once have been their gym teacher. His whistle still hung around his neck, bouncing as he lurched after them. When they were gone, Laura and Zach crept forward. The cafeteria doors chained shut, a piece of paper taped to them. Quarantine. Do not enter. Library, Laura decided. They found the stairs, climbing carefully. Each floor had signs of struggle. Overturned chairs, broken windows, bloody handprints on the walls. The third-floor library was supposed to be the school's pride and joy, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Now those windows were shattered, letting in a bitter cold that carried the smell of smoke. Through the broken glass, Laura could see military helicopters circling downtown. The library doors were barricaded with tables and chairs, but someone had left them slightly ajar. Laura peered through the gap. Inside, about 30 students huddled between the stacks, some crying, others typing frantically on phones that probably had no signal. A few teachers moved between groups, trying to maintain calm, but no Emily. Mrs. Mitchell? Laura turned to see Jenny Wong, Emily's best friend, approaching from behind the bookshelf. Her glasses were cracked, and she held a pair of scissors like a weapon. Jenny? Where's Emily? The girl's face crumpled. She went to help Mr. Parker. When everyone started turning, he said he knew a safe way through the science wing. A bunch of kids went with him. That was an hour ago. Laura's blood ran cold. The science wing? Jenny nodded. Through the chemistry labs. There's a bridge to the vocational building. Emily said... She swallowed hard. Emily said she'd come back for me. But then we heard the screaming. Before Laura could respond, an alarm blared through the building. Outside, the military helicopters were getting closer. A teacher's voice rang out. They're evacuating the area! Everyone needs to... The rest was drowned out by the sound of breaking glass and screaming from the floor below. Lots of screaming. Laura grabbed Jenny's hand. Show me how to get to the science wing. Mom, Zach tugged at her shirt. The helicopters. Now without your sister. Jenny pointed to a door half hidden behind a fallen shelf. Through there. Past the computer lab. But Mrs. Mitchell... She hesitated. The chemistry teacher. She turned. We saw her eating. Laura pushed down her horror. Stay here. Help is coming. She turned to Zach. You too, stay with Jenny. This time, Zach didn't argue. He was staring at the helicopters, now close enough to see the soldiers inside. Laura pulled aside the shelf, gripping her ice scraper. The door opened on a dark hallway that reeked of chemicals. Somewhere in the darkness, she heard glass crunching under shuffling feet. And very faintly, a familiar voice calling for help. Part 7. The Bridge. The chemical smell grew stronger as Laura crept down the hallway, her shoes sticking slightly to spilled solutions on the floor. Emergency lights cast everything in a sickly green glow, and somewhere ahead, she could hear glass containers rolling and clinking. Emily! She called softly. A crash, then, Mom? The voice came from the last classroom. Mom, don't come in here! She's in here! Laura's heart leaped. Emily was alive, but the warning in her daughter's voice made her blood run cold. Through the classroom's wire-reinforced window, she could make out overturned lab tables and broken beakers. Emily was crouched on top of a storage cabinet, clutching a microscope like a weapon. Below her, Dr. Warren, the chemistry teacher, clawed at the cabinet's metal sides. The woman's lab coat was shredded, her hair wild, skin gray where it wasn't covered in chemical burns. 2 other students huddled by the emergency shower in the corner. Between them and the door lay Mr. Parker, or what was left of him. He wasn't moving. "The bridge!" Emily called, her voice shaking. "It's through the prep room, but we can't get past her." Laura tested the door. Locked. She had the keycard from Franklin, but the card reader's light was dead. Through the window, she could see the keys still hanging from Dr. Warren's belt. The helicopter sounds were getting closer. A voice boomed from a megaphone outside. "This area will be sanitized in 10 minutes. Evacuate immediately." Laura looked at her ice scraper, then at the infected teacher. An idea formed. A terrible, dangerous idea. "Emily," she called. "The emergency shower. Can you reach it?" Her daughter nodded. "On my signal. Pull it. Then you and the others run from the prep room. Don't stop." "But trust me." Laura kicked the door as hard as she could. The lock held, but Dr. Warren spun toward the sound, losing interest in Emily. She shambled toward the door, snapping her teeth. Laura kicked again. The lock groaned. One more kick and the door burst open. Dr. Warren lunged forward just as Laura ducked and rolled past her. "Now!" Emily yanked the shower chain. A torrent of water crashed down, catching Dr. Warren full in the face. The teacher stumbled, slipping on the wet floor. The other students scrambled for the prep room door as Laura snatched the keycard from the infected woman's belt. "Run!" Laura shouted, backing toward the prep room. Dr. Warren thrashed in the water. Her movements became more frenzied as the chemical residue on her clothes and skin began to react. They sprinted through the prep room and onto the enclosed bridge, connecting to the vocational building. Emily slammed the door behind them. Through the bridge's windows, they could see more helicopters approaching. Soldiers were rappelling down on the roof. "We have to go back to get Zach," Laura said. Emily grabbed her hand. "This way. The auto shop has a door to the parking lot." They ran, the two other students close behind. Through the vocational building windows, Laura could see military vehicles surrounding the school. A soldier was helping students climb down from the library windows. They burst out the auto shop door just as the first helicopter passed overhead, close enough to feel the wind from its rotors. Zach was already there, waving frantically from beside a military transport vehicle. Jenny stood next to him, still clutching her scissors. "Move, move, move!" a soldier shouted, waving them toward the truck. "We're clearing the building!" Laura pushed the kids ahead of her, counting heads as they climbed in. Emily, Zach, Jenny, the two from the chemistry lab. Behind them, the first explosion rocked the science wing. Green smoke billowed from the windows. The truck's engine roared to life as more detonations followed. Laura held her children close, feeling them trembling against her. Through the back flap, she could see Roosevelt Middle School disappearing in a haze of smoke and chemical fog. Her phone buzzed one last time. Mark. "Made it to the evacuation center. Are you safe?" Laura looked at Emily, who had her arm around a still shaking Zach. Both were dirty, terrified, but alive. She pulled them closer and tight back. "We're safe. All of us. Coming to you now." The military truck turned on the highway, joining a convoy of vehicles heading out of the city. In her 13 years as a mother, school pickup had never been quite this complicated. But she'd done it. She'd gotten her kids. The rest, the city, the infection, the future, they'd figure out together. For now, that was enough. Behind them, Roosevelt Middle School burned, taking its infected with it. Ahead lay uncertainty, but Laura had what mattered most, her children, safe beside her as they drove away from the ashes of their old life and toward whatever came next.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Part 1. The Emergency Call. Mike Chen wiped the sweat from his brow as he connected the last connection under Mrs. Harrison's kitchen sink. Just another routine job. Or at least it should have been. But nothing about this Thursday morning felt routine. "Mrs. Harrison?" he called out, sliding out from under the cabinet. "The leak's fixed, but I'm seeing some serious corrosion on these pipes. You might want to consider... His voice trailed off. The TV in the living room was blaring emergency broadcasts, and Mrs. Harrison hasn't answered his calls for the past 20 minutes. She'd been pacing nervously when she arrived, checking her phone constantly and muttering about her daughter not answering calls from the hospital where she worked. Mike packed his tools slowly, listening to the fragments of news filtered in from the other room. Stay in your homes. Military response. Infection spreading. Avoid all contact. The sound of breaking glass from somewhere down the street made him freeze. Then came the screams. He moved to the window, careful to stay behind the curtain. The suburban street he'd parked on just an hour ago had transformed. A car had crashed into the Johnsons' mailbox. Smoke rose from somewhere in the distance. And people were running. What stopped him cold was Mr. Peterson from across the street. The elderly man who always waved to Mike when he was on a job in the neighborhood was shuffling down his driveway at an unnatural angle. Even from this distance, Mike could see the glistening red down the front of his cardigan, and the way his head twitched and jerked with each step. "Mrs. Harrison!" Mike called again, louder this time, his heart pounding. He moved through the house, tool belt clutched tight in his sweating hands. The master bedroom door was closed. He knocked once, then pushed it open. The bed was empty, but the bathroom door was locked. "Mrs. Harrison, are you okay?" A low moan answered him, followed by a wet cough that made his skin crawl. Mike backed away from the door, his mind racing. He'd seen enough horror movies to recognize what happened, but this was real. This was actually happening. Another crash outside, closer this time. Mike ran to the front door, throwing the deadbolt and chain into place. His van was still parked in the driveway, tools and supplies inside, but reaching it now seemed impossible as more figures began appearing on the street, all moving with that same wrong rhythm. He had to think fast. Mrs. Harrison's house was solid, brick exterior, strong doors, and he knew the plumbing layout intimately. He had his tools, he had access to water, and he had a choice to make. Try to run, or fortify his position and hope help would come. The sound of splintering wood from the bathroom door made the decision for him. Mike grabbed his heavy pipe wrench and began barricading the front door, trying to forget that his last customer was still in the house. And by the sound of it, she wasn't Mrs. Harrison anymore. Part 2. The first hour. The bathroom door shuddered again, accompanied by another guttural moan. Mike worked fast, his plumber's muscles straining as he dragged Mrs. Harrison's heavy oak dining table across the living room. The legs screamed against the hardwood floor as he positioned it against the front door. "I'm sorry," he whispered, though he wasn't sure he was apologizing to Mrs. Harrison or to himself. The woman who'd offered him coffee just an hour ago was gone. The thing in the bathroom, he could hear it scratching now, wasn't her anymore. Mike's tool belt provided a strange comfort as he moved through the house, securing entry points. Pipe wrenches became door reinforcements. His role as a plumber had trained him to think about the bones of a house, all its secret arteries and access points. Now that knowledge might save his life. The kitchen window looked out over the backyard. 2 houses down, flames licked the sky. The source of the smoke he'd seen earlier. He could hear car alarms, distant gunshots, and the occasional scream. His phone showed no service, but he kept checking it compulsively, desperate to reach out to his sister Janet in Seattle. Crash! The bathroom door had given way. Mike's heart hammered as shuffling footsteps moved down the hallway. He gripped his largest wrench, backing into the kitchen. What emerged from the hallway wore Mrs. Harrison's floral blouse and pearl necklace, but the similarities ended there. Her skin had taken on a grayish tint, and dark fluid leaked from her nose and mouth. Her movements were jerky, primitive, as her head snapped toward him with unseeing eyes. Mike had spent countless hours in this house fixing leaks and replacing pipes. He knew every corner, every crawl space. As Mrs. Harrison lurched toward him, he ducked through the laundry room door, slamming it behind him. The washer and dryer were on wheels. He'd helped her install them himself last year. With a grunt, he shoved them against the door. The basement door was right there. He could hear Mrs. Harrison's body thudding against the laundry room door. But the washer and dryer would hold. For now. Mike flicked his headlamp, never far from his belt, and descended the basement stairs. His boots left muddy prints of the steps he'd carefully avoided tracking on during countless service calls. Professional courtesies seemed absurd now, but old habits died hard. The basement would be safer than the main floor, and he knew exactly how to secure it. But first, he had to make a decision about Mrs. Harrison. He couldn't leave her up there, prowling the house. Eventually, she'd find a way down, or worse, attract others with her noise. He checked his tool belt, taking inventory of potential weapons. The pipe wrench was hefty, but using it would mean getting too close. His eyes fell on the gas line he'd installed last winter. An idea formed. A terrible one. But perhaps his only option. Mike took a deep breath, testing the weight of the wrench in his hands. He'd fixed countless problems in this house over the years. Now, for the first time, he was going to have to break something. Or someone instead. Part 3. The Hard Choice. The basement's familiar smell of concrete and copper pipes had never felt so comforting. Mike moved methodically through his options, his mind working like it did when diagnosing a complex plumbing problem. Above, he could hear Mrs. Harrison's shambling footsteps punctuated by inhuman groans. The gas line caught his attention again. It would be easy, too easy, to create a leak, but the thought of burning down his client's house made him sick. Besides, in this neighborhood of closely packed homes, a fire could spread rapidly. He'd seen enough disaster through the kitchen window to know he couldn't risk adding to it. His headlamp beam caught the reflection of his favorite tool mounted on the wall, a heavy-duty pipe snake. He'd left it here last month after clearing the main sewer line, telling Mrs. Harrison he'd pick it up during his next service call. The industrial-grade steel cable was nearly 20 feet long when fully extended. A plan formed, though his stomach churned at the thought of it. Mike worked quickly, using his knowledge of the house's layout to his advantage. He secured one end of the pipe snake to the sturdy main water line, then fed the cable out through the basement stairs. The coiled steam gleamed in the headlight's beam as he created a snare at the other end. "I'm sorry," he whispered again, then pulled out his phone. He cranked the volume to maximum and played the first song that came up. Some pop hit his sister had put on there. The tinny music echoed through the basement. The shuffling upstairs changed direction immediately. Mike positioned himself behind the basement door, which he'd left partially open. His hands were sweating as he gripped the snake's control wheel, waiting. Mrs. Harrison appeared at the top of the stairs, her once kindly face now a mask of mindless hunger. She started down, drawn by the music. 5 steps. 8. 10. Mike hit the basement light switch, plunging everything into darkness except his headlamp. Mrs. Harrison jerked toward the new movement. That's when Mike threw the snare, years of feeding pipe snakes through complicated plumbing systems paying off in one crucial moment. The cable wrapped around her legs. Mike yanked hard on the control wheel, and Mrs. Harrison tumbled down the remaining stairs. Before she could right herself, he had her fully entangled in the industrial cable. But restraining her wasn't enough. He knew that now. The sounds from outside were getting worse. More screams, more breaking glass, more chaos. He couldn't risk keeping her alive, not when every sound could attract more of them. Mike picked up his heaviest pipe wrench. Mrs. Harrison snapped her teeth at him, straining against the steel wheel. "Thank you for always having coffee ready for me when I came to work," he said softly. "Thank you for recommending me to your friends. Thank you for trusting me with your home." The wrench came down hard. One blow was all it took. After Mike sat on the bottom step, shaking. He'd never killed anything bigger than a spider before today. But there was no time to process what he'd done. The world was falling apart upstairs, and he needed to focus on survival. He still had to secure the basement, inventory his supplies, and figure out a way to get a signal on his phone. Most importantly, he needed to check the house's water supply and filtration system, In a zombie apocalypse, a plumber's skills might just prove invaluable, if he could keep it together long enough to use them. Wiping his eyes, Mike stood up. There was work to be done, and for once, he couldn't afford to be professional about it. Part 4. The Fortress. Mike's hands had stopped shaking by the time he finished wrapping Mrs. Harrison's body in a paint tarp from his tool bag. He'd moved her to the far corner of the basement, behind the water heater. It felt wrong to leave her there, but he had no better options. The basement was becoming his fortress. Years of service calls had left him intimately familiar with every pipe, every junction, every potential weakness. Now, that knowledge was being repurposed for survival. First, he addressed the basement windows. They were small, but still vulnerable. Using his pipe wrench, he carefully removed sections of copper pipe from the basement's exposed plumbing, non-essential lines he knew the house could do without. He measured and cut them precisely, creating a grid of copper bars across each window. His torch made quick work of soldering them in place. Janet would laugh if she could see me now, he muttered, thinking of his sister's constant teasing about his methodical nature. The same attention to detail that made him a good plumber might just keep him alive. The water heater caught his attention next. He'd installed it last year, a 60-gallon behemoth that now represented a precious resource. The city water might fail eventually, but he could keep this tank full and separate from the main supply if needed. He began modifying the intake valve, creating a closed system he could control. A sudden crash from upstairs made him freeze. Multiple impacts followed, along with the sound of breaking glass. Something, or several somethings, had made it into the house. Mike quickly finished his work on the water heater and killed his headlamp. In the darkness, he could hear them moving around upstairs. The laundry room barricade held, but the sounds were coming from another direction. Probably the kitchen window he hadn't time to secure. He did a quick inventory of his supplies. Tool belt, full complement of wrenches and pliers, blowtorch, spare copper pipe, solder, his emergency water supply from the van. He'd grabbed it during his initial sprint inside, and various repair parts and fixtures. In his pockets, he had a granola bar, his phone, still no signal, and Mrs. Harrison's house keys. The basement also held a wealth of resources. The water heater, of course, but also cleaning supplies, some canned food Mrs. Harrison kept on wooden shelves, and a collection of garden tools. Mike's eyes lingered on a rusty shovel. He told her last month she should replace it. Now it might serve a different purpose. More crashes upstairs. They were exploring the house, moving room to room. Mike's modifications to the basement door would hold. He had reinforced it with strips of metal and additional locks he'd scavenged from other doors in the house. But the sounds above were increasing. More were coming. He needed a way to monitor what was happening upstairs, and that's when he remembered the central vacuum system he'd held repair last summer. The pipes ran through the walls, connecting to outlets in every room. With some modification, they could serve as listening posts. Mike reached for his tools again. If he was going to be trapped down here, he needed every advantage he could create. The world above was becoming a nightmare, but down here, surrounded by pipes and tools and problems he knew how to solve, he still had a chance. He just hoped Janet was safe in Seattle. If only he could get signal. Find out what was happening outside this basement. For now, though, all he could do was prepare. The sounds above grew louder, and Mike Chen, master plumber, began to modify a vacuum system into a surveillance network. Part 5. The Signal. The modified vacuum pipes worked better than Mike had expected. By cutting specific sections and creating resonance chambers from PVC connectors, he'd essentially built a network of acoustic scopes throughout the house. Each outlet provided a listening post for a different room, and he'd labeled them with a silver Sharpie. Kitchen, living room, master bath. It had been 6 hours since he'd barricaded himself in the basement. The sounds above had changed from chaotic movement to occasional shuffling. He counted at least 4 distant sets of footsteps. None of them belonged to anything human anymore. Mike sat with his back against the water heater, letting its warmth seep into his tired muscles. He'd been rotating through his listening posts every 15 minutes, mapping the movements above. The zombies seemed drawn to any sound, but quickly lost interest when stopped. They weren't hunting exactly, just reacting. His phone buzzed. Mike nearly dropped it in surprise. For hours, the device had been useless, but now a single bar flickered in the corner. His hand shook as he pulled up his messages. A text from Janet loaded. Mike? Cell tower spotty. Military controlling Seattle Center. Safe in hospital with Sarah. Please be alive. Sarah was Janet's girlfriend, a nurse. They'd been working the same shift when everything started. Mike's eyes blurred with tears as he typed back. Alive. Trapped in client's basement. Harrison House on Oak Street. City's gone crazy. Stay safe. The message didn't send immediately. He watched the project circle spin, praying the signal would hold. A new sound caught his attention, different from the shuffling above. He moved to his listening posts, checking each one until he found it. Through the living room outlet came a whispered voice. Anyone alive in there? We saw someone moving around earlier. Mike's heart raced. Using a small mirror he'd unscrewed from Mrs. Harrison's bathroom cabinet, he angled it under the basement window's copper bars. In the fading evening light, he could make out two figures crouched behind the hedges. They were human. A man and a teenage girl, both carrying backpacks. He wanted to call out to them, but the zombies upstairs would hear. Instead, he remembered something else. The irrigation system. He'd installed the sprinkler controller in the garage last spring, and the main line. Mike traced the pipe along the basement wall until he found the valve he needed. With a few careful turns, he sent a short pulse of water to the front yard sprinklers. 3 quick bursts. A signal. Through his listening post, he heard the girl whisper, Dad, look! Mike sent another 3 bursts. Then, using his pipe system, he could hear them quietly making their way around the basement window. Hello? The man whispered through the narrow gap. Someone in there? Yes, Mike whispered back. The house isn't safe. 4 infected upstairs. I'm secure down here. Who are you? Tom Smith, from the hardware store in Maple. This is my daughter, Lucy. We've been moving house to house since this morning, looking for other survivors. Mike's breath caught. He knew Tom. Had bought supplies from his stores for years. More importantly, Tom would understand construction, tools, structures. They could work together. His phone buzzed again. Janet's message had finally sent, and her reply came through. Come in to get you. Sarah knows back roads. 2 days max. Stay alive. Mike looked at his copper-barred windows, then back at the shadows of Tom and Lucy. He had water, some food, and a secure position. But getting them safely inside without letting the infected know? That would take some creative plumbing. Part 6. The Solution. Mike stared at the home's blueprints he'd found tucked behind the water heater, his headlamp illuminating the faded lines. He'd studied these same drawings countless times over the years while updating the house's plumbing, but never with such desperate purpose. Tom, he whispered through the window grating. You know that big drainage pipe on the north side of the house? The one hidden behind the rhododendrons? Tom's voice was barely audible. I see it. It's not for show. Mike traced a line on the blueprint with his finger. This house was built in the 1920s. They used to have a coal chute that connected to the basement. When I modernized the plumbing, I repurposed the old chute housing for drainage, but the original tunnel is still there behind the pipe. Lucy's whisper came next. You want us to remove the drain pipe? Your dad's hardware store stock should have taught you how to handle PVC, Mike said. I'll guide you through it. He glanced at his phone. Still 1 bar of signal, and Janet's last message glowing on the screen. 18 hours away. Road's bad. Coming. They had to work fast. The daylight was fading, and the infected upstairs were getting more active with the approaching night. Through his vacuum pipe network, Mike could hear them growing restless, their movements more frequent, more agitated. Tom and Lucy worked silently but efficiently. Mike talked them through each step, removing the external PVC drain pipe, locating the hidden access panel he'd installed years ago, and finally exposing the narrow concrete tunnel that had once accepted coal deliveries. The passage would be tight, designed for coal, not people. But it was their best chance. Mike had already started widening the basement end, carefully chipping away concrete with borrowed tools from Mrs. Harrison's garden collection. A sudden crash from upstairs made them all freeze. Through his listening network, Mike heard multiple steps of shuffling feet heading toward the front of the house, something that caught their attention. "Now!" Mike hissed through the window. "It has to be now!" Lucy went first, being the smallest. The sound of her squeezing through the narrow tunnel seemed deafening to Mike's heightened senses, but his surveillance system told him the infected hadn't noticed. Tom followed, his broader shoulders scraping concrete, making Mike wince with each sound. Just as Tom's feet disappeared into the tunnel, a new sound erupted from the street. Engines. Through his mirror, Mike caught glimpses of movement at the end of the block. The infected upstairs charged toward the front of the house, drawn by the noise. Mike helped Tom through the basement end of the tunnel, then quickly sealed it behind them. Above, the sounds of vehicles grew closer, accompanied by shouts and, suddenly, gunshots. "Military?" Lucy whispered. Mike shook his head. "Janet, my sister. She's a hospital administrator in Seattle. She and her girlfriend must have found others. Organized." He swallowed hard. "But they're too early. They're still 18 hours out according to her last text." "Then who's up there?" Tom asked. Through his listening posts, Mike could hear engines idling, voices calling out, zombies being shot. But something felt wrong. These weren't rescue workers. The voices were too excited, too chaotic. Scavengers, Mike realized. Raiders taking advantage of the chaos. And they're drawing every infected in the neighborhood right to us. Lucy clutched her father's arms. "What do we do?" Mike looked around his basement fortress, at the copper-barred windows, the modified water systems, the surveillance network he'd built. Then he looked at his phone, at Janet's promise. "We wait," he said, pulling out his blueprint of the house's plumbing system. "And we prepare, because in 18 hours, we'll need to get from this basement to the street alive." He spread the blueprint on the floor, gesturing for Tom and Lucy to join him. "I've got some ideas about how we can use the house's water pressure to our advantage. Tom, how much do you know about hydraulics?" Outside, engines revved and gunshots echoed. Above, the infected prowled. But in the basement, 3 survivors huddled around a blueprint, planning, adapting, surviving. Mike Chen, the plumber who'd fixed his house so many times before, now prepared to use the same skills to save the lives within. All they had to do was hold on for 18 more hours, and if anyone could keep a house's system running that long, it was Mike. Part 7. Raiders. "Water pressure's holding at 55 psi, Mike whispered, checking the gauge he'd installed in the main line. "Perfect for what we need." The basement had changed in the 6 hours since Tom and Lucy arrived. Copper pipes now crisscrossed the ceiling in a complex pattern that would have baffled most plumbers. Each line had been carefully pressure tested, modified, and fitted with quick-release valves. Tom's hardware store experience had proved invaluable. He understood flow rates and pressure tolerances almost as well as Mike did. Lucy sat at their makeshift monitoring station, cycling through the vacuum pipe listening posts. She developed an ear for the different types of movements above. The stumbling shuffle of the infected versus the deliberate steps of the raiders who now occupied the first floor. "They're getting frustrated," she reported, keeping her voice low. "I think they know there is a basement, but they haven't found the entrance behind the washer and dryer." Mike nodded grimly. The raiders had moved into the house 3 hours ago, shooting 2 infected that had remained inside and setting up some kind of base. Through the listening posts, they'd heard enough to know this wasn't a simple scavenging group. They were organized, armed, and planning something bigger. "How's our timeline looking?" Tom asked, finishing the last connection on what they'd started calling the sprinkler defense system. Mike checked his phone. The signal had stabilized enough for sporadic texts with Janet. She's making better time than expected. Maybe 12 hours out. They've got a convoy of medical staff and some police escorts. A loud bang from upstairs made them all jump. Through the listening post came a gruff voice. This blueprint shows a basement access. Find it. The medical supplies have to be down there. No one boards up windows this well just to leave. Mike exchanged glances with Tom and Lucy. They hadn't wanted to use their defenses so soon. Every system they'd rigged was intended for their escape when Janet arrived. Using them now might reveal their tricks too early. But they were out of options. Lucy, Mike said quietly. What did you tell me about the raiders' weapons? Mostly shotguns and handguns, she whispered. One rifle. They were complaining about running low on ammo. Mike nodded, reaching for the main pressure valve. Then let's show them why you don't mess with the plumber's house. Above them, the laundry room barricade began to shake as the raiders finally found the basement entrance. But Mike Chen allowed himself a small smile. He hadn't spent 20 years learning how water moves through a house just to let some raiders take his fortress. They were about to learn that in the right hands, water pressure could be just as dangerous as bullets. Part 8. The Defense. Remember in-ground sprinklers? Mike asked as footsteps thundered down the basement stairs. How you had to be careful with the pressure because the spray could take off your skin? Tom's eyes widened with understanding. He positioned himself by the secondary valve cluster they'd installed, hands ready. Lucy remained at the listening post, monitoring the raiders' movements through the modified vacuum system. 6 of them, she whispered. 3 on the stairs, 3 still up top. The basement door shuddered. They had reinforced it after Mrs. Harrison incident, but it wouldn't hold forever. Mike could hear the raiders arguing about whether to shoot the lock. Save the ammo, a voice commanded. Just break it down. Mike smiled grimly. They wanted to conserve ammunition. Perfect. The first impact against the door made dust shower from the frame. Mike turned to Lucy. Remember what I taught you about water heater bypass? She nodded, moving to position. Crash! The door splintered inward, but didn't break. They'd hit it with something heavy. Probably Mrs. Harrison's antique coffee table from the living room. Mike winced at the destruction of his client's furniture, then focused on the task at hand. Flow check, he whispered to Tom. All lines pressurized, Tom confirmed. Jerry-rigged manifold holding steady. Another crash against the door. Wood splintered through the widening gaps. Flashlight beams swept the darkness. Mike had positioned them carefully. All the raiders would see an empty basement corner, their own lights reflecting off the copper pipes that now wrapped the ceiling like a maze. One more hit should do it, a raider called. Mike took a deep breath. Lucy, kill the bypass. She turned the valve, redirecting the water heater's full pressure into their modified pipe network. 60 gallons at maximum PSI, no longer held back by residential safety regulators. The door exploded inwards. 3 raiders charged through with raised weapons. Mike yanked the main release. The ceiling erupted. Every modified pipe joint released simultaneously, creating a cross-hatching pattern of pressurized water jets that filled the basement entrance with a horizontal waterfall. The raiders didn't even have time to scream. The pressure caught them full force, slamming them back up the stairs like ragdolls. Tom, second sequence! Tom opened the secondary valves. The water's path changed, now shooting through carefully aimed pipes that covered every approach to the basement. Above, they could hear the raiders cursing and sputtering. You like that? Mike shouted, pride creeping into his voice. That's a certified plumber's work. Every pipe rated for twice the pressure you just felt. You crazy bastard, one of the raiders yelled down. We just want the medical supplies. There aren't any, Mike yelled. Just a plumber, his tools, and enough water pressure to tear the skin off anyone who comes down these stairs. Through the listening post, Lucy heard hurried conversations from above. Words like, not worth it, and find another house, drifted down. The raiders were weighing their options, probably realizing that storming a basement rigged by someone who understood hydraulic physics Might be more trouble than it was worth. But Mike knew they weren't safe yet. He'd just shown his best defense. If the raiders decided to wait them out, or worse, if they'd decided to respond with real violence. His phone vibrated. A text from Janet. 10 hours out. Road's clearer than expected. Hold on. Mike looked at his pressure gauge. They had enough water for 3 more full pressure blasts. After that, they'd be down to garden hose levels, enough to annoy raiders, but not stop them. They needed a new plan, one that would keep them alive for 10 more hours. And as Mike stared at the network of pipes overhead, watching water drip from the spent joints, an idea began to form. It was risky, maybe even crazy. But then again, this whole day had been crazy. He turned to Tom and Lucy, a glint in his eye. Either of you ever wonder what happens when you run copper pipes in a circuit board? Above them, the raiders began to regroup. But Mike Chen, master plumber turned apocalypse survivor, was already planning his next move. Sometimes, he realized, the best defense wasn't just water. It was knowing how to direct it. Part 9. The Circuit. Every modern house has the same weakness, Mike explained, sketching quickly on the back of a supply receipt. The electrical panel. And what's the one thing that short circuits faster than anything? Water, Tom said. Then his eyes widened. But the basement's already soaked. Why aren't we seeing sparks? Mike grinned. Because I killed the main breaker before you arrived. First rule of plumbing. Don't electrocute yourself. But now, he glanced at his phone. Janet's last update showed 9 hours until rescue. Now, maybe we want sparks. Lucy, still monitoring the vacuum pipe network, raised her hand for silence. Through the listening ports came the raiders' voices, clearer now that they'd moved to the kitchen above. Got more guns in the truck. We're not letting some pipe jockey make us look stupid. Boss wants this whole block cleared by morning. What about the zombies we saw on Oak Street? That's why we need this basement. Defensible position. Good sight lines. We clear the house, signal the main group. Mike's blood ran cold. These weren't just raiders. They were advanced scouts for something bigger. His neighborhood was about to become someone's territory. Okay, he whispered, pointing to his sketch. The house's electrical panel is behind the laundry room wall. If we can channel water through the wall cavity and hit it right when they restore power, they'll trip every breaker in the house, Tom finished. Won't that leave us in the dark too? Mike patted his headlamp. Plumber's best friend. Never work a job without one. He turned to Lucy. Remember those garden spotlights we saw through the window? The ones with the solar panels? Lucy nodded. Battery backup. Basic DC unit. Smart girl, Tom. Your hardware store sells those LED strips for under cabinet lighting. Got some in my pack. Emergency lighting for wherever we ended up. Mike's plan was coming together. Here's what we need. Tom, rig those LED strips to the solar batteries. Lucy, help me modify these pipes. We're going to create a charge perimeter. When they hit the lights, they'll think the power is on everywhere, but we'll control exactly what's juiced and what doesn't. They worked quickly, listening to the raiders moving supplies into the house above. The sound of boots on hardwood made Mike wince. Mrs. Harrison had been so proud of those floors. He pushed the thought away, focusing on the task. Copper pipes, normally used to deliver water, became electrical conduits. The LED strips, designed for kitchen ambiance, were repurposed into warning lights. Every puddle from their earlier defense became a potential conductor. Movement outside, Lucy reported from her post. They're bringing in more people. Heavy gear. Mike checked his work. The modified plumbing now formed a crude but effective electrical grid through the basement. If his calculations were right, anyone coming down those stairs would be in for a real shock. Literally. His phone buzzed. Janet. 8 hours. Found more survivors. Coming in force. Another crash from above, followed by the distinctive sound of a power meter being opened. They were going to restore electricity to the house. Places, Mike whispered. Tom and Lucy moved to their positions. away from any standing water. Mike took one last look at his creation, a maze of copper, water, and jerry-rigged electronics that would have given any building inspector a heart attack. But building codes didn't matter anymore. Only survival did. Above, a switch flipped. Electricity hummed through the house's wiring, and in the basement of Mrs. Harrison's house, a plumber's knowledge of how things flowed, whether water or electrons, was about to prove deadly. Mike reached for his master valve. Let's show them happens when you mix utilities without a permit. Part 10. The Surge. The basement erupted in a display that would have made any electrical inspector faint. The moment power surged through the house's wiring, Mike's modified pipe network came alive. Copper conduits sparked and sizzled, creating a web of crackling electricity that reflected off the pooled water from their earlier defense. Above, the raiders had just enough time to realize their mistake. "Jesus Christ, kill the power!" someone screamed. But it was too late. The electrical panel, deliberately soaked by Mike's precise plumbing modifications, exploded in a shower of sparks. The surge traveled through every wet surface, following paths Mike had carefully created with his copper pipe network. The basement stairs, still dripping from the water defense, became a conductor's paradise. Two raiders who'd been preparing to descend went down hard, their boots squelching in electrified puddles, the house's lights strobing wildly before plunging into darkness, all except for Tom's LED strips, powered by the solar batteries, which cast an eerie blue glow through the basement. "Still with me?" Mike whispered to his companions. "That was terrifying," Lucy answered from her monitoring station. "But effective. They're pulling back, dragging their people out." Tom checked their defensive setup. "Main breaker's fried, just like you planned. They won't be restoring power again." Mike allowed himself a moment of professional satisfaction. Plumbing and electrical work weren't supposed to mix. That was a code violation 101. But sometimes breaking the rules paid off. His satisfaction was short-lived, though. Through Lucy's listening post came an ominous sound. Breaking glass. Lots of it. "They're smashing windows," Lucy reported. "All of them. Why would they... Oh no." The sound hit them next. Moans. Shuffling feet. The distinctive noises of the infected had been drawn by the earlier commotion. The raiders were letting them in. "Clever bastards," Mike muttered. "They can't get down there themselves, so they're flooding the house with zombies, trying to flush us out." His phone vibrated. Janet. 7 hours. Encountered roadblocks. Working around it. "We need to think fast," Tom said, watching the ceiling as the heavy footsteps, both coordinated and shambling, moved across the floor above. "That electrical trick won't work on zombies. They don't care about shocks." Mike moved to his blueprint of the house's plumbing system, mind racing. They had limited water pressure left after their earlier defense, and now the infected were being deliberately herded into the house. The raiders would just wait outside, ready to pick them off when they inevitably had to emerge. But as he stared at the blueprint, something caught his eye. An old notation he'd made years ago, back when he'd first started working on this house. Original well system, cap 1975. "Lucy," he called quietly, "what did your dad teach you about well pressure?" "That it's different from municipal systems. More variable. Sometimes builds up pockets of..." Her eyes widened. "Are you thinking what I think you're thinking?" Mike nodded grimly. "Tom, remember those gas lines we didn't use earlier? Bring them here. If we can tap into the old well system, add some pressure from our remaining water supply, and create the right kind of vacuum seal, we can make a bomb," Tom finished. "A big one. Not just a bomb," Mike corrected, already reaching for his pipe wrench. "A targeted pressure explosion that'll clear the house, but leave the structure intact. If we do it right, we might even take out some raiders in the process." Above them, the infected grew more numerous. Through the listening posts, they could hear the raiders calling to each other, setting up positions around the house. They thought they had won. They thought they had outsmarted the plumber and his friends. But they didn't understand the power of trap pressure. They didn't know what happened when you mixed old systems with new ones. didn't respect the raw force that built up underground over decades. Mike Chen did, and he was about to show them why you should never underestimate someone who knows how things flow. "We've got one shot at this," he told his companions. "Let's make it count." Part 11. The Pressure. The old well access was right where Mark remembered it, hidden behind a false panel he'd installed years ago. As he and Tom carefully removed the cap, the pipe released a deep groan. Decades of trapped pressure finally finding voice. "The house sits on limestone," Mike explained, connecting their jerry-rigged pressure gauge to the well pipe. Lots of underground spaces. When they capped this well, they didn't properly release the built-up gases and pressure pockets. A rookie mistake, but lucky for us. Lucy's voice came urgent from the listening post. "They're getting closer. The infected. There must be dozens up there." The gauge needle jumped erratically as Mike opened the valve slightly. Tom whistled at the reading. "That's way above safety specs." "Add our remaining water pressure, the gas lines, and the vacuum seals." Mike did quick calculations in his head. "We'll have enough force to clear the first floor completely, but timing will be crucial." They worked quickly, converting their defensive plumbing network into something new. Every pipe, every connection had to be perfect. One leak would ruin everything, or worse, cause the explosion to back up into the basement. Mike's phone buzzed again. "Janet, hit serious trouble. 9 hours now. I'm sorry." More time to fill. More infected shuffling above. Through the listening posts, they could hear the raiders calling out to each other, confident in their strategy. They'd positioned shooters around the house, ready to pick off anyone who tried to escape the growing horde of zombies inside. "Almost ready," Mike muttered, making the final connections. "Lucy, status report." "Most of the infected are concentrated in the living room and kitchen. Raiders have split into 3 groups outside. Front yard, back door, and side garden." Perfect. The pressure bomb would hit the areas with the most zombies hardest, and the concussive force through the windows might catch some raiders too. "Tom, pressure reading. Gauge is maxed out. Whatever's down in that well, it wants out." Mike nodded grimly. His entire career had been about controlling flow. Water, gas, waste. Everything had its channels, its proper paths. But now he was about to release something that had been building up for nearly 50 years. "Lucy, seal the listening posts. Tom, final checks on the blast shields." They'd used everything they could find. Mattresses, Mrs. Harrison's solid oak dining table, filing cabinets, to create protection from the coming explosion. A thunderous crash from above made them all jump. Through the ceiling came the sound of splintering wood. The infected had broken through some interior wall. "Now or never," Mike said, reaching for the master valve. This would release everything. Well pressure, gas, water, and vacuum. In a precisely controlled explosion. If his calculations were wrong, if any single pipe failed. Another crash above, closer. Mike took a deep breath. "Mrs. Harrison," he whispered, "I'm about to void every warranty on every job I ever did for you." He turned the valve. For one moment, nothing happened. Then the pipes began to sing, a high wailing sound as the pressure built through the network. The gauge needles all spun past their red lines, the basement filled with the deep groaning of copper and PVC being pushed to their limits. "Cover!" Mike shouted, diving behind their blast shield with Tom and Lucy. The explosion came not as a single blast, but as a series of controlled detonations, just as he designed. The first burst blew out through the kitchen, using the gas lines there to amplify the force. The second followed the water pipes into the living room, turning the trapped pressure into a weapon. The house seemed to inhale, all the air rushing toward the points of explosion. Then came the release. The blast lifted infected off their feet, sending them flying through the windows and doors. The pressure wave rolled through the house like a tide, following the paths Mike had created with his pipe network. Years of professional knowledge. Where to put joints, how to angle connections, proper pipe spacing, turned destructive force into something almost surgical. Through it all, the basement held. Mike's reinforcements kept the worst of the explosion contained to the first floor, channeling it outward rather than down. When the dust settled, the silence was absolute, until... Holy shit, Lucy whispered from behind the blast shield. It actually worked. Mike was already moving into the listening posts, checking each one. Most of the pipes had survived, giving them ears on what remained of the first floor. Nothing. No shuffling, no moans, no Raider radio chatter. His phone lit up. Janet, heard explosions from miles away. What did you do? Please be alive. Mike looked at his companions, then at the basement that had kept them safe, now modified almost beyond recognition, with its maze of pipes and improvised engineering. We're alive, he typed back. House is mostly standing. Probably lost my plumbing license, but he managed a small smile. Got some great experience with pressure systems. Above them, through the settling dust and debris, came a new sound. Vehicles approaching. But not the Raiders' trucks. Something bigger. Something military. Mike checked his phone one last time. Janet, that's our convoy you hear. 5 minutes out. Hold on. He turned to Lucy and Tom. Ready to go greet my sister? Just watch your step upstairs. I think I avoided the floor's warranty. Part 12. The Aftermath. Mike stood in Mrs. Harrison's kitchen, or what remained of it, and surveyed his handiwork. Sunlight streamed through the shattered windows, illuminated the destruction his pressure bomb had caused. The copper pipes he'd installed over years of service call now jutted from the walls at odd angles, their endings torn and twisted by the controlled explosions. You know, came a familiar voice from behind him, when I taught you about pressure systems in trade school, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. He turned to find Janet standing in the doorway, still wearing her hospital administrator's badge, now accessorized with what looked like tactical gear. Her girlfriend Sarah stood behind her, medical kit in hand, looking professionally concerned at the devastation. Had to improvise, Mike said, gesturing at the chaos around them. Janet's laugh caught in her throat as she rushed toward him. I counted 12 dead Raiders outside. Triple that number of infected. All taken out by plumbing? And a 50-year-old well system that really needed servicing, Mike added, hugging her back. Tom and Lucy helped. They're outside talking to your convoy team. Sarah was examining the modified pipe network with professional interest. This actually probably saved lives beyond just yours. That Raider group was hitting suburbs all across the county. They're well organized, well armed. Been giving the emergency response teams hell. Mike nodded toward the basement door. Still got all my tools down there. Figure they'll be needed. Wherever we're headed next. World's falling apart. Someone's got to keep the water flowing. About that, Janet said, a familiar gleam in her eye. The hospital set up a safe zone. Military protection. Good walls. But the infrastructure's ancient. Plumbing's barely handling the load with all the refugees. Could really use someone who knows their way around pipes. And hardware, Mike added. Tom's expertise could be invaluable. And Lucy's got a better ear for trouble than anyone I've ever met. Through the broken window came the sounds of the convoy preparing to move out. Military vehicles, ambulances, and retrofitted civilian trucks lined the street. The soldiers were efficient, professional, already cataloging supplies and checking buildings. Mike took one last look around the house he'd maintained for so many years. Every pipe, every connection held a memory. Routine maintenance calls, emergency leaks, casual conversations with Mrs. Harrison's over coffee. Now those same pipes had saved lives, turned a simple basement into a fortress. They walked out together into the morning sun. The convoy was almost ready to move. Tom and Lucy waved from one of the trucks, their faces showing the same mix of exhaustion and relief Mike felt. So, Janet said as they walked toward the vehicles, tell me about this pressure bomb. From a purely theoretical, definitely not going to replicate it perspective. Mike smiled, falling into the familiar rhythm of explaining fluid dynamics to his sister. Around them, soldiers secured the area. Medics treated survivors, and life continued. Different, but persisting. He'd lost his van, and probably his license, but he'd kept his skills, his family, and found new friends. In a world where everything was falling apart, knowing how to put things back together, whether pipes, people, or communities, might just be the most valuable skill of all. And if anyone needed proof that a plumber's knowledge could save lives, well, they could just take a look at Mrs. Harrison's house, still standing beside it all, with its basement fortress and its warranty-voided modifications. Sometimes, Mike reflected as he climbed in the convoy truck, the best solutions weren't in any manual. Sometimes you just have to trust your training, break a few codes, and hope the pressure held.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Zach's fist connected with the heavy bag, sending it swaying on his chain. The familiar impact reverberated through his wrapped knuckles as early morning sunlight filtered through the dojo's high windows. At 32, he'd spent more than 2 decades honing his craft, first in karate, then branching into Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu. The dojo was his sanctuary, especially during these quiet hours before his first students arrived. He paused mid-combination when his phone buzzed. 3 missed calls from his sister Sarah. Strange. She knew better than to call during his morning training. As he reached for his phone, a scream pierced the air from somewhere outside. Zach rushed to the window. Across the street, a woman was backing away from what appeared to be a homeless man, but something was off about the way the man moved. His head lolled at an impossible angle. "Hey!" Zach shouted, pushing open the window. The man paid no attention to his voice, continuing his relentless advance toward the woman. Without hesitation, Zach vaulted through the ground floor window, bare feet hitting the sidewalk. He closed the distance in seconds, positioning himself between the woman and her assailant. "Sir, back off," he commanded, settling into a defensive stance. The man finally looked at him, and Zach's blood ran cold. The attacker's eyes were clouded over, milky white, and dark fluid leaked from his nose and mouth. His skin had a grayish tinge that made him look more corpse than human. The woman behind him whimpered, "There's something wrong with him. He bit that delivery driver, and then the driver started acting strange too." The infected man lunged with unexpected speed. Zach's training kicked in automatically. A clean sidestep followed by a push kick to create distance. But where a normal person would have been deterred, his attacker barely seemed to register the impact. He came again, mouth open in a silent snarl, fingers curled into claws. Zach's next strike was more decisive. A straight right to the jaw that would have knocked out any normal person. The man's head snapped back violently, but he kept coming. The hell? "Run!" Zach shouted to the woman. "Get inside somewhere!" He heard her footsteps retreating as he continued to engage with the seemingly unstoppable attacker. Each precise strike that should have ended the confrontation only seemed to briefly stagger his opponent. Police sirens wailed in the distance. More screams echoed from other streets, suggesting this wasn't an isolated incident. Zach's phone buzzed again in his pocket. Sarah. Whatever was happening, he needed to get somewhere safe and figure out what was going on. He finally saw his opening. As the infected man lurched forward again, Zach delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the temple. The impact finally dropped his attacker, who lay twitching on the sidewalk. Breathing hard, Zach backed away toward the dojo. All around him, the familiar morning sounds of the city were being replaced by chaos. Car alarms, more sirens, the crescendo of panic taking hold. As he reached for the door handle, his phone buzzed one more time. He answered it this time. "Sarah?" "Zach!" His sister's voice was thick with tears. "Thank God! Don't let them bite you! Do you hear me? The bites! They turn you into one of them! Mom got bit. She's not Mom anymore. I'm locked in my bathroom. I don't know what to do." Zach's heart hammered against his ribs as he watched the infected man starting to twitch and rise again. "Stay there," he said, already calculating the fastest route to her apartment, across town. "I'm coming to get you." He had no way of knowing it then, but that moment marked the end of the world as he knew it. His years of martial arts training had prepared him for many things, but nothing could have truly prepared him for what was coming. Zach burst back into the dojo, his mind racing. Sarah's apartment was 4 miles away, normally a 15-minute drive, but with chaos erupting in the streets, who knew how long it would take? He quickly changed from his gi into street clothes, grateful he kept spare clothing in the dojo. The wall-mounted TV in the lobby was showing emergency broadcasts. Reports of violent attacks were coming in from all over the city. The news anchor's voice trembled as she advised people to stay inside and avoid contact with the infected individuals. The feed cut to helicopter footage of streets clogged with abandoned cars and figures shambling between them. Zach's motorcycle was parked behind the dojo, faster and more maneuverable than a car in this situation. As he strapped on his helmet, his phone lit up with a text from Derek, his most senior student. "Sensei, what's happening? My neighbor just attacked his wife. Police shot him 3 times, but he kept coming. They're telling us to evacuate." "Get somewhere safe," Zach texted back. "Stay away from any infected. I'll contact you when I can." He hesitated, then added, "Remember your training. Strike hard. Create distance. Run if you have to." The motorcycle's engines roared to life. Zach could see more infected now, stumbling out of the buildings, chasing screaming civilians, creating pockets of violence throughout the previously peaceful morning. He gunned the engine, weaving between abandoned vehicles and the growing chaos. 2 blocks from the dojo, he had to brake hard. A city bus lay on its side, blocking most of the street. As he slowed to navigate around it, movement caught his eye. A small group of infected were surrounding something. No, someone. A child, maybe 10 years old, had climbed on top of a delivery van to escape them. Zach knew he couldn't just leave this kid. He pulled up next to the van, revving his engine. "Hey!" he shouted at the infected. "Over here!" They turned toward him with that same unnatural motion he'd seen earlier. The kid on the van, a young boy, looked at him with desperate hope. Zach gestured to the back of his motorcycle. "When they come for me, jump down and get on. Hold tight." He kicked one of the infected hard in the chest, sending it sprawling into the others. The boy seized his chance, scrambling down and leaping onto the motorcycle behind Zach. Small arms wrapped around his waist in a death grip. "What's your name?" Zach shouted over the engine as they accelerated away. "Marcus," the boy yelled back. "Where are your parents, Marcus?" "Dad's at work. Mom got sick this morning. She tried to..." His voice cracked. Zach's heart sank. The kid had nowhere to go. "Hold on," he said. "My sister's place isn't far. We'll figure this out." They turned onto Riverside Avenue, usually one of the city's main arteries. It was a war zone. Cars were crashed into each other and storefronts. People ran in every direction. Military helicopters thundered overhead, heading toward downtown. An army convoy roared past in the opposite direction, loaded with grim-faced soldiers. Zach's phone buzzed again. Sarah. "Getting worse," her text read. "More of them in the building. Still safe in the bathroom. Please hurry." He gunned the engine, weaving through the chaos as Marcus clung to him. The infected seemed to be everywhere now, their numbers growing with each passing minute. Every person they pulled down was one more monster added to their ranks. As they approached Sarah's neighborhood, Zach saw smoke rising from several buildings. The streets here were even worse, full of wrecked cars and wandering infected. He'd have to go the last few blocks on foot. He pulled into an alley and killed the engine. "Marcus, listen carefully. My sister's apartment is 3 blocks away. We're gonna have to run for it. Stay close to me. If I tell you to run, you run. Understand?" The boy nodded, his face pale but determined. Zach took a deep breath, checking the alley's exits. The world he'd known was crumbling around him, but right now, he had 2 people counting on him to get to safety. "You ready?" he asked. Marcus nodded again. "Then let's move." The first block was manageable. Zach and Marcus moved quietly between abandoned cars, avoiding the scattered infected that shambled past. Zach's training had taught him the value of avoiding confrontation when possible, and he put those lessons to use now, guiding Marcus with hand signals and whispering instructions. But as they rounded the corner onto Sarah's street, his heart sank. At least 30 infected milled around the entrance to her apartment building. Many wore the clothes of residents he recognized. The elderly couple from 3B, the college students from the 4th floor, the maintenance man who always tipped his hat to say good morning. "There's too many," Marcus whispered, shrinking behind Zach. Zach's mind raced. The building's fire escape might work, but it would leave them exposed. The back entrance through the parking lot, garage. Yeah, that could work. He pulled out his phone to text Sarah, keeping one eye on the infected. "Coming in through the garage. Hold on." Her response was immediate. "Hurry! They're trying to break down the bathroom door." "New plan," Zach whispered to Marcus. "We're going around back. Stay close to the buildings. Don't make a sound." They backtracked half a block and slipped into an alley that led to the parking garage. The garage door was still intact, but the regular entrance door had been smashed open. Zach peered inside. The garage was darker than usual. The power must have gone out, but shafts of light penetrated through the ventilation openings. He could make out shapes moving in the darkness. Fewer infected than out front, but still dangerous. He turned to Marcus. "I'm going to clear a path. When I tell you to run, head straight for the elevator lobby. The stairs are through the door on the right. Understand?" Marcus nodded, his face set with determination that seemed too old for his years. Zach took a deep breath and centered himself, just as he did before sparring matches. Then he moved into the garage, his footsteps silent on the concrete. The first infected didn't register his presence until his hands were already in position. One on its chin, one on the back of its head. The next snap was quick and quiet, just like he'd trained for years, though he'd never imagined using the technique on something that was already dead. He moved through the garage with lethal efficiency, using every silent takedown he knew. Knees to sever ligaments, precise strikes to brainstems, anything to incapacitate without making noise. But his stomach churned at how inhuman they felt. No muscle tension, no reaction to pain. Just dead flesh animated by something terrible. When he'd cleared enough space, he waved Marcus forward. The boy darted across the garage like a shadow, reaching the stairwell door without a sound. Zach followed, and they slipped inside together. The stairwell was clear, but as they climbed, the sounds above grew louder. Shuffling footsteps, moans, and worse, human screams. Sarah's apartment was on the 5th floor. They found 2 infected in the 4th-floor hallway. Zach dealt with them quickly, but the second one got tangled in his legs as it fell. The resulting thud seemed deafening in the enclosed space. Somewhere above, the moaning intensified. "Run!" Zach hissed. They sprinted up the last flights of stairs. The 5th-floor hallway was a nightmare. Blood smeared the walls, and 4 infected were clawing at Sarah's apartment door. More were gathering at the far end of the hall, attracted by the noise. No more time for stealth. Zach pushed Marcus behind him and charged. His first flying kick caught an infected in the back of the head, sending it face first into the door. He spun into a roundhouse kick that dropped another, then snapped a quick front kick into a third knee, and folding its leg backwards. But the 4th infected grabbed his arm. Its teeth snapped inches from his skin as he fought to keep it back. More were coming from both ends of the hall now. The door behind him burst open. Sarah appeared, wielding a shower curtain rod like a staff, smashing it into the infected that held him. "Get inside!" she screamed. They scrambled in the apartment. Sarah slammed the door and threw the deadbolt just as bodies started hammering against it. The door frame creaked ominously. "Fire escape!" Zach gasped, pulling them towards Sarah's bedroom. "We have to go now." "Who's the kid?" Sarah asked as they moved. "Long story. Where's Mom?" Sarah's face crumpled. "Kitchen. I had to..." She wasn't Mom anymore, Zach. The pounding at the front door grew louder. Something cracked. "We'll talk later," Zach said, helping Marcus through the bedroom door. "Right now, we need to run." The fire escape rattled on their feet as they descended. Above them, infected were already crawling through Sarah's bedroom window, their movements jerky but relentless. 5 stories below, more of them gathered in the alley, drew by the noise and movement. "The motorcycle's 3 blocks away," Zach said, helping Marcus down the metal steps. "If we can reach it." An explosion rocked the city behind them. They turned to see a military helicopter spiraling down between the buildings, trailing smoke. It disappeared behind a row of apartments, and seconds later, an orange fireball bloomed into the sky. Sarah gripped the railing. "They're losing control." "We need to get out of the city," Zach said. They reached the 2nd floor, but the alley below was filling with infected. "Change of plans. Through here." He pulled open the 2nd floor window, helping Sarah and Marcus inside. They emerged into someone's abandoned apartment. A pot of coffee still steamed on the kitchen counter. A morning newspaper lay open on the couch. Signs of a normal day shattered by chaos. Zach led them to the front door, then stopped, pressing his ear against it. Shuffling footsteps in the hallway. He held up his hand, signaling for silence. The footsteps grew closer, then faded. He counted to 30 before easing the door open. The hallway was clear, but somewhere in the building, someone was screaming. Marcus grabbed Sarah's hand, and she squeezed it reassuringly, then moved quietly toward the stairwell at the far end. Zach's phone vibrated. A text from Derek. "Hospital overrun. Military shooting everyone who might be infected. Getting worse downtown. Head north if you can." The stairwell door opened on a scene from hell. 2 infected were feeding on something. Someone. On the landing below. Blood had painted the walls in long, dark streaks. "Back," Zach whispered. "We'll find another way." But as they turned, more infected appeared at the other end of the hall, cutting off their retreat. They were trapped. Zach pushed Sarah and Marcus behind him, falling into a fighter's stance. "When I engage them, run for the stairs. Don't stop, no matter what you hear." "Zach, no," Sarah started. "I'll be right behind you. Go on my signal." The infected at the end of the hall noticed them. 6 of them, moving with that terrible, single-minded purpose. Zach took a deep breath, centering himself one more time. The first infected reached him. He stepped into his charge, using its momentum to throw it into the others. As they stumbled, he shouted, "Now!" Sarah pulled Marcus toward the stairwell. Zach fought like a man possessed, each strike precise and devastating. All his years of training distilled into this desperate moment. He dropped 3 of them quickly, but the others pressed in, trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. He fought his way clear and sprinted for the stairs. Sarah and Marcus had made it past the feeding infected below, who were now slow to react. Zach vaulted over the railing, landing hard but rolling to absorb the impact. They burst out of the building's side entrance into the afternoon sunlight. The streets were even worse now. Cars burning, alarms blaring, the air thick with smoke. But the path back to the motorcycle was clear enough. "This way," Zach said, leading them through the chaos. "Stay together." They were halfway there when Sarah stumbled. Zach turned back to help her up and saw blood soaking through her sleeve. "Sarah?" She pulled back her sleeve with trembling fingers, revealing a bite mark. "In the apartment," she whispered. "When we were running, I didn't want to say." Marcus made a small, broken sound. Zach felt the world tilt beneath his feet. "How long?" he asked. "Maybe 10 minutes. Sarah's eyes were full of tears. "You have to leave me." "No!" Zach said fiercely. We'll figure something out. A hospital, a cure." "You saw what happened to Mom." Sarah's voice was stronger now, resigned. "You know what I'll become. Please, Zach, take Marcus and go. Let me do this one last thing right." In the distance, more explosions lit up the sky. The infected were everywhere now, and somewhere in the chaos, a little boy's future hung in the balance. Sarah pressed her keys into Zach's hands. "My car's in the garage when you came in. It has a full tank. Take it and go north, like Derek said." She managed a small smile. You were always the strong one. Now prove it. Zach pulled his sister into a fierce hug, his tears falling into her hair. Then she pushed him away and turned to Marcus. Keep my brother safe, okay? Marcus nodded, crying openly now. Sarah looked at them one last time, then turned and ran down the street, screaming and waving her arms. The nearby infected turned toward her, giving Zach and Marcus a clear path to escape. Come on, Zach said, his voice raw. He took Marcus's hand, and they ran. Sarah's final act of sacrifice disappearing behind them in the burning city. They found Sarah's car where she said it would be. The garage was darker than before, but Zach could still see the bodies of the infected he'd taken down earlier. They hadn't moved. Small mercies. The car started on the first try. As they pulled out of the garage, Marcus spotted something that made him grab Zach's arm. Sarah, running down the middle of the street, still leading a growing horde of infected away from them. Her movements were becoming jerky and unnatural. The change was starting. Zach forced himself to look away and turn the car north. They drove for hours through the scenes of escalating horror. The military's containment efforts had failed spectacularly. Every neighborhood, every suburb they passed showed signs of collapse. They had to backtrack countless times to avoid massive crowds of infected, or streets blocked by wrecked vehicles. Night fell. The car's gas gauge dipped below a quarter tank. We need to find somewhere safe, Zach said, more to himself than Marcus. Somewhere defendable. They were in the mountains now, having followed the exodus of survivors heading north. The roads here were clearer, but that only meant they could see the infected coming from further away. Packs of them roamed the darkness between the trees. The car's headlights illuminated a sign. Mountain View Martial Arts Retreat, next right. Zach knew the place. He'd attended seminars there years ago. It was built like an old temple, sitting alone on a mountainside. Stone walls, heavy gates, multiple buildings where students could stay during long training sessions. Defensible. He turned onto the access road. It wound up the mountainside for almost a mile before opening onto a plateau. The retreat's walls loomed ahead, dark and silent. Stay close to me, Zach told Marcus as they approached the gate. It was closed, but not locked. The courtyard beyond was empty. They searched the buildings methodically. No signs of life, but no signs of infection either. The place had been abandoned early, judging by the half-packed bags in some of the dormitory rooms. They found the kitchen fully stocked, the generator still running. We'll rest here, Zach decided. Gather supplies, figure out our next move. But as he secured the gate, a familiar sound drifted up from the access road. Engines. Not just one or two, but many. He climbed the wall for a better look and his heart sank. A convoy of vehicles was winding up the mountain, and behind them, drawn by their noise and lights, a massive horde of infected, hundreds of them. Marcus! Zach called. Bar the doors of the main hall, now! The boy ran to help as Zach grabbed supplies from the kitchen and dormitories, piling them inside the main training hall. It was the most defensible building, with fewer windows and thick wooden doors. The first vehicles reached the plateau just as they finished. Panicked survivors poured out, screaming about the horde behind them. Zach recognized the look in their eyes. The same desperate fear he'd seen in the city. They'd bring that chaos with them, make stupid mistakes, get people killed. He made his decision. Get inside, he told the survivors, directing them to the other buildings. Bar the windows. Stay quiet. We'll draw them away from you. He turned to Marcus. There's a back exit from the training hall. It leads to a trail down the other side of the mountain. When I tell you to run, you run. Don't stop until you reach the bottom. Marcus's eyes went wide. What about you? Zach managed to smile. I'll be right behind you. The lie felt like ashes in his mouth. The horde reached the plateau. Zach stood in front of the training hall, alone in the courtyard. The infected moved toward him like a wave of death. Now, Marcus, run! He heard the back door open and close. Good. Time to give the kid as much of a head start as he could. Zach took up position in the center of the courtyard. Years of training flowed through him as he settled into a fighting stance. Each breath came calm and centered despite the horror approaching. The first infected reached him. He fought with everything he had, each strike a killing blow, each movement flowing into the next. He was dimly aware of survivors watching from the other buildings as he held the courtyard alone. But there were too many. Always too many. When the bite came, a set of teeth sinking into his shoulder from behind, he barely felt it. He kept fighting, buying seconds with his blood, his life, his future. His last thought, as the horde finally overwhelmed him, was of Marcus disappearing down the mountain trail. The boy was young, fast, smart. He'd survive. He had to. Zach's final student would live to see another dawn, and that was enough. In the end, he fell as he had lived, a warrior, a protector, a teacher. The art he had spent his life mastering bought precious time for others to survive, and in that sacrifice, some small part of him achieved immortality. The morning sun rose above the mountain retreat, illuminating the aftermath of Zach's last stand. The courtyard where he fell would eventually be reclaimed by nature. The story of his sacrifice preserved only in the memories of those he saved. But somewhere out there, a boy named Marcus was still running, still surviving, carrying with him the lessons of a martial artist who faced the end of the world with courage, skill, and an unshakable determination to protect others until his final breath.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Tonight's story is called The Corner of Hope and Despair. Part 1. Marcus hadn't eaten in 2 days when the first screams echoed down 5th Street. He barely looked up from his worn cardboard sign. Veteran. Anything helps. God bless. Having learned long ago that screams in this part of town were as common as pigeons. But these screams were different. They didn't stop. From his regular spot against the brick wall of the defunct pharmacy, Marcus watched a businessman in a $1,000 suit stumble past. The man's expensive leather shoes squeaked against the sidewalk as he ran, his tie fluttering behind him like a desperate flag of surrender. 3 more people followed, their faces twisted in terror. "World's finally lost it," Marcus muttered, pulling his ragged army surplus jacket tighter around his shoulders. The autumn wind carried the acrid smell of smoke and something else. Something metallic and familiar from his days in Baghdad. Blood. That's when he saw her. A woman in hospital scrubs. Her neck bent at an impossible angle. Shambling down the street with jerky movements. Her skin had a gray pallor that reminded Marcus of the bodies he'd seen in combat. But those bodies hadn't walked. The woman's head snapped toward him, jaw working mechanically, teeth clattering together like castanets. A low growl emanated from her throat, a sound no human vocal cord should be able to produce. Marcus may have been homeless, but he wasn't stupid. 3 tours in Iraq had taught him when to fight and when to run. This was definitely time to run. He grabbed his backpack, the one possession he never let out of his sight, and stood up slowly. The woman in the scrubs lurched toward him, picking up speed. Behind her, more figures appeared, all moving with that same unnatural gait. Some wore business attire, others jeans and t-shirts. One was dressed in a police uniform, gun still holstered but useless now. "Shit," Marcus breathed, backing away. His military training kicked in automatically. Assess the situation, identify exits, and locate resources. The pharmacy behind him had been closed for months, its windows boarded up. But he knew from his nights sleeping in the alley that the back door's lock was broken. As the growing horde of shambling figures moved closer, Marcus made his decision. He'd survived war. He'd survived the streets. Whatever this was, he'd survive it too. He turned and ran for the alley, his worn boots pounding against the pavement. Behind him, the growls grew louder, more hungry, more desperate. The apocalypse had begun, and Marcus had a feeling that being invisible, something he perfected over years on the streets, might just keep him alive. Part 2. The pharmacy's back door groaned as Marcus shouldered it open. Years of watching, of surviving on the streets, had taught him the rhythms of this building. Every morning at 8 a.m. sharp, the delivery trucks would arrive. Every evening at 6 p.m., the cleaning crew would prop this door open with a brick while they hauled out garbage. Over time, the lock had given up, much like the business itself. Inside, darkness pressed against his eyes. The air smelled of dust and abandonment, with an underlying sweetness of expired medications. Marcus pulled a small flashlight from his backpack, a Christmas gift from the shelter last year. In the military, he'd learned that light could save your life or get you killed. Right now, he wasn't sure what was more likely. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating shelves stripped nearly bare. Almost everything of value had been cleared out when the pharmacy closed, but almost was a word that had kept Marcus alive more than once. He moved methodically through the aisles, his boots silent on the grimy linoleum. Behind him, the sounds of chaos grew louder. Screams, car alarms, and that terrible inhuman growling filtered through the boarded windows. A loud crash made him jump. It sounded like a car accident, followed by more screams that cut off far too abruptly. In the pharmacy's back room, Marcus struck gold. A fallen shelf had hidden a small cache of supplies. Some bandages, a bottle of iodine, and most precious of all, a half-dozen bottle of antibiotics that had slipped behind a filing cabinet. He stuffed them into his backpack, mind already calculating their value. Not in money anymore, he realized, but in survival. A shadow pressed across one of the gaps in the boarded windows. Then another, and another. The shuffling sound of feet dragging across pavement grew closer. Marcus pressed himself against the wall, breathing slowly through his nose like he'd been taught in the service. His mind raced through options. The front of the building was boarded up solid. No exit there. The back door he'd entered through now had what sounded like a small crowd of these things outside. That left. His flashlight beam traced upward toward a ceiling vent. Next to it, metal shelving units reached almost to the ceiling. It would be tight, but he'd squeezed through tighter spots in basic training. The back door shuttered. They'd found it. Maybe they'd smelled him, or heard him more. Marcus didn't wait to find out. He scaled the shelving unit as quietly as he could, years of urban camping having taught him how to move his body, wait silently. The vent cover was loose. Thank God for poor maintenance. And he managed to work it free just as the back door gave way with a splintering crack. Pulling himself into the ventilation shafts, Marcus thought about all the times he'd looked through. Walked past, treated as invisible on these streets. Now he heard the creatures below searching blindly for their prey. That invisibility felt like a superpower. The shaft led up, and where there was up, there had to be a roof. Marcus began to crawl, leaving the sounds of the dead below him. He'd need to find food soon, and better weapons than his pocket knife. But for now, he was alive, in this new world that was becoming a rare commodity. Part 3. The city looked different from 5 stories up. Smoke rose in thick columns from at least 3 different locations, staining the afternoon sky a sickly orange. Car alarms blared in a discordant symphony, punctuated by distant screams and the occasional gunshot. Marcus lay flat on his stomach at the edge of the pharmacy roof, taking in the scene with the practiced eye of a combat veteran. 5th Street had become a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. A city bus lay on its side, windows shattered. The coffee shop where he used to warm himself on particularly cold mornings was now a scene of chaos. Tables overturned, bodies moving with that terrible, jerky motion through broken windows. Like Baghdad without the artillery, Marcus muttered to himself. Talking helped. It was something real in a world that had stopped making sense. He did a mental inventory of his resources. Backpack, flashlight, pocket knife, the medical supplies he'd scavenged, half a bottle of water, and 2 granola bars from the church outreach program last week. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Movement caught his eye. 3 blocks down, a group of survivors, actual living people, were making their way between cars, headed toward the supermarket. Marcus watched as one of them, a man with a baseball bat, took down one of the walking dead with a swing to the head. The creature dropped instantly. So that's how it works, Marcus whispered. Get the head. It makes sense. He'd watched enough late-night horror movies through shop windows to know those tropes. But seeing it in action was different. Real. A familiar glint of metal caught his eye. The pawn shop. Old Joe's place, where Marcus had sold his service metals 2 winters ago during a particularly rough patch. Joe was a veteran too. He'd given Marcus more than fair value and a cup of coffee that day. More importantly, Joe kept a shotgun under the counter. The pawn shop was 2 buildings over. The roofs were close, connected by maintenance walkways in some places, mere gaps in others. Marcus had learned every inch of these buildings during his time on the streets. Which ones had roof access, which ones were monitored. Where the cameras were. Knowledge that had helped him avoid trouble with the police now might help keep him alive. He was plotting his route when a sound made him freeze. The metal scrape of the roof access door opening behind him. Marcus turned slowly, pressing himself flatter against the rooftop. Through the gathering dusk, he saw a figure emerge. Not the jerky movements of the infected. This was someone alive, moving with purpose. A woman in a security guard uniform, her dark skin slick with sweat, her uniform torn and bloodied. She had her gun drawn. For a moment, they stared at each other. Marcus raised his hand slowly, showing he was unarmed. The woman's gun wavered. You bit? She asked, voice hoarse. No, you? She shook her head. Watch my whole crew turn. Whole goddamn building. You're the first normal person I've seen in hours. Marcus studied her carefully. She was injured, favoring her left leg. But her eyes were clear, alert, trained. She hadn't lowered her weapon, which he respected. Trust was a luxury now. I'm headed for the pawn shop, he said finally. Owner keeps a shotgun. Better than that pistol for what's out there. You're welcome to come along. The security guard was quiet for a moment, evaluating him just as carefully as he'd evaluated her. Finally, she lowered her weapon. Name's Regina, she said. And yeah, a shotgun sounds real good right now. Marcus nodded, already recalculating his plan for 2 people. The sun was setting, painting the smoke-filled sky in shades of blood red. They'd need to move fast. The dead owned the night in this new world, and he had no intention of joining them. Part 4. The gap between the buildings looked a lot wider up close. Marcus judged it was about 8 feet, a jump he could make easily during his military days. But that was many hungry nights ago. We've got company, Regina whispered, gesturing toward the street below. A group of infected had gathered, drawn perhaps by their movements or voices. In the fading light, their pale faces turned upward like grotesque flowers tracking the sun. They can't climb, Marcus said, though he wasn't entirely sure. Everything he thought he knew about the world had changed in the past few hours. But that racket they're making might draw more. The moans from below were getting louder, echoing off the buildings. Regina checked her pistol. 3 rounds left. Not enough, she muttered, especially if we miss the jump. Marcus unzipped his bag and pulled out his army surplus jacket. Years on the street had taught him how to value warmth over pride, but now the sturdy fabric might serve another purpose. He began tearing it into pieces. Help me with this, he said, knotting the strips together. Old trick I learned from another vet. We make it long enough, one of us can hold it while the other crosses. Then we pull it over. Regina caught on quickly, her security training showing in her efficient knots. As they worked, she spoke quietly. You were homeless, weren't you? Before all this? Marcus's hands stilled for a moment. That obvious? The way you move, the way you think, always looking for exits, resources, always aware. She tied another knot. My brother was the same way, after he got back from Afghanistan. Couldn't readjust. Ended up on the streets for a while. Was? He's in Denver now. Got help. Got clean. At least, I hope he's still. She didn't finish the thought. The makeshift rope was ready. Marcus tested each knot, then secured one end to a ventilation pipe. The street below had grown more crowded, the infected pressing against each other like a grotesque mosh pit. "Ladies first," he offered. Regina shook her head. "You're lighter. If it'll hold you, it'll hold me." Marcus couldn't argue with the logic. He gripped the jacket rope tightly, took 3 quick steps, and launched himself across the gap. For a terrible moment, he was airborne. The moans of the dead rising up from below. Then his feet hit concrete, and he rolled to absorb the impact. The infected below went wild at the movement, their cries reaching a fevered pitch. Marcus quickly pulled the rope taut. "Now!" Regina backed up, took a breath, and ran. She was halfway across when she heard the sounds of tearing fabric. The rope was giving way. In that split second, Marcus made a decision. He braced himself and pulled with everything he had, dragging Regina the rest of the way just as the jacket strips tore apart. She crashed into him, sending them both sprawling onto the rooftop. For a moment, they lay there, breathing hard. Then Regina started laughing. A quiet, desperate sound. "Guess I owe you a new jacket." "Add it to my tab," Marcus said, standing up and helping her. "One more building to go." They could see the pawn shop now, its weathered sign illuminated by the last rays of sunset. The final gap was smaller, but it led to a fire escape. They'd have to be quick. The metal stairs would make noise, and sound drew the dead. Regina checked her gun over one last time. "Your friend Joe. You sure he's still alive?" Marcus looked down at the pawn shop's dark windows. "No, but either way, we're about to find out." The sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the city into darkness. Above them, stars were beginning to appear, more than usual. With most of the city's power now out, below, the dead continued their hungry chorus. They had minutes of light left, maybe less. Part 5. The fire escape groaned under their weight. Marcus descended first, each step calculated and quiet, the way he'd learned to move through hostile territories overseas. Regina followed, favoring her injured leg but maintaining her balance with one hand on the railing, the other on her gun. 3 stories up, Marcus froze. Through the pawn shop's barred windows, he caught a flicker of movement, a flashlight beam sweeping across display cases. "Someone's inside," he whispered up to Regina. "Your friend Joe?" Before Marcus could answer, a shambler emerged from the shadows below, drawn by their whispers. Its head snapped up, jaws working mechanically. Regina raised her gun. "Don't," Marcus hissed. 3 bullets won't be enough if you draw more." The creature stumbled toward the fire escape, bumping into a dumpster with a hollow clang. The sound drew more of them from the shadows. 2, then 5. Then a dozen of pale figures emerged from the darkness. "Up or down?" Regina asked, her voice steady despite their deteriorating situation. "Choose fast." Marcus looked at the growing horde below, then at the light moving inside the pawn shop. Sometimes survival meant taking chances. "Down, fast. We make for the back door." They descended as quickly as they dared, the metal stairs ringing with each step. The infected moved toward the sound, their broken bodies converging on the fire escape. Marcus jumped the last few feet, landing in a crouch. His knees protested. Too many nights sleeping on concrete. But he forced himself up, reaching to help Regina down. The back door was locked. Of course it was locked. "Move!" Regina raised her gun. The shot was deafening in the narrow alley. The lock shattered. The horde was closing in, filling the alley's mouth like a river of rotting flesh. Marcus kicked the door open, and they tumbled inside just as the first of the infected reached them. He slammed the door shut, Regina helping him drag a heavy filing cabinet in front of him. They found themselves in a dim storage room, lit only by faint moonlight filtering through a high window. The sounds of the dead scratching at the door filled the silence. "Hands where I can see 'em," came a gruff voice. Marcus turned slowly. There in the doorway, leading to the main shop, stood old Joe. He looked older than Marcus remembered, his white beard wilder, but his hands were rock steady on the shotgun aimed at their chests. "Joe," Marcus said carefully. "It's me, Marcus, from 2 winters ago. The medals, remember?" Something flickered in Joe's eyes. The shotgun wavered. "I remember. Why are you here?" "Because you're a survivor like us," Marcus said. "And because we need your help. There are more of them every minute, and Regina's got 2 bullets left. You've got the shotgun. We've got information about how to kill them. We can help each other." The pounding on the door grew louder. The filing cabinet shuddered. Joe's eyes darted between them, then to the door. "Those medals you sold me," he said finally. "First thing I did after you left was put them back in an envelope with your name on it. Never felt right, keeping another Marine's medals." The shotgun lowered. "There's an apartment upstairs, stocked enough for a few weeks, if you're careful. Been watching these things all day. They don't do well with stairs. Seem to forget how to climb." He gestured toward a door behind him. "You two look like you could use a meal." The filing cabinet scraped against the floor as the dead pushed harder. Regina raised her gun toward the door. "Whatever we're doing, we need to do it now." Marcus looked at Joe. "We can help fortify this place, make it secure. But first," he nodded toward the shotgun, "think it's time to properly introduce ourselves to the new neighbors." Joe pumped the shotgun, a fierce grin splitting his beard. "Son, I thought you'd never ask." Together they moved toward the door. A veteran, a security guard, and a homeless man who'd found his place in the apocalypse. The world had ended, but on a rooftop or over a pawn shop, something new was beginning. Marcus thought about all the nights on the street, invisible to the passing crowd. Now, in this broken world, those survival skills made him valuable, needed, maybe even a leader. The filing cabinet began to give way. "Ready?" he asked his new companions. They nodded, weapons raised. Marcus took a deep breath. "Then let's show them what we can do."
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The Last Signal, Part 1. Petty Officer Sam Wilson gripped the railing of the Coast Guard cutter as it approached the listing cargo vessel through the pre-dawn gloom. The ship's SOS had been broadcasting for the past hour, a mechanical repetition that felt wrong against the absolute silence of the radio channels. No response to their hails, no chatter from other vessels, nothing but that single, automated distress call cutting through the dark. "Something's not right," he muttered, adjusting his tactical vest. The morning air carried an unfamiliar metallic smell that made his nose wrinkle. Through his binoculars, he could make out the vessel's name, Oriental Dawn. The massive container ship was sitting low in the water, its port side dipping ominously toward the steel-gray waves. "Multiple heat signatures detected on the main deck," called out Torres from the thermal imaging station. "They're moving erratically." The first hints of sunrise painted the eastern horizon in sick yellows and reds as they drew alongside. Water was already washing over the Oriental Dawn's port rails, and the groaning of the overstressed metal echoed across the water. Standard procedure was to board and assess, but everything about this felt wrong. Sam led the 4-person boarding team up the pilot's ladder, his boots finding purchase on the wet rungs. The ship's deck tilted at an uncomfortable angle beneath them as they climbed aboard. Empty shipping containers created a maze of towering steel walls, many having broken free of their moorings to crash against each other. "Hello?" Sam called out, his voice seeming to die in the heavy air. "U.S. Coast Guard! Is anyone—" A scream cut through the morning stillness, raw and animalistic. It came from behind a toppled container about 30 yards ahead. Sam signaled his team to advance, their boots splashing through the ankle-deep water that was steadily rising across the deck. The screaming stopped abruptly, replaced by wet, tearing sounds that made Sam's skin crawl. As they rounded the corner of the container, he saw them. 3 figures crouched over something that had been human, They turned at the sound of the approaching footsteps, revealing faces streaked with blood and eyes that held nothing human. "Jesus Christ," whispered Rodriguez behind him. The creatures. Sam refused to name what they looked like, lurched to their feet with unnatural speed. Their clothes were soaked in blood and seawater, their movements jerky yet purposeful. As they stumbled forward, more shapes emerged from between the containers, drawn by the commotion. "Back to the ladder!" Sam ordered, raising his sidearm. "Now!" But when they turned, they saw more of them blocking the retreat, having somehow circled behind them silently. The deck shifted again, another few degrees towards disaster, and Sam realized with growing horror that they were trapped between the rising water, the zombies, and the endless maze of containers on a ship that was slowly becoming their tomb. "New plan," he said, forcing his voice to remain steady as he counted their dwindling options. "We make for the bridge. Move!" As they ran, the ship groaned beneath them like a dying thing, and the sounds of pursuit echoed off the steel walls of their container maze. Somewhere in the distance, emergency sirens began to wail across the coast, and Sam knew with terrible certainty that whatever was happening on this ship was only the beginning. Part 2. The bridge tower loomed ahead like a fortress, but reaching it meant crossing an expanse of open deck space. Sam led his team through the container maze, choosing their path carefully as the ship's list grew worse. Every few minutes, a container would break free of its restraints and crash against the deck, the sound echoing like thunder. "Wilson!" Torres grabbed his sleeve, pointing toward movement between two containers. A figure in a crew uniform stumbled into view, its neck bent at an impossible angle. Behind it came three more, including one in a captain's uniform, its white jaw now stained crimson. "Keep moving," Sam ordered, his voice barely above a whisper. The rising water had reached their knees, making each step a battle against both the current and their own exhaustion. The morning sun now illuminated the horror around them in stark detail. Bloody handprints on containers, scattered personal effects floating in the water, and dark shapes moving beneath the surface. They reached the stairs leading to the bridge, only to find them partially submerged. Rodriguez took point, his rifle trained on the doorway above. The stairwell was clear, but as they climbed, the metallic stench grew stronger. "Check those magazines," Sam commanded, using his sleeve to wipe spray from his face. "We might need every round." He tried his radio again, but only static answered. Whatever was happening here, they were on their own. The bridge door was ajar, swaying with the ship's movement. Inside, screams still flickered with life, casting an eerie blue glow across the scattered papers and overturned chairs. A trail of blood led to the radio room. "Holy shit," breathed Martinez, the newest member of their team. "Look at the radar." The screen showed dozens of vessels in the surrounding waters, but many were moving erratically or not at all. Some were clearly adrift, while others seemed to be deliberately running themselves aground along the coast. A gurgling sound from the radio room snapped their attention back to the immediate threat. Sam raised his hand, signaling the team to hold position. He edged forward, weapon ready, and peered around the doorframe. The radio operator was still there, or what remained of him. His hands were cuffed to the radio equipment, his final transmission still repeating on the emergency channel. A bullet wound at his temple told Sam all he needed to know. The man had chosen his own way out. "We need to get off this ship," Torres said, voicing what they all knew. "But the ladder is probably underwater by now." Sam moved to the windows, studying the vessel's angle. They had maybe 20 minutes before the list became critical. "There," he pointed to a lifeboat station on the starboard side. "If we can reach that..." The door behind them burst open. What had once been the ship's first officer lurched through, followed by more of the crew. Their skin had taken on a grayish tinge, and their movements were more coordinated than before, as if they were learning. Martinez opened fire first, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. The creatures jerked as rounds struck them but didn't fall. Sam grabbed a fire axe from the wall and swung it in a desperate arc, buying them seconds to retreat. "The deck!" he shouted. "Go!" They burst out onto the exterior walkway, only to find themselves caught between the growing horde behind them and a 30-foot drop to the water-covered deck below. The ship groaned again, shifting another few degrees. Sam looked at his team, then at the lifeboat station across the expanse of tilted deck. They had one shot at this, and the odds were getting worse with the second. "When I say run," he said, gripping the axe tighter as shadows filled the door behind them, "don't stop for anything." Part 3. "Run!" Sam's voice cut through the chaos as he swung the fire axe on the nearest zombie, creating a momentary gap in the doorway. The team sprinted along the exterior walkway, boots clanging on the metal grating. Behind them, the infected crew members poured out on the bridge like a nightmare tide. The ship's increasing tilt worked both for and against them. It slowed their pursuers but made every step treacherous. Torres lost his footing and slammed into the railing, his rifle clattering away into the containers below. "There!" Rodriguez pointed to a maintenance ladder descending to the main deck. It was their only chance of reaching the lifeboat station. Sam did a quick head count. All four still alive. All still moving. For now. Martinez went down first, then Torres. Sam could hear the zombies getting closer, their unnatural movements producing a cacophony of scraping sounds against the metal walkway. He glanced back and immediately wished he hadn't. The infected crew's face was contorted into permanent snarls, their clothes now soaked with both seawater and the blood of their victims. "Go!" Sam pushed Rodriguez toward the ladder. A zombie lunged for them, its fingers grazing Rodriguez's tactical vest before Sam buried the axe into its chest. The creature stumbled but didn't fall, its dead eyes fixed on them with terrible focus. Sam swung himself onto the ladder, just as more zombies reached their position. He descended as fast as he dared, the metal rungs slick with spray and whatever dark fluid dripped from the creatures above. The main deck was now a deadly obstacle course. Containers continued to shift and slide as the ship's list worsened, creating new dangers with each passing minute. Waist-deep water churned between the steel canyons, and somewhere in that murky depth, Sam knew more of the infected waited. "We've got movement in the water!" Torres called out, his voice tight with fear. Dark shapes moved beneath the surface, circling their position like sharks. "Stay together!" Sam ordered. "Martinez, watch our six. Rodriguez, find us a path to that lifeboat." They moved as one unit, watching each other's blind spots as they waded through the rising water. The lifeboat station was maybe 50 yards away, but it might as well have been 50 miles. Every few steps, a container would shift a thunderous groan, forcing them to change course. A hand shot up from the water, grabbing Martinez's leg. The young guardsman screamed and opened fire into the depths, the muzzle flash illuminating more infected bodies moving beneath the surface. The water around them began to churn as more zombies rose from the depths. "Break it up!" Sam shouted. They abandoned any pretense of stealth and ran, splashing through the flood as fast as they could manage. Behind them, the bridge tower where they'd been minutes ago finally succumbed to the list, glass shattering as it met the water. The ship gave an almighty shudder, and Sam knew they were out of time. The entire vessel was about to roll. Containers began to slide en masse, creating a domino effect of steel and death. The water level rose rapidly as the ship's roll accelerated. They reached the lifeboat station just as a wave of infected crested the water behind them. Sam slammed his hand on the release mechanism, praying it still worked despite the ship's angle. The davits creaked in protest as the lifeboat began to move, but something was wrong. The mechanism was jamming, the boat only partially deploying, and now they were surrounded, infected crew members approaching from all sides, more rising from the water, and the ship itself trying to kill them with every passing second. Sam looked at his team's face, saw the same desperate determination in their eyes, and made a decision that would either save them or doom them all. Part 4. "Torres, Rodriguez, get that winch moving manually. Martinez, give me your belt." Sam shouted over the groaning metal. The ship was rolling faster now, the deck angle approaching 45 degrees. He looped Martinez's belt through the lifeboat's stuck mechanism, creating a makeshift lever. The infected were closing in from all sides. A female crew member in a shredded uniform lunged at Martinez, who barely managed to kick her back into the churning water. More zombies climbed over the railings, their movements becoming more coordinated with each passing minute. On 3! Sam braced himself against the railing. 1, 2, 3! He and Martinez threw their full weight against the belt while Torres and Rodriguez cranked the manual winch. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, with a shriek of protesting metal, the mechanism broke free. The lifeboat swung out over the tilting deck, now their only escape route. Inside! Move! Sam provided covering fire as his team scrambled into the lifeboat. The ship's roll had become critical. Containers were breaking free of their moorings in waves now, creating a domino effect of sliding steel that crushed everything in its path, including the infected. A massive wave crashed across the deck as the ship continued its death roll. Sam felt his feet losing purchase on the slick metal. Behind him, a wall of zombies advanced, unconcerned by the chaos around them. He backed toward the lifeboat, counting his remaining ammunition. 4 rounds. Not nearly enough. Wilson, jump! Torres reached out from the lifeboat, which swung wildly on its davits. The distance had grown nearly 10 feet with the ship's increasing tilt. Sam took 2 steps back, knowing he'd have one chance at this. The nearest zombie, a massive engineer with half his face missing, grabbed for Sam's tactical vest. Sam ducked under the grasping hands and sprinted forward, using a fallen pipe as a springboard. For a moment, he was airborne over the rolling water, the dawn sky wheeling above him. His fingers caught the lifeboat's edge. Torres and Rodriguez hauled him in just as the ship gave a final thunderous groan. The Oriental Dawn was going down, and it was taking its infected crew with it. Cut the lines! Sam scrambled to his feet. Cut them now! Martinez hacked at the rear cable with his combat knife while Rodriguez worked on the forward one. The lifeboat tilted dangerously as the ship began its final plunge. Infected crew members reached for them from the water, their gray hands slapping against the hull. The forward line snapped with a whip-crack report. The boat swung violently, now held by only the rear cable. Water churned around them as the massive ship's hull created a whirlpool effect. They were being pulled down with it. Sam grabbed Martinez's knife and slashed at the remaining line, his arms burning with the effort. The cable frayed, individual strands snapping one by one. A zombie managed to get its arm over the gunwale, and Torres smashed it back with an oar. The last strand of the cable parted. Their lifeboat shot backward, carried by the wave of the sinking ship's displacement. They were thrown about like rag dolls as the boat spun in the turbulent water. Through the spray, Sam watched the Oriental Dawn's final moments as it slipped beneath the waves, taking its horrific cargo to the depths. But their relief was short-lived. As the water settled and dawn fully broke over the horizon, they saw what awaited them. The coastline was visible several miles away, and even from this distance, they could see multiple fires burning. More ships drifted aimlessly in the waters around them, some listing, others already beginning to sink. Emergency sirens wailed across the water, their sound carrying an unmistakable message. This was only the beginning. Part 5. The morning sun climbed higher as their lifeboat drifted in the gentle swells, the chaos of their escape now replaced by an eerie calm. Sam watched the last air bubbles from the Oriental Dawn break the surface while his team tended to the injuries. Mostly cuts and bruises, though Martinez had a nasty gash in his forearm from their frantic escape. Anyone got a radio? Sam asked, but he already knew the answer. Their equipment was waterlogged, and the strange static that had played their communications earlier still filled every channel they tried. Look! Torres pointed toward the coast. Through the morning haze, they could see more clearly now what they'd only glimpsed before. Multiple vessels had run aground along the shoreline. Smoke rose from at least 3 different locations in the city, and even from this distance, they could see unusual movement patterns in the streets, crowds flowing like spilled water between buildings. Those car alarms, Rodriguez said quietly. They're getting more frequent. He was right. The distant wail of sirens had been joined by a growing chorus of car alarms, creating a symphony of chaos that carried across the water. Helicopters, both military and civilian, crisscrossed the sky over the city, and occasionally they could hear what sounded like gunfire. "Okay, we need to make a decision," Sam said, checking his supplies. The lifeboat was well stocked. Flares, fresh water, emergency rations. But he knew staying at sea wasn't an option. The Coast Guard base or the marina? A massive explosion bloomed over the commercial district downtown, sending a mushroom cloud of smoke into the sky. The shockwave reached them seconds later, rippling across the water. "Marina," they all said in unison. The Coast Guard base was close to the city center, where things were clearly deteriorating rapidly. Sam and Torres took the oars while Rodriguez kept watch and Martinez tended his wound. As they rowed, they passed other vessels, some abandoned, others with desperate faces peering from behind locked doors. A yacht burned in the distance, its hull already slipping beneath the waves. They saw things moving in the water occasionally, but kept their eyes fixed on their destination. The marina came into view, its usually bustling docks eerily still. Most of the pleasure craft were still moored, their owners presumably caught inland when whatever this was began. Cars filled the parking lot, many with doors left open in haste. "Over there!" Sam pointed to a secluded service dock partially hidden by a repair shed. "We'll be less exposed." As they approached, a familiar sound carried across the water, the wet, guttural moaning they'd heard on the ship. Two figures shambled along the main dock, their movements leaving no doubt about their condition. Sam raised his hand for silence as they glided past, using the current to drift toward their chosen landing spot. They secured the lifeboat quietly, each of them scanning the marina for movement. The infected they'd seen wandered out of view, but somewhere in the distance, someone screamed. "We hole up in the repair shop," Sam whispered, checking his weapon low on last time. "Get our bearings, try to raise any one of the emergency frequencies. Then we figure out our next move." "And if we can't raise anyone?" Martinez asked, his young face showing the strain of everything they'd witnessed. Sam looked at his team. These men he'd led into hell and somehow gotten back out, then turned to the chaos consuming the shoreline. The infection was spreading. They'd seen enough to know that. But they were Coast Guard. They had a duty. "Then we do what we're trained to do," he said firmly. "We help who we can. We fight what we must, and we don't stop until we find somewhere safe for..." He left the alternative unspoken. They moved toward the shed in formation, weapons ready, as more explosions illuminated the city behind them. The Oriental Dawn had been just the beginning, Sam realized. The real test of survival was just about to begin. "Stay sharp," he whispered as they reached the shed's door. "And stay together. Whatever's coming next, we face it as a team." Torres picked the lock while the others provided cover. As the door swung open, revealing the darkness within, Sam took one last look at the burning horizon. Somewhere out there, other Coast Guard units were facing the same nightmare. He silently wished them luck. Then he stepped inside with his team, ready to face whatever this new world had in store for them.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
The morning sun glinted off the steel beams 40 stories above Chicago as Adam tightened his safety harness. Just another Tuesday in May, he thought, watching his breath fog in the crisp morning air. The banging of hammers and whine of power tools had already started up, a symphony he'd grown used to over 15 years of high-rise construction. "Hey, Adam," Joey, the new kid, called from the floor below. "You see that shit on the news this morning? About that weird virus?" Adam hadn't. He'd been too busy getting his daughter back to school on time after she'd missed her bus again. "Nah, what virus? Some kind of rage thing. People going crazy in the suburbs. They got the National Guard out there and everything." Mike rolled his eyes. Media always blowing things out of proportion. He focused on securing the steel beam in front of him, but Joey wouldn't let it go. "I'm serious, man. My sister works at Northwestern Memorial. Says they got like 30 people in quarantine. Talking about some kind of bite infections." A scream from street level cut through the mechanical noise of the construction site. Mike peered over the ledge, expecting to see a fender bender or maybe a bicycle accident. Instead, he watched in horror as a crowd of people sprinted down Michigan Ave. Behind them, moving with unnatural jerky movements, came another group. Even from 40 stories up, Mike could tell something was wrong with them. The way they moved, the way they attacked anyone they caught. "Holy shit," Joey whispered, now standing beside Mike. "Is this for real?" Mike's phone buzzed in his pocket. Sarah's school. "Mr. Torres." The voice on the other end was tight with panic. "There's been an incident. We're evacuating the school. You need to come get Beth immediately." The line went dead before he could respond. More screams rose from below as sirens began wailing across the city. Mike looked at his safety harness, then at the emergency stairwell door. It would take at least 15 minutes to get down properly. His daughter needed him now. "Joey," Mike said, already unclipping his harness. "Tell Foreman Martinez I had a family emergency." He headed for the stairs, his tool belt clanking against his hip. "And Joey, get the hell out of here. Something's not right." As Mike yanked open the stairwell door, he had no way of knowing that his decision to leave would be the first of many choices determining whether he and Beth would survive what was coming. The door clanged shut behind him as he began his descent, and somewhere in the distance, a military helicopter thundered past the skeletal framework of the unfinished skyscraper. Adam's boots thundered down the metal stairs, each flight bringing him closer to the growing chaos below. 38 floors to go. His tool belt slapped against his thigh with each step, the familiar weight now a burden. He should have ditched it, but some part of his brain wouldn't let go of the routine of 15 years. You don't abandon your tools. The sound of breaking glass echoed up the stairwell, followed by screams. Adam paused, his breath coming in sharp bursts. 2 construction workers burst through the door 3 doors down, nearly falling over the railing in their panic. "Hey!" Adam shouted. "What's happening down there?" One of them looked up, eyes wide with terror. "Stay up there! They're in the lobby! Jerry! They got Jerry!" The men disappeared through another door before Adam could respond. 35 floors remaining. His phone buzzed again. A text from Beth's school. "Emergency alert. School in lockdown. Do not attempt pickup until authorities..." "Like hell," Adam muttered, shoving the phone back in his pocket. The distant sound of helicopter rotors grew louder, and through the narrow windows of the stairwell, he caught glimpses of military aircraft moving between buildings. A crash from above made him jump. Someone else in the stairwell, their footsteps erratic and stumbling. Adam quickened his pace, the rhythmic clang of his boots on metal drowning out everything except his ragged breathing and racing thoughts of Beth. The door to the 30th floor exploded open as he passed. A figure lurched out. Bill from accounting. Adam recognized the blue dress shirt, now stained dark with blood. But Bill's face, his movements. Adam didn't hesitate. 15 years of construction work had taught him to react fast or die. He swung his tool belt hard, catching Bill in the face with his heavy hammer. The infected man staggered back, giving Adam the space to continue his descent. "Sorry, Bill," he gasped, taking the stairs 2 at a time now. 25 floors to go. The sounds from below were getting worse. Screams, breaking glass, and a new sound that turned his stomach. A wet, tearing noise followed by horrible, animal-like feeding sounds. Adam's phone buzzed one final time. The screen showed a message from an unknown number. "CDC emergency alert. Shelter in place. Do not..." He turned the phone off. Nothing would stop him from reaching Beth. But as the chaos below grew louder and the stairwell darker, Adam realized this might be the longest descent of his life, if he survived it at all. The lobby's glass doors had been shattered, leaving a glittering carpet of broken safety glass that crunched under Adam's boots. Blood streaked the marble floor. The security desk was empty, monitors still flickering with CCTV feeds of the chaos outside. He gripped his hammer tightly, the rest of his tool belt now wrapped around his forearm as a makeshift armor. "Carl?" he called out softly to the usually cheerful security guard. A wet, gurgling sound from behind the desk answered him. Adam moved past quickly, not wanting to discover what remained of Carl. The revolving door was jammed with an overturned mail cart. Through the glass, he could see Michigan Avenue had become a war zone. Abandoned cars blocked the intersections. Paper and debris drifted like urban tumbleweeds. A fire hydrant sprayed unchecked, the water turning pink as it mixed with blood on the asphalt. A woman in jogger's clothes sprinted past, her ponytail bobbing. 3 infected lurched after her with that distinctive, broken puppet gait. Adam's stomach churned as he noticed one wore a hard hat. Someone from his crew. He needed wheels. Beth's school was 4 miles away, and every second counted. A familiar sight caught his eye. Joey's motorcycle. Tipped over but seemingly intact in the building's parking area. The kid was always bragging about that Kawasaki. "Sorry, Joey," Adam muttered, dragging the bike upright. "I'll bring it back if we survive this." The key was still in the ignition. Adam had never ridden a motorcycle before, but he'd watched Joey enough times. Clutch, gear shift, throttle. How hard could it be? The infected were simple. They chased movement and noise. The bike would attract them, but it was his only chance to reach Beth in time. The engine roared to life, drawing immediate attention from the nearby infected. Adam's first attempt to drive sent him lurching forward, nearly tipping over. The second try was better. By the third, he was moving, weaving between abandoned vehicles as figures began shambling toward the noise. He aimed for the sidewalk to avoid the worst traffic jams, grimacing as he bumped over curbs. The GPS on his phone showed the fastest route to Beth's school, but already he could see problems. The main roads were clogged with cars. Smoke rose from multiple buildings. Military helicopters circled overhead, and in the distance, he heard gunfire. The bike's engine screamed as Adam opened the throttle, wind whipping at his face. Behind him, the unfinished skyscraper stood like a skeletal monument to the world that had existed just hours ago. Ahead lay 4 miles of urban hell between him and Beth. A military blockade was visible in the distance, and beyond it, sirens wailed. Adam leaned forward on the bike, his construction helmet rattling against the wind. He had no idea what he'd do when he reached Beth's school, or where they'd go after. But first, he had to get there. And in this new world of infected humans and societal collapse, even 4 miles might as well be 400. The military blockade loomed closer. 2 Humvees and a row of sawhorses manned by soldiers in full combat gear. Adam cut the motorcycle's engine 50 yards out, letting momentum carry him toward the shadow of an overturned delivery truck. He'd seen how the soldiers were handling this, shooting anything that moved too quickly or too slowly. The crack of rifle fire punctuated his thoughts. Through the truck's broken windows, he watched the soldier drop something shambling in a business suit. The infected fell, but 3 more appeared from a nearby alley. The soldiers were too busy to notice one construction worker sneaking past. Adam abandoned the motorcycle and moved from car to car, the weight of his hammer reassuring in his grip. Beth's school was just 6 blocks away. He could see the American flag still flying above the brick building, oddly normal in a world gone mad. A scream made him freeze. A woman ran from a corner pharmacy, clutching something to her chest. Behind her, infected poured from the broken storefront. The soldiers opened fire, but in the chaos, Adam saw his chance. He sprinted across the street while their attention was divided. The school's playground came into view, its cheerful primary colors a stark contrast to the blood splashed across the monkey bars. A child's backpack lay abandoned by the swing set, its contents scattered. Adam's heart pounded as he approached the building. The front door was chained shut, a hastily sprayed painted message across them. Infected inside. Survivors evacuated to St. Michael's Church. No, no, no! Adam pressed his face against the glass, cupping his hands around his eyes. Movement inside. Shapes shuffling through the darkening hallways. None of them moved like children. St. Michael's was 15 blocks away. A military jet screamed overhead, so low it rattled the windows. More gunfire erupted behind him. The blockade was being overrun. Adam started running again, his boots heavy on the pavement. 15 blocks. He could make it. He had to make it. The streets here were worse than downtown. Cars had crashed into houses and storefronts. Fires burned unchecked. The infected seemed to be everywhere, drawn to the noise of collapse. Adam was forced to backtrack and detour multiple times, each minute feeling like an hour stolen from Beth's chances. He rounded a corner and stopped dead. St. Michael's rose before him. Its stone walls and stained glass windows glowed in the late morning sun. The church's heavy wooden doors stood open. Inside, voices echoed. Human voices, speaking in urgent but controlled tones. Adam took a step forward, hope rising in his chest. Then he heard it. The distinctive wop-wop-wop of helicopter rotors, growing louder. A shadow passed overhead as a military chopper descended toward the church rear parking lot. They were evacuating the survivors. "Please," he whispered, breaking into a run. "Please wait. I'm coming, Beth. Dad's coming." The helicopter touched down as Adam reached the church step. He could see figures being loaded aboard. A child with a pink backpack was helped up by a soldier. Beth's backpack was pink. He was going to make it. He didn't see the infected businessman lurking in the shadows of a dumpster. Didn't notice it until teeth sank into his calf. Adam's hammer found the businessman's skull before the infected could tear away more flesh. But he knew it was too late. The bite burned like fire, hot blood running down his boot. He'd seen how fast the infection spread. 20 minutes, maybe less. Just enough time. He limped up the church steps, using his hammer as a crutch. Inside, soldiers were organizing the final evacuation, herding survivors toward the back exit. A woman in a blood-spattered teacher's aide uniform was checking names off a list. "Beth!" he called out. "I'm looking for Beth!" The woman looked up, recognition flashing across her face. "Mr. Torres? Beth's been asking about you. She's in the next group." "Don't tell her I was here." Adam's voice shook as fever began to creep through his body. He could feel the infection spreading, racing through his veins. "Please, just tell her I loved her. Tell her I tried to come." The aide's eyes widened as she noticed his leg, the blood, the way he gripped the wall for support. "Oh God, you're running out of time." "Yeah." Adam managed a weak smile. "But I can still help." He could see them now, infected streaming from the surrounding streets, drawn by the helicopter's noise. The soldiers at the doors were too busy with the evacuation to notice the full extent of the threat. There were too many. They'd be overwhelmed before the last group could board. Unless someone created a diversion. Adam touched the hammer at his belt one last time, then let it fall. His tools had served him well, but for his final act, he needed something louder. His eyes fell on a construction site across the street, one last unfinished building reaching toward the sky, and parked beside it, unnoticed in the chaos, an air horn mounted on a pole. They used them to signal emergencies on construction sites. One blast meant everyone clear the area. 3 meant immediate evacuation. The fever was worse now. His vision blurred at the edges, and his thoughts came through a haze of rising hunger. But he could do this. One last climb. "When I sound the horn," he told the aide, his words slurring slightly, "you get the kids on that helicopter. You get my Beth out of here." He waited for the response, pushing away from the wall. Adam forced his injured leg to move. The infected were closing in on the church from all sides, but they turned at the sound of his shouts, his awkward run toward the construction site. Some followed. Others would come. The pole wasn't high, maybe 20 feet. He'd climbed 10 times that just this morning, in another lifetime. But as he pulled himself up, each move was agony. The infection burned through him, trying to steal his humanity before he could complete his one last task. Below, infected gathered, clawing at the pole's base. Above, the horn waited. Behind him, he heard the helicopter's engines spooling up. Adam reached the horn as his fingers began to twitch with the onset of the turning. His vision swam red. The hunger was overwhelming now. The desire to turn around, to hunt, to feed. He grabbed the horn's handle. The sound was deafening. One long blast, then another, and another. Every infected for blocks turned toward the noise. They came in a wave, leaving the church entrance clear. Through eyes that were quickly losing their humanity, Adam watched the last group of survivors rush to the helicopter. A flash of pink. Beth's backpack disappeared inside. The infected reached the pole as the helicopter lifted up. Adam saw Beth's face pressed against the window, searching the chaos below. But she was too far away to recognize the figure on the pole. Too far to see her father's last smile as his fingers finally lost their grip. Adam fell into the crowd below. His final thought not of the hunger, not of the infection, but of Beth. Safe. Flying away toward whatever sanctuary remained in this broken world. The hammer lay where he'd dropped it in the church, its worn handle bearing 15 years of his fingerprints. Like the unfinished building where his day began, it was a relic of a world that had ended. But his last act belonged to the new world. A father's love surviving even as humanity fell. One final sacrifice, lifting his daughter toward hope and morning light.
Would you have the courage to face your fears?
Part 1. The happiest place on Earth. John adjusted his Mickey Mouse name tag for the 100th time that morning, forcing a smile as he guided yet another group of tourists towards Space Mountain. 6 years of working at Disney World had taught him to maintain that signature Disney cheerfulness no matter what. But today, something felt off. The usual magic in the air had been replaced by an unsettling tension. The wait time is currently 45 minutes, he announced to the family in front of him, trying to ignore the increasingly frantic news alerts buzzing on his phone. Something about a mysterious illness spreading through Florida. Management had instructed them to carry on as usual. The father in the group, a man named Bob, suddenly doubled over. "Sorry," he mumbled. "I'm not feeling so well." His skin had taken on an ashen gray tone. "Sir, would you like me to call first aid?" John asked, reaching for his radio. Before Bob could answer, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. "Bob!" his wife Sarah screamed, rushing to his side. Their children, Tommy and Lisa, began to cry. John radioed for medical assistance, but the usual quick response wasn't coming. As he looked around, he noticed similar scenes playing out across Tomorrowland. Guests were dropping to the ground, while others fled in panic. That's when Bob's eyes snapped open. But they weren't his eyes anymore. The warm brown had been replaced by a milky white, and when he lurched to his feet, his movements were jerky and unnatural. Sarah reached for her husband, but John's instincts kicked in. He grabbed her arm, pulling her back as Bob's teeth snapped at the empty air where she had been. "Run!" John shouted, pushing Sarah and her children toward the nearest emergency exit. All around them, more infected guests were rising, their movements erratic and predatory. The cheerful Disney music playing through the speakers created a surreal backdrop to the unfolding chaos. John led the family through a cast members-only door, his hands shaking as he punched in the security code. They rushed through the utility door, the underground tunnel system that ran beneath the park. The normally busy corridors were eerily empty, save for the distant screams echoing from above. "Where are we going?" Tommy whimpered, clinging to his mother's hand. "The security command center," John replied, trying to sound calmer than he felt. "It's fortified, and we can see what's happening in the park from there." They reached the command center to find Maria, the head of security, barricading the door. Inside, a wall of monitors showed the horror unfolding above ground. The infection was spreading rapidly through the crowded park. The once magical kingdom had become a nightmare in less than an hour. "The National Guard is on their way," Maria announced, her voice tight with stress. "But they're saying this isn't just happening here. It's all over Orlando. Maybe all of Florida." John watched the security feeds in horror as Mickey Mouse, or rather, Jake in the Mickey costume, staggered through Main Street, USA, now leading a pack of infected guests instead of a parade. The castle loomed in the background, still sparkling in the Florida sun, oblivious to the darkness that had descended upon the happiest place on Earth. Sarah hugged her children close as they watched the monitors, their faces illuminated by dozens of scenes of the growing apocalypse. John's phone buzzed one final time before the networks went down. The last message simply read, "Florida under quarantine. Shelter in place." "What do we do now?" Lisa asked, her voice small and frightened. John looked at the scared faces around him, then back at the monitors showing the magical kingdom he'd worked in for so long. He knew every inch of this park, every secret passage and secure location. If they were going to survive this, that knowledge would be their greatest weapon. "Now," he said, straightening his name tag one last time, "we figure out how to turn the happiest place on Earth into the safest place on Earth." Part 2. It's a small world after all. The Security Command Center's fluorescent lights flickered as Maria worked to restore power to critical systems. 6 hours had passed since the initial outbreak, and the sun was beginning to set over the magical kingdom. John watched the monitors intently, mapping out safe zones and danger areas in his mind. "The backup generator should keep us running for about a week," Maria said, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "But we need to think about supplies." Sarah, who had finally gotten Tommy and Lisa to sleep in the break room, joined them at the monitors. "There's food in the restaurant, right?" "Yes, but we're not the only survivors in the park," John replied, pointing to the various screens. Small groups of guests and cast members had barricaded themselves in different locations, some in the Hall of Presidents, others in the Pirates of the Caribbean maintenance areas, and a larger group in the kitchen of the BR Guest restaurant. A crackling voice came through the radio, making them all jump. "This is Frank in Adventureland. Anyone copy?" John grabbed the radio. "Frank? It's John. Where are you exactly?" "Holed up in the tiki room with about 15 guests. We've got some injured people here, and those things are gathering outside. We need help." John looked at the Adventureland cameras. The zombie horde. He still couldn't believe he was using that word. Had indeed surrounded the enchanted tiki room. Among them, he recognized several cast members still in costume, including Rachel in her Princess Jasmine outfit, now stained with blood. "We need to help them," Sarah insisted. "We can't just let them die." Maria shook her head. "It's too dangerous. We'd have to cross the hub, and it's swarming with the infected." John stood up, his decision made. The utilidors don't run directly into Adventureland, but they get close. We could use the tunnel to reach the exit near Caribbean Plaza, then move along the service road behind the buildings. The zombies seem drawn to noise and movement in open areas, but they're less active in enclosed spaces. "I'm coming with you," Sarah said firmly. "Maria can watch the kids." After gathering supplies, flashlights, radios, and makeshift weapons from the security lockers, John and Sarah prepared to venture out. As they approached the command center's door, John noticed something on one of the monitors that made him pause. "Wait," he said, zooming in on a camera feed from It's a Small World. The ride was still running, its endless cheerful melody echoing through the empty building. But something was moving in there. Something that didn't fit the mechanical patterns of the animatronic dolls. "Is that?" Sarah squinted at the screen. "People," John confirmed. "Living people using the maintenance walkways to move through the park. They're using the song to mask their movements. The zombies are getting drawn to the music, but they can't figure out how to get inside." "That's brilliant," Maria said. "The ride's architecture is like a fortress when locked down, and the backup power will keep it running." John made a quick decision. "Change of plans. We'll get to the tiki room through It's a Small World. The maintenance corridors connect to the backstage area behind Main Street, and from there we can circle around to Adventureland." As they made their way through the utilidors, John's mind raced. The park he'd worked in for so long had transformed into something unrecognizable, yet somehow familiar. Every safety protocol, every backstage pathway, every security measure designed to maintain the magic was now becoming a tool for survival. They reached the access point from It's a Small World, the iconic song growing louder with each step. Sarah readied her flashlight as John unlocked the door. Inside, the cheerful faces of hundreds of animatronic dolls watched them with frozen smiles, still dancing and spinning to the endless music. "Ready?" John asked, gripping his radio. Sarah nodded, her face determined. "Ready." They stepped into the ride, letting the door click shut behind them. As they moved deeper into the attraction, the singing seemed to take on different meaning. It's a world of laughter, a world of tears. The lyrics felt less like a celebration now, and more like a requiem for the world that they lost. Somewhere in the darkness ahead, they heard human voices calling out to them. Behind them, through the walls, came the distant moans of the undead. Drawn by the siren song of childhood innocence turned twisted lullaby. The happiest cruise that ever sailed had become their best hope for survival. Part 3. A Pirate's Life for Me. The maintenance walkways of It's a Small World were narrow and dark, lit only by their flashlight beams and the occasional emergency light. John led the way, with Sarah close behind. They'd found a small group of survivors inside. A maintenance worker named Pete and 3 teenage girls who'd gotten separated from their tour group. "The zombies can't handle the water," Pete explained as they navigated through the backstage area. "We figured that out when a few fell into the ride channel. They just sink and stay down." "It's good to know," John said, making a mental note. Every piece of information could mean the difference between life and death. They reached the exit point behind Fantasyland, where they needed to cross a small exposed area to reach the service road. John peered out the door. The previously pristine pathways were littered with abandoned strollers and scattered Mickey ears. In the distance, the spires of Cinderella Castle caught the last rays of sunset, casting long shadows across the park. "We move fast and quiet," John whispered. "Stay close to the buildings." They made it halfway to their destination, when a child's cry pierced the air. Everyone froze. Near the Prince Charming Regal Carousel, a small boy stood alone, clutching a stuffed Pluto. "Max!" one of the teenage girls whispered. "He was in our tour group." Before anyone could stop her, she broke from the group and ran toward the boy. John cursed under his breath and followed. The sound of their footsteps drew attention. Shadows began moving in the growing darkness, shambling figures emerging from behind attractions. John reached the girl just as she got to Max. The boy was in shock, barely responding. In the distance, the endless melody of It's a Small World mixed with a growing chorus of zombie moans. "Back to the service road," John commanded, scooping up Max. "Run!" They sprinted through the gathering darkness, the infected cast members and guests in pursuit. Sarah reached the service road first and yanked open the gate. One by one, they rushed through. But Pete stumbled, his flashlight clattering to the ground. "Help!" he screamed as grasping hand seized his leg. John handed Max to Sarah and turned back, but it was too late. Pete's screams turned into gurgling as the horde descended upon him. "We can't help him." Sarah pulled John through the gate. "We have to move." They ran along the service road, the sounds of feeding fading behind them. The route to Adventureland stretched ahead, but something wasn't right. The usual ambient noise of the park, the distant music, the sound of rides, had gone quiet. They found the reason when they reached the entrance to the Tiki Room backstage area. The power had gone out in this section of the park. The only sound was the persistent banging from inside the attraction, where Frank and the others were still barricaded. "Frank?" John called softly through his radio. "We're outside the cast entrance. How many infected are in there?" Static crackled. Then Frank's voice came through, barely a whisper. "Most moved on when the show stopped. But Rachel, Jasmine, she's still in here. She's smarter than the others. Like she remembers the cast access points. She's trying to get to us." John looked at their group. Sarah, 3 terrified teenagers, and a traumatized child. They'd lost Pete, and the darkness was closing in. But he could hear the desperate breathing of the survivors inside the Tiki Room, waiting for rescue. "There's another way," he said finally. The Pirates of the Caribbean maintenance tunnels connect to the Tiki Room basement. If Pete was right about the zombies and water. Sarah caught on immediately. We can use the ride channel as a safe route. It's flooded down there, one of the teenagers protested. Better wet than dead, John replied, already moving toward the pirate attraction. And remember, when we get to the ride, watch your step on the bridges. It's a pirate's life for me, he added with a grim humor, at least for the next hour. As they disappeared into the maintenance entrance of Pirates of the Caribbean, the Magic Kingdom's power grid failed completely. Section by section, the park went dark, until only Cinderella Castle remained lit by its emergency systems, a beacon of hope in a kingdom of shadows. Somewhere in the darkness, hundreds of audio animatronic pirates waited silently in their eternal scenes, about to witness a very different kind of adventure than the ones they were programmed for. Part 4. Dead Men Tell No Tales. The maintenance corridors beneath Pirates of the Caribbean smelled of chlorine and stagnant water. John's flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the complex network of pipes and machinery that kept the classic attraction running. Above them, they could hear the creaking of the empty ride boats continuing their endless circuit. Watch your step, John warned as they navigated the slippery walkways. The water level's higher than usual without the pumps running. Sarah kept a protective arm around Max, who hadn't spoken a word since they'd rescued him. The teenagers, John had learned their names were Amy, Beth, and Carol, huddled close together, jumping at every echo. They reached the first scene of the ride, where dozens of audio animatronic pirates were frozen in mid-action, their movements stilled by the power failure. In the beam of the flashlight, their vacant expressions looked unnervingly similar to those of the infected above. There's a maintenance bridge through the grotto, John explained. We can use it to reach the basement access to the Tiki Room, but we need to be quiet. Sound carries in here. They were halfway across the bridge when they heard it. A splash, followed by another. Something was in the water. Shine the light down there, Sarah whispered. John pointed the beam toward the water. Several infected guests were blindly walking into the ride channel from the queue area above, just as Pete had described. They sank to the bottom, their movements becoming sluggish in the deep water. But they weren't stopping. They're walking underwater, Carol gasped. They're using the ride track like a path. John's mind raced. The underwater zombies were slow, but they were between the group and their destination. Worse, more infected were falling in from above, drawn by the movements of their flashlight beams. That's when they heard the radio crackle. John? It was Maria from the command center. The power grid's failing throughout the park, but I still have access to ride control systems for pirates on backup power, if you need it. John looked at the scene around them. The frozen pirates, the underwater zombies, the deep channel that had to become both salvation and trap. An idea formed. Maria, can you restart the ride sequence? All of it. Animation, sound, everything. For a few minutes, maybe. What are you thinking? These things are drawn to the sound of movement, right? John's voice was grim. So let's give them a show. Everyone up on the scene platforms, he instructed the group. When Maria starts the ride, the zombies will follow the show sequence. The noise, the movement. We can use it as cover to reach the Tiki Room access. Sarah helped the teenagers and Max scrambled onto the artificial shoreline of the grotto scene. Ready? She called. Do it, Maria. Suddenly, the ride surged to life. Lights blazed on, and the iconic theme music boomed through hidden speakers. All around them, animatronic pirates sprang into action, singing and moving in their endless loop. The underwater zombies turned toward the commotion, drawn by the chaos of sound and motion. Move! John shouted over the music. They ran along the scene platforms, ducking under mechanical arms and weaving between animated figures. Behind them, dozens of infected were now flooding into the ride channel from above, creating a mindless underwater parade. They reached the maintenance door just as the power began to fluctuate. The animatronics stuttered, their movements becoming jerky and erratic. The music distorted, the familiar Yo ho, warped into something nightmarish. John yanked the door open and ushered everyone through. As he pulled it shut behind him, he caught one last glimpse of the scene. Infected guests floating beneath the grinning animatronic pirates, all moving to the same broken rhythm. A dance of the dead in a place once meant for dreams. The door sealed with a heavy clang, muffling the chaos behind them. In the renewed quiet, they could hear new sounds, voices above them, frightened but alive. Frank and the other survivors in the tiki room. We're almost there, John reassured the group, trying to hide his own exhaustion. Just a little further. Sarah squeezed his hand in the darkness. They'd made it through the Pirates of the Caribbean, but they all knew the night was far from over. Somewhere above them, Rachel, or whatever was left of her, was still hunting. And in the command center, Maria watched as the castle's emergency lights began to dim, the last bright spot in a kingdom of darkness slowly fading away. Part 5. When You Wish Upon a Star. The service stairs of the tiki room were pitch black. John led the group upward, their footsteps echoing in the narrow space. The only sound above was from the occasional thump of something or someone moving across the floor. Frank, John whispered in his radio. We're coming up through the maintenance access. Where's Rachel? Static crackled before Frank's response came. She's in the show control room. Been there for hours, like she remembers. John froze. Rachel had been one of the show control operators before becoming a character performer. Even in death, some part of her remembered. The others moved away when the power died, Frank continued. But she's still here. Still trying to start the show. They reached the access door. Behind it lay a short corridor leading to the main showroom. With the control room on the right, John could hear the survivors breathing on the other side of the barricaded main doors. And something else. The sounds of buttons being pressed repeatedly in the control room. Sarah, John whispered. When we open this door, take everyone straight to the main room. Frank will let you in. He pulled out a cast member ID card from his pocket. This was Pete's. It has show control clearance. Sarah's eye widened. John, no. Rachel's not going to wander away like the others. As long as she's here, no one's safe. And she'd want us to stop her. Sarah squeezed his hand one last time. John took a deep breath and opened the access door. The corridor was dark except for the faint glow from the control room. John could see Rachel's silhouette through the window, still wearing her Jasmine costume, standing at the control panel. Her movements were methodical, desperate, an endless loop of trying to start a show that would never begin again. Now, John whispered. Sarah led the teenagers and Max toward the main room while John moved toward the control room. He could hear Frank quietly unbarricading the door to let them in. John swiped Pete's card. The control room door clicked open. Rachel turned at the sound, and John saw her face clearly for the first time. Her skin was gray, her eyes clouded, but there was something terrible in her expression, a kind of focused intelligence that the other infected lacked. She recognized him, or at least recognized his cast member uniform. The show must go on, John said softly, stepping into the room. That's what we always said, right, Rachel? She lurched toward him with frightening speed. John dove to the side, rolling past her toward the control panel. Rachel spun with unnatural grace, her performer's muscle memory surviving even in death. But John had reached his goal. His hand found the button he needed. But sometimes, he said, the show has to end. He slammed the emergency power shutoff just as Rachel reached him. The entire building plunged into total darkness. John felt Rachel's cold hands grip his shoulders, but he was ready. In the pitch black, he grabbed her arms and used her own momentum to propel them both towards the maintenance door they'd come through. They tumbled down the stairs together, a tangle of limbs and fabric. John felt pain explode in his shoulder as they hit the bottom, but he managed to roll away from Rachel's snapping teeth. In the darkness, He could hear her trying to right herself. Then a new sound cut through the dark. The low hum of generators spinning up. Emergency lights flickered on, revealing Rachel's half-crouch on the stairs. But she wasn't looking at John anymore. She was staring past him, distracted by the sudden light and sound. The whole park was lighting up. "John!" Maria's voice came through the radio. "The military! They're here! They've restored power to the emergency systems!" Through the walls, John could hear the deep thrum of helicopters. Rachel turned toward the sound, her programmed instinct to follow the light and motion overriding whatever remnants of memory had kept her focus on the tiki room. She shambled past John, moving toward the exit. "Let her go," Sarah's voice came from above. She was standing at the top of the stairs with Frank, both holding improvised weapons. "The soldiers will handle her." John climbed to his feet, wincing at his injured shoulder. Together they watched through a window as Rachel emerged into the park, joining a crowd of infected all moving toward the castle. Floodlights had transformed the iconic structure into a beacon, drawing the horde like moths to a flame. Military helicopters circle overhead, their spotlights scanning the park. In the command center, Maria was already coordinating with them, directing rescue teams to each group of survivors. The long night was finally ending. Hours later, John stood with Sarah and the others on Main Street, USA, as dawn broke over the Magic Kingdom. The military had established a base in the front of the castle, and medical teams were treating survivors. Max had finally spoken, asking for his parents, and the teenagers were being reunited with their tour group. "What happens now?" Sarah asked, watching as soldiers efficiently cleared the park, section by section. John looked at his name tag, still somehow attached to his torn uniform. Walt Disney had created this place as an escape from the real world, but it had become something else. A fortress, a battlefield, a place of survival. Yet, somehow, improbably, it had protected them through the darkness. "Now," he said, "we rebuild. We remember." He looked at the castle, still standing proud in the morning light. "And maybe someday, we make it magical again." Above them, the sun rose over Disney World, a new day breaking over a changed kingdom. Somewhere in the distance, a bird began to sing, its melody carrying clearly through the quiet park, a small reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was still magic in the world. You just had to survive long enough to find it. Well, again, I can't remember exactly who. I honestly need to start writing down who recommends what. But somebody did recommend a Disney park employee, and I thought it was pretty interesting. I hadn't really thought of a Disney park employee before surviving a zombie apocalypse, so here it is. I hope you enjoyed it. Come back next time for some more zombie stories. And as always, remember to face your fears.